Member Sarnia Lambton will lead us in the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Quand on brasse et porte le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, safe sport should always be the primary goal of every sport, ahead of winning games, tournaments, or medals, because athletes only get one childhood. Athletes should look forward to practice, going to the gym, being on the field or on the rink, being physically fit, being trained by coaches committed to developing good athletes and good people, having fun around other athletes, and sharing the love of sport with family and friends. But sport has had a dirty hidden secret for decades: abuse, harassment, and sexual assault. Despite victims and families courageously coming forward to the media and the stakeholders in the sports system, 4 years ago, our government started to build a safe sports system in our country. We have many miles to go, and to get there, we need a national public inquiry. Athletes are waiting. Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford to fail our children.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, it came upon a midnight clear with the stars brightly shining. It was a holy night when angels were heard on high. Hark now, hear the angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Mr. Speaker, it was the first Noel, when the angels did say, born is the King of Israel. Away in a manger, no crib for a bed, lay the little Lord Jesus asleep on the hay. In the little town of Bethlehem's, the hopes and fears of all the years met that night when God came near. Mr. Speaker, the shepherds said to themselves, "Oh, come, let us adore him." The three wise men said, "We three kings of Orient have come from afar." God did rest these merry gentlemen, and Mr. Speaker, the wise still seek him today. Whether up and out or down and out, these same glad tidings, which are for all people, will bring us peace on earth, goodwill, and joy to the world. Mr. Speaker, because of that night so divine, he's indeed our Emmanuel and is with us in these uncertain times. My prayer is that he would stay near us forever and keep us in his loving care until our night is long past and our morning is nigh. From my family to yours, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, reflecting on the year as it draws to a close, we cannot ignore the challenges that many members of our communities across the country are facing. We also know that kindness, generosity, and empathy are the lights that shine the brightest at this time of year. We all have stories that come to mind of goodwill and compassion, the radiant moments when people are connected by our shared humanity. I am pleased to have the opportunity to celebrate the people who give and bring our communities closer together. The members of the Carpenters Union Local 1386 who donated 104 turkeys to the Ermukto Area Food Bank. The thousands of families who have opened their hearts and homes to the Ukrainians fleeing war. The people who volunteer their time to contribute to the important mission of Meals on Wheels, delivering food while breaking isolation with a moment of connection. Everyone who digs deep to give what they can, thank you. I'm reminded of a quote by Scott Adams: "There's no such thing as a small act of kindness. Every act creates a ripple with no logical end." Mr. Speaker, I am filled with hope at the prospect of watching ripples of kindness illuminate our homes in the year to come.
The honourable member for Essex.
Speaker, some of the greatest memories that I have are my time whitetail deer hunting with my Grandpa Jack, my father Kim, my brothers, my friends, and my sons. There is little more rewarding than spending precious time with family and friends in the field, sharing laughs and creating stories to share for many generations. It's not about the hunt, Mr. Speaker. It's about spending time with the ones that you love. Now, this Liberal government wants to take away this incredible opportunity for generations to come by introducing legislation to make lawful duck, deer hunters, and farmers' tools illegal to carry on this legacy. The sneaky tactics introduced in Bill C-21 are yet one more example of a Liberal government that is out of touch and, frankly, have no clue whatsoever that they have introduced, let alone the freedoms that they are stripping from the very hands of law-abiding Canadians. Levi is my grandson, Mr. Speaker, and I will not accept that he doesn't get the same opportunity with his pip, me.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, a community is a reflection of the people who live there, and it's extraordinary people who make Vaudreuil-Soulanges a leading community in Canada. Today I would like to pay tribute to one of these people. Gilles Boyer is an exceptional man who has devoted his life to the well-being of the population of Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Whether as president of the Kiwanis Club, as a founding member of the Regroupement des Gens d'Affaires de Vaudreuil-Soulanges, as chair of the Zèbre Rouge for nearly 15 years, or on the board of directors of the Vaudreuil-Soulanges Hospital Foundation, Mr. Boyer is an example of self-sacrifice and an example to which all Canadians should aspire. A man with a great heart who, even Mr. Speaker, in retirement, helps the young and the not so young find their place in our community and in the world. Thank you, Gilles, for everything that you have done and continue to do for our community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges. You have marked many lives, and we are better and stronger because of you. Thank you, Gilles.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, according to the 2022 Food Price Report, food prices are expected to rise up to 7% next year. For a family of four, they predict the average grocery bill to ring in at $16,300, a staggering increase of $1,100. And a key culprit in this increase, the Liberal carbon tax, which will cost a typical farm thousands of dollars once it's tripled, which will increase the cost to farmers, to producers, and on truckers to transport, all resulting in ballooning grocery costs. Just today, Mr. Speaker, a new bill shows that 53% of Canadians are fearful about not being able to put enough food on the table. This is not okay. A Canada where food prices are near record highs and food bank usage is ballooning is not a Canada I recognize, nor am I willing to accept. This is unsustainable, and it's high time that this government take action to help lower the cost of food in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
A rifle in the house means a moose hunt in the fall and a winter of meat in the freezer. Conversations about upcoming hunts are as common as musings on the weather. Last spring, students from Porter Creek High School in Whitehorse went on a bison hunt where they learned to harvest the meat while honouring the animal that had given its life. They learned while living out on the land, setting up wall tents, keeping a fire, maintaining a snowmobile. Closer to home, my son helped our neighbours butcher a moose after a hunt last fall. While cutting meat and making sausages, he learned to appreciate the life and effort that went into the welcome gift packs of meat that we later received. The need to address gun violence is very real, both in rural and urban Canada. Equally pressing is the need to preserve our ability to hunt, whether as Indigenous peoples, Yukoners, or Canadians. As Yukon's MP, I will do my best to ensure that as we work together in this House to prevent one further death from gun violence, we will honour hunting as a way of life. It's the true Canadian thing to do.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, today I am excited to welcome a delegation of students and teachers from Jean Nicolet Elementary School in my riding of Bourassa who are visiting Ottawa today. Every year, teacher Caroline François organizes an election campaign with her students to teach them how our democratic system works. This year, I swore in Prime Minister Youssef Jafari, Deputy Prime Minister Alexis Garcia-Briones, Minister of Justice James Lee Cassius, Minister of Sports and Recreation Francesca Joyce Ketcha, Minister of Environment and Social Solidarity Annie Mabel Arvelo Joaquim, Minister of Arts and Communication Lina Dib, and Minister of Public Service and Auditor General Mirbel Saint-Nilnor. My best wishes to this new cabinet of ministers starting their mandate in 6th grade. Mr. Speaker, my succession is in good hands. Congratulations to their teacher, and thank you for accepting my invitation.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, our conservative tough-on-crime laws have been systematically stripped away by these Liberals, letting violent criminals back on the street instead of in jail where they belong. The results are tragic. The Toronto Police report shootings in 2019 skyrocketed over 400% to 492 shootings from 117 in 2014. In 2014, murders in Toronto were 76, but in 2019, under these Liberals, Toronto suffered a staggering 240 murders. The Liberal approach has seen violent crime increase 32% since a Prime Minister took office, and gang-related homicides have increased a whopping 92%. The NDP Liberal Soft on Crime Coalition has made life easier for violent criminals, and they have failed to stop the flow of illegal guns across our border. Instead, Liberals are targeting duck hunters, farmers, and sport shooters, while the revolving door justice system is putting gang members back on the street where they continue to terrorize our communities. This is bad public policy, which only the ducks, deer, and clay pigeons support.
Hear, hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
I rise today to recognize Caitlin and Megan Rogers on recently being named the 2023 Easter Seals Ambassadors for Prince Edward Island. Caitlin and Megan were born with cerebral palsy and are 10-year-old twins who attend Elliott River Elementary School in my home community of Cornwall. Their appointment is also significant as it marks the first time PEI has ever had 2 Easter Seals ambassadors. I'm personally excited for Caitlin and Megan as new ambassadors and their motto, believe in yourself and don't give up. In congratulating Caitlin and Megan, I congratulate their proud parents, Kevin and Andrea Rogers. I look forward to the following, the 2023 Easter Seals campaign, and seeing Caitlin and Megan's great advocacy work on behalf of all Islanders with disabilities. I would also like to thank outgoing Ambassador Veda Matheson for her 3 years in the role spanning the course of the pandemic. While the pandemic introduced challenges to the traditional Easter Seals campaign, Veda's dedication and commitment has been evident throughout her time in the role. Congratulations to all for what you are doing to bring more awareness to people with disabilities.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, it's almost Christmas, and so permit me to share a dream that I have, a dream that there will be more housing cooperatives for families, singles, and seniors, social housing for students or people with disabilities, homes for the homeless, for First Nations peoples, and for our veterans. I would also wish for more projects like L'Appart à Moi, which allows people living with Down syndrome and intellectual disabilities to live in apartments. The tenants of this organization from my writing are here today. Thank you, Marie-Claude, Marc, Valérie, Chloé, Mylène, Nadia, David, Etienne, Raphael, and the entire team of L'Appart à Moi for sharing my vision of a more just and united world. Thank you all for allowing us to dream of a world where everyone has the right to the greatest justice, a warm, safe, and affordable home.
The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, everything this Liberal government touches is broken. There's a backlog of 2.6 million people stuck waiting for an answer from Canada, with 57% of those files beyond the processing time set by the government. Frustrating. Toronto's Pearson Airport is ranked as the most delayed airport in the world. Embarrassing. And in the GTA, food bank use was 60,000 people per month before the pandemic, 120,000 people per month during the pandemic, and yet now it's over 182,000 people per month because of the inflationary policies of this government. Alarming. Mr. Speaker, everything is broken. These are just 3 examples. I could easily give 30. Canadians expect better. Conservatives, under our new leader, stand ready to fix it and give Canadians the competent government they need and deserve.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Penant. The excellence of our Laval businesses and entrepreneurs never ceases to amaze me, and I'm very proud to congratulate 5 businesses in my riding that stood out at the Dunami Awards ceremony organized by the Laval Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Recognizing the involvement and contribution of the development of the business community, the Dunami Prize was awarded in the following categories to these local businesses. Les Champignons, ingenious family business in the startup category. Bravo Annie, Peter, William, and Brandon. José Tufort of Axiomatech in the Business Personality of 40 Years and Over category, Ferme Jeune au Travail in the Social Economy category, Direct Impact Solutions, Inc. in the Export category, and Fondation Cité de la Santé in the Grand Prix Recognition category. Congratulations for your perseverance, your entrepreneurial spirit and resilience, and congratulations to all the finalists. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, Lindsay Ford, a children's book writer and illustrator in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, continues to entertain with fun and engaging books. Her latest book, titled How Do You Eat an Elephant?, is the story of a child starting at a new school and feeling overwhelmed, yet overcoming these challenges one small win at a time. These stories grab the attention of all ages, addressing important issues and highlighting local characters. How can you not be entertained by a book like The Granny That Never Got Old, or another titled Howard, a story about Vancouver Island's giant gnome? The book Tommy Tutu is inspired by a true story as well. Wearing a pink tutu to school, the main character navigates staying true to self while overcoming challenges around social norms and bullying. Please remember to support the wealth of local talent we have in our ridings. It's books like these that brings us together, celebrates diversity, all the while teaching important lessons. What a wonderful gift this is.
The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I salute the choice of the National Assembly of Quebec, which is the only national parliament of Quebecers, and which in one single voice is denouncing the oath to the King. And I salute the members of the Parti Québécois and the fact that the government is acting at the same time as the English the debate moderator from the previous election has been sanctioned for the way that she ran the debate. Mr. Speaker, apparently, we are considered to be racist to the extent that we and yet Canada refuses to celebrate the centenary of Jean-Paul Riopelle. So, Mr. Speaker, I would propose that you give us back Riopelle's art, and we will organize a luminous centenary. And as we renounce the oath to the King, we can also renounce the monarchy. Instead of being a conquered people, let us be good neighbours. Mr. Speaker, long live Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Recent Auditor General reports expose what appears to be a competition among the Liberal cabinet on who can be the most incompetent. Billions spent by the housing minister with no clue on who they were housing. Indigenous services paying out hundreds of millions for remediation because they repeatedly ignored calls to fix infrastructure. Natural Resources Environment Canada using fake data and made-up technology to bolster their hydrogen strategy. Now, you think things cannot get any worse for this competition, but along comes the Minister of the CRA, NESTC saying, hold my beer. $27 billion at a bare minimum paid out to ineligible corporations. $4 billion paid out to ineligible individuals, including prisoners, people outside of Canada, and also the dead. Liberal cabinet ministers should compete on serving Canadians better, not competing on who can waste more Canadian taxpayers' dollars.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked 33 years since the horrific day that shocked Canadians across the country. The day that 14 bright young women were separated from the rest of their class and shot to their death because they were women.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say that misogyny and femicide is behind us, but unfortunately that is not the case. As today is one of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, I would like to highlight our current situation.
Killed in Canada every 2.5 days. In 2021, 173 women were killed at the hands of men in this country. And so far in 2022, 14 women have been killed in the province of Quebec alone.
We must all work together, the government, the provinces and territories, municipalities, schools, parents, to make Canada a safer place for all Canadians and end gender-based violence. We will always remember these 14 souls who were taken away from us December 6, 1989. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians once again are struck by an increase in interest rates imposed by the Bank of Canada, but caused by inflationist deficits from this government. Even the Governor for the Bank of Canada stated that deficits increase inflation and therefore interest rates. For a family that bought an average house with an average mortgage, that represents $10,000 more every year in interest rates. The more the government spends, the more Canadians pay. When will the government finally stop spending so that the Canadians can save some more money? Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Canada is an independent arm's-length institution. Canadians are living through difficult times. Investments we have made for Canadians has caused inflation, some people say. Stephen Polo's former governor stated that our investments actually stopped deflation. This leader of the opposition has the opportunity to support Canadians over the next hour by approving C-32 in order to help people through the full economic statement.
Well, Canadians were hit with another interest rate uppercut today. After inflationary deficits by this Liberal government are driving up inflation and interest rates. The Governor of the Bank of Canada has even said these deficits are driving the higher costs. One mother told the CBC that she signed into a 1.9% mortgage variable rate because she believed the government that rates would be low for long. And now she says, I punched myself on that decision. Why did I listen to these people? Mr. Speaker, how is this mother going to pay the extra $1,000 a month in mortgage payments that they're putting on her back?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be careful if I were the member opposite asking people who's listening to whose advice when his idea to hedge on inflation was to go buy crypto. Shame on that advice. Irresponsible, not appropriate. Mr. Speaker, we are going to eliminate interest on student loans and apprentice loans. We're going to make it more affordable to buy a house. We're going to get workers the money they need faster, Mr. Speaker. In 1 hour, the Conservative chorus can sing with us and support Canadians, or they can do what they've always done and voted against.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah, we're singing from a very different song sheet than this inflationary government, Mr. Speaker. But you know who else is singing from a different song sheet? The Liberal MP for the Yukon. He's confirmed what Conservatives have been saying all along. He says, I'm not happy with this gun bill, and I'm not in a position to support this bill at this moment with those amendments in play. This is really upsetting. Many, many Yukoners regularly hunt, either as a source of food or for recreational aspects of hunting. Mr. Speaker, even their own backbench are getting the message. Canadians don't want to ban hunters, they want to stop criminals. Will the government get the message?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, and we are doing precisely that, including some of the provisions within the project of law C-21, which will give additional tools to police, including raising maximum sentences to go after hardened gun traffickers, including $450 million to bolster the resources for CBSA to allow them to build on the record number of illegal gun seizures. Those were provisions that the Conservatives either voted against or filibustered. And if the Conservatives were serious about protecting our communities from gun violence, then they would reverse their position, support these measures so we can go after the criminals who've been terrorizing our communities for far too long with guns. Thank you.
Leader of the Opposition.
This Liberal government has granted a contract to a China-linked company to provide technology, anti-spying technology. But the issue is that the owner of this company is criminally accused of 21 different crimes in the United States of America linked to espionage itself. So how can the government possibly make the decision of hiring someone who is criminally accused of espionage in order to stop espionage in our police forces? The Honourable Minister for Public Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are aware of the concerns with regards to the RCMP contract with Sinclair Technologies, and our government is studying this. This company has solid experience in the matter. It provides services based on requirements established by the different departments. We will take all measures necessary to protect our infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, that answer was encrypted with bureaucraties. Maybe that would be a better way to protect our internal communications. But instead, the government came up with a different plan. What they've done is they've given a contract to a company that's supposed to protect the RCMP from eavesdropping, and that company is owned by another company that's charged with 21 espionage offenses in the United States of America. How on God's green earth did this government think it was a good idea to give a company accused of espionage the control of our anti-espionage technology?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we put in place rigorous processes to screen for national security concerns when it comes to awarding contracts, Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure my colleague that we are looking very, very carefully at the way in which our independent public servants screen this particular contract. I share the member's concern. I think we can all agree that it's important to protect our national security, which is why we cracked down on foreign funding, Mr. Speaker, which is why we struck 2 independent, nonpartisan panels to confirm the integrity of our democratic institutions, including our elections in 2019-21. What's the distinction? We did these things that Conservatives did not.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie.
Well, for the first half. I don't like the way this one's starting, so I'm going to ask you just kind of keep your comments down, please.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. This is the story of a guy who listens to the radio in his car and hears on the news that a dangerous driver is driving in the opposite direction of traffic and shouts to his radio. There's not just one, there's at least 100, unable to realise that he himself is the dangerous driver. Now that's the story. And now the government of Canada is behaving exactly like him. Quebec, the provinces and now medical associations are asking the federal government to increase health funding. When will the government start driving in the direction of traffic and increase transfers?
House Leader.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is essential to protect our healthcare system, and we are absolutely assured that we will continue to work on the matter. It is essential it's essential for us to protect our healthcare system, and that is the reason for which we continue to invest in our healthcare system. We will continue to do so every single day, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The physicians' associations are asking for an increase in federal health funding, and they haven't received one. This is a classic example, Mr. Speaker. We've been going through this for years. Ottawa says it is cooperating, but it is not true. There is absolutely no cooperation. Everyone knows that Quebec's healthcare system is underfunded by the federal government, but Ottawa is still withholding money. Everyone knows that Ottawa knows absolutely nothing about the healthcare system, but they still want to impose standards. Mr. Speaker, patients don't need pedagogues or teachers, they need caregivers. When will the government finally increase transfers? The Honourable Minister for Mental Health. Mr. Speaker, for a long time we have been working with provinces and territories, not only to provide funding, but also to make sure that there is a national vision for healthcare and systems that meet the needs of Canadians. Since the very beginning of the pandemic, our government has invested more than $72 billion over the pandemic in order to protect the healthcare of Canadians. We will increase Canada Health transfers by 10% in March 2023, on top of the 5% announced recently.
Or Burnaby South.
Bank of Canada announced another interest rate increase today, and it's going to mean a lot of pain for Canadian families. With the increase in interest rates, we know that many families are going to see an increase in their mortgage payments of over $1,000. $1,000 is not something that most Canadian families can afford to pay in addition to their budgets that they're dealing with right now. So far, the approach to the inflation has been to put more and more pressure on the backs of Canadians. So when will this Prime Minister find a way to tackle the inflation that doesn't create pain for workers, that actually provides them the support and respect they need?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party knows, the Bank of Canada is an independent institution that has been tasked since December of last year to get inflation back down to 2%. Mr. Speaker, the bank is doing their job. We're doing our job, which making sure that we have the fiscal firepower to face what's going to come, but also, Mr. Speaker, to invest in Canadians, to support the Canadians who need it the most. That's why we're helping Canadians to buy a new home. We're advancing the payments for workers' benefits, and we're also making sure that student loan interest gets removed forever. Mr. Speaker, this is the right thing to do. It's the responsible thing to do. It's why we hope that all parties vote with us on C-32 today.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Bank of Canada should not be to create more pain for Canadians, and this government should find a way to reduce that pain and step up for them. Le debt consommateur.
Consumer debt has increased by 8% this year compared to last year. These are difficult times, and the fact that consumer debts are this high, this is because of interest rates, but also because of cost of living that is increasing. Once again, the pressure is on the shoulders of workers. When will this government finally tackle inflation in a way that puts less pressure on the shoulders of workers? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we greatly respect the work of workers throughout the country in their aim to build a more prosperous Canada. Canadians are living difficult times in this global inflation crisis. That is the reason for which the Bank of Canada is arm's length and independent. They aim to reduce inflation to 2%. We want to make sure that Canadians have money in their pockets when they need it. That is the reason for which it is essential that every member in this House today votes for supports for Canadians and support us in voting for C-32.
In Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, the wasteful spending of this Liberal government knows no bounds. Yesterday, we found out that the Liberals paid out billions of dollars, billions in COVID payments to people who were ineligible. Rather than accepting their mistake, they imply that the Auditor General cannot be trusted. But it's Liberal waste that is causing the cost of living crisis in this country. When will this Prime Minister take the responsibility, stop the inflationary spending so Canadians can put food on their tables and heat their homes?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Employment.
We are very proud that the Auditor General confirmed that the emergency measures reached their goals of getting money into the hands of Canadians quickly, of making sure that Canadians could stay home safely and avoiding significant social and economic crisis. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General also found that it got money to the people who needed it most, low-income workers, the most vulnerable populations, and we won't apologize for that.
There for Kings. The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, everybody in this House agrees that COVID supports were necessary. We are talking about wasteful spending. This is about the abject failure of this government to manage COVID supports and ensure that the people who needed it received it. Instead, they sent checks to dead people and to people in prison. This government has wasted and mismanaged billions of dollars. Now Canadians are footing the bill with inflation and are worried about how they are going to survive. When will this Liberal government give Canadians a break?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, everyone in this House also agreed that we needed to get money to Canadians quickly, that we needed to do it through an attestation-based approach, and that we needed to verify eligibility at the back end. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Yesterday, the Auditor General tabled a damning report finding $32 billion, with a B, dollars of waste. The Liberals borrowed and printed cash so they could give CERB checks to prisoners, non-residents, and paid civil servants. The minister tried to cover up her incompetence by then bludgeoning the Auditor General on her integrity
Conservatives believe in hope. With the huge increase today in interest rate hikes, when will the Prime Minister stop hurting Canadians and attacking those who tell the truth about their waste?
The Honourable Minister for National Revenue, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Auditor General and all of her team for the important work with the tabling of the report yesterday. I have a lot of respect for the Auditor General, especially for her independence. As we've already said, we appreciate the fact that she confirmed that our COVID benefits were effective and efficient, and we won't let ourselves be distracted, Mr. Speaker. Canadians gave us a clear mandate, and we'll continue to be here to support them. And I would ask my colleagues from across the way, Mr. Speaker, by the way, to do the right thing and vote for C32 this afternoon.
Honourable Député, the Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, you don't get to pick and choose out of the report. She found waste in the billions, and this minister then said that she changed her numbers under pressure from the opposition. Yes, she called her integrity into question. It's shameful. Meals on Wheels in my community had to close because of high food costs and rising gas prices. Volunteers can't afford to deliver meals. $32 billion of government waste is an insult to those who've been stretching those dimes into dollars. Why should the Auditor General, seniors, workers, and the vulnerable pay the price for Liberal waste?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Speaker, the difference between us and the Conservatives is that we start from a place of trust with Canadians. We trust that when Canadians need support, that they can access it. We trust Canadians that when they're in a vulnerable position, that they'll have access to the benefits and the supports that they need. Unlike the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, we start from a place of trust. That's how we're operating with the Canada Dental Benefit, the Canada Housing Benefit, childcare, the doubling of the GST tax credit. When there is need, Mr. Speaker, our government is responding, and we're going to keep doing that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we trust the Auditor General, but the Minister for National Revenue, who is involved in the Auditor General's report, is casting doubts on her integrity. She said that the Auditor General was pressured by the opposition. It wasn't her fault if she found wastage from the government. This is what she said yesterday. The obligation to audit COVID benefits was in a statute which gave us a deadline to provide the information to the clerk. So who makes decisions on acts? It's the government, Mr. Speaker. So why is the minister pressuring the Auditor General in this case? Mr. Speaker, our government has made bold and courageous choices, and we've saved people's lives. We've saved the economy by helping Canadians feed themselves and their families under a safe roof. Mr. Speaker, it was that or chop, chop, chop from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. And I have met organisations in the field, Mr. Speaker, and every single one tells me, well, thank God that the Liberals were in power during the crisis. We will continue to be here to work for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable. The only thing that we're going to chop, chop, chop are Liberal taxes. That's what we'll chop, chop, chop. The Minister receives questions. She insults MPs on a Gaspé radio. She hasn't apologised. When the Auditor General, an independent parliamentary officer, criticises her work, she casts doubts on the Auditor General's integrity. Let us not even think about her irresponsible reference to the Second World War yesterday. Once again, I would like the Minister to do the only honourable thing. Rise and apologise. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, the only thing that this party across the way is good for is repeating what their leader is saying and just saying triple this, triple that, triple that. Perhaps, instead of just singing off the same hymn sheet, perhaps they should talk about real matters, planetary matters, environment, helping Canadians, helping families, helping seniors, protecting the environment. For that, they would actually have to work, and they're incapable of doing so, Mr. Speaker. I would ask them to vote for C32 at least today. The Honourable MP for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, just over a year ago, the government awarded a contract to Sinclair Technologies, a company partly owned by China, to secure the RCMP's communications and the privacy of the Prime Minister. This contract grants a Chinese government-owned company access to the RCMP's secret frequencies. This is like asking Dr. No to design James Bond's gadgets. It's so ridiculous and so irresponsible that we just can't believe it's true. Will the government cancel this contract immediately? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, we have already implemented a very rigorous process to protect ourselves from threats caused by foreign interference, and we are currently closely following the context of this contract. We will continue to make investments. We will continue to grant tools needed to the intelligence and security community to protect all of our institutions, including policing bodies. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, with China's interference in political party financing, spying at Hydro-Quebec, the lab out in Winnipeg, the clandestine police stations, one would have thought that the RCMP would have actually started monitoring Chinese operations in Canada by now. Well, no. Now it's China that will be monitoring the RCMP's operations. 21 espionage charges in the US against this company, and the government does not even do a security check. The contract could have been given to a Boucherville company, but no. It's given to China instead of given to Quebec. Are they doing this on purpose? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government takes threats to Canada from interference very seriously. The RCMP has already acted with an update on a number of threats caused by foreign interference. But on this side of the House, we will continue to offer all the tools necessary for public safety, all tools necessary for intelligence bodies in order to protect all of our democratic institutions. Thank you very much.
Thornhill.
It hasn't even been 2 weeks since the government announced its about-face on China in their Indo-Pacific strategy that we learned that the Liberals awarded a contract for RCMP communications equipment to a company with ties to the government in Beijing. St. Clair Technologies was awarded the contract for a system meant to protect the RCMP's land-based communications from eavesdropping. Here's the problem. St. Clair Technologies' parent company is owned in part by the Chinese government, and it's charged with 21 espionage offenses. There is nothing to review. Will they terminate this contract today? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we are aware of the concerns surrounding the RCMP's contract with Sinclair Technologies, and our government is looking into them and examining all potential options. We do take all measures to ensure the integrity of our infrastructure very, very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Here's an option. Terminate it. They admitted that they didn't take security concerns or St. Clair's ownership into consideration during the bidding process. Worse yet, St. Clair's main competitor for the RCMP contract was a Quebec-based firm called Comprod. They chose made in China instead of made in Canada, and the difference between St. Clair and Comprod was less than $60,000. The U.S. blacklisted St. Clair's parent company last year, and Canada just gave them a contract. So did they really just sell national security for 60 grand?
Wow. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as we've said on a number of occasions, we're obviously looking extremely carefully at the details of how this contract was awarded, but I assure my colleague
The Honourable Minister from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, as I was in the course of explaining to colleagues in this chamber, of course, we're extremely concerned with the revelations around this contract, which is why we're reviewing it very carefully. And obviously, we put in place very rigorous protocols to guard against any threats to national security. Those are protocols that this government continues to reinforce with additional supports for law enforcement, additional supports for national security, additional supports to make sure that we're protecting all of our democratic institutions, including the critical infrastructure that supports our police. Thank you.
Before going on, I just want to remind the honourable members, when they shout out something and it's very clear to the Speaker that it's not parliamentary, and I won't call anyone out, but I just want to put it out there that the next time I hear something like that, I'm going to have to call the person out, and nobody wants to be embarrassed in front of their peers and their constituents who put them here. Hopefully, they'll be proud of their members who are here because they're being civil to each other.
The Honourable Member for Charles-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, in what kind of country does the Prime Minister allow the Chinese Communist regime access to its most secret files? The answer? In Canada, of course. 2 years ago, this Prime Minister awarded a contract to a company with close ties to the Chinese government for machines in our embassy. Luckily, that was stopped. And today, we've learned that this very same Prime Minister has awarded another contract for electric components that with ties to the Chinese Communist regime for RCMP communications systems, where security has to be ironclad. Why did the Prime Minister open the doors to the Chinese Communist regime? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, same question, same answer. We have independent public servants who will be examining this contract in particular. That has to do with the RCMP. What is more important is that all MPs in this House understand that we have made investments to grant tools necessary for public safety for our democratic institutions. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charles-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we have a major problem here in Canada. 2 years ago, the NATEC file was closed. Recommendations stated that all purchases had to be stopped with companies that had direct links to the CCP. So why are we here today with a new contract with the Chinese Communist regime, especially with regards to such important communication infrastructure for the RCMP? Does this government actually make decisions, or does everyone just do what they want?
Mr. Speaker, and of course, as my colleague have said, and I've said as well, we're taking these concerns extremely seriously. We're looking at all options, we're reviewing processes, and our concerns are with you on this particular issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
The Alberta Children's Hospital is operating at over 120%, Mr. Speaker. Children's hospital staff are being overwhelmed. And as emergency rooms fill up, families are forced to wait outside in trailers to get the care they need. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. This government points fingers at everyone else and letting Premier Smith do whatever she wants to our public healthcare system. Canadians are fed up being told that it's someone else's problem. When will this government do its job and uphold the Canada Health Act?
The Honourable Minister of Health, or Mental Health.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Health Act is one of the most important emblems of our country and the access to publicly funded quality health care. It is extraordinarily important that we all do our part to help all of the pediatric institutions by doing what has been asked by public health, washing our hands, keep a distance, wear a mask when you're in crowded indoor spaces, and for us to be able to work with provinces and territories on the health human resources crisis and on the adequate funding as we go forward.
The Honourable Member for London, Fanshawe.
Well, that answer was not enough from this minister. There is an influx of sick kids in Ontario, and parents are panicked. Canada's healthcare system is in a state of crisis this Prime Minister can't ignore any longer. CHEO is calling in the Red Cross to help. Kingston Health Sciences is taking kids from Hamilton and London as their children's hospitals are overrun and understaffed. Conservative premiers are gutting healthcare, and this government is allowing it to happen. What will it take for this government to finally sit down with the provinces and provide the funding needed so sick kids can get the care they need?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are worried, as are the parents of kids across this country, and our hearts are with them. But we all have to do everything we can do to keep people well and to observe the public health measures by the public health authorities. Our government has a long track record of working with provinces and territories not only to provide the funding, but to ensure the national vision for health care that delivers for Canadians. Our government has made significant investments to support health systems, $72 billion over the course of the pandemic. We will increase the Canada Health Transfer by 10% in March, as we increased it by 5%.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, we know that persons with disabilities are disproportionately underrepresented in the labour force and face a range of physical, attitudinal, and institutional barriers that prevent access to the workforce. That's why our government is taking action to increase accessibility and inclusion in Canadian businesses and workplaces. Yesterday, the Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion announced the creation of a Disability Inclusion Business Council. Can the Minister please share with this House more information about the Council?
The Honourable Minister for Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the member for Whitby, for this important question. The creation of the Disability Inclusion Business Council marks a significant step towards prioritizing accessibility and disability inclusion in the workplace. The Council is comprised of business leaders from across Canada who are dedicated to promoting disability inclusion in their workplaces. Through this joint effort, Mr. Speaker, we're working to ensure that Canadians with disabilities can fully participate in the workforce and we can benefit from their innovation and creativity and hard work.
Honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have been saying for weeks that the Liberal government is going after the tools used by hunters and farmers with Bill C-21, but the Liberals called it fear-mongering, misinformation. It's not a hunting rifle ban, they say. But the Liberal MP for Yukon has publicly said that he will vote against Bill C-21. He agrees with Conservatives on this, Mr. Speaker. And I know there are many, many more rural and northern Liberal MPs who agree with us as well. So who's spreading misinformation? Is it the Prime Minister or his rural MPs, Mr. Speaker? Who's lying?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the answer is the Conservatives are. And the reason is that we've been consistent all along that we are not targeting law-abiding gun owners. We are not targeting those guns which are commonly used for hunting. Rather, we are targeting those guns which have been used in some of the worst mass shootings in this country's history, including Polytechnique, where yesterday, me, the Prime Minister, a number of other colleagues were able to grieve and stand in solidarity with those victims from Poly. And I think we need to be united behind the cause of doing better in honor of the legacy of those victims, and that's precisely what Bill C-21 would do. It's high time for the Conservatives to reverse their position and support that bill. Thank you.
Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, the amendments to Bill C-21 have caused great concern in Newfoundland and Labrador. Many in my province are avid hunters, either for sport or to put food on the table. This past year, 28,000 of the nearly 70,000 law-abiding gun owners hunted moose back home. So I'd like to know if the Liberal MPs from Newfoundland and Labrador will take the same stand as the Liberal MP from the Yukon. Yes or no?
You're here. The Honourable Minister for
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague and many of us that our government will fully support respectful, law-abiding hunters, those that hunt traditionally, as they do in my province of Newfoundland and Labrador, Indigenous hunters, sports hunters, and target shooters as well, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, yesterday we all stood in this House and recognized the École Polytechnique, a tragedy that happened 33 years ago. We all need to work together to make sure assault-style weapons stay out of our country, and that's what we are going to do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, when I asked the Liberal firearms expert Murray Smith at committee if hunting rifles would be banned as a result of Bill C-21, he answered, yes. Since then, we have heard from thousands of law-abiding firearms owners and hunters across Canada. They are rightfully angry at this Prime Minister for giving them misinformation about his Liberal plan to ban hunting rifles and shotguns. But my question today, Mr. Speaker, isn't to the Prime Minister. It's to all the rural Liberal MPs across the way. Will they stand up for their law-abiding firearms owners and hunters today, or bow to this out-of-control Prime Minister?
L'honorable ministre des Sports.
Je suis une fière députée d'un comté rural. Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud representative of a beautiful riding with many hunters who enjoy practicing this sport. And this government does not intend to prevent hunters or Indigenous people from practicing this as a sport or a tradition. We will collaborate with all members in this House to ensure that the bill reaches its goal, eliminating handguns, and assault weapons that caused massacres like those at the Mosque of Quebec City and the Polytechnique massacre. The honourable member for Beauce. Well, I hope I'll get an answer to my question, Mr. Speaker. But once again, this government showed that it has its priorities all wrong with Bill C-21 and the amendment to it. Hunters and farmers in my riding are very concerned about their capacity to put food on the table and especially protect their cattle from predators and other threats. When will the government stop targeting law-abiding weapons owners and finally do something about weapons traffickers?
Le ministre national.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that in hunting season in Gaspésie, there are a lot of people out in the woods. Hunters hunt for moose and deer. They're not out there to wage war on deer and moose. Their goal, my father was a butcher, and the goal is to produce meat. So I hope our colleagues will support this bill. The honourable member for Drummond.
I'd like to invite the honourable members to look to their whips and maybe listen to them. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, 2023 is the 100th birthday of Jean-Paul Riobel, one of the greatest Quebec artists with remarkable importance in our history. But according to the National Art Gallery, he's an old white male artist. And according to La Presse, the director of the museum did everything she could to prevent there from being an exhibition in his honor. Can the minister tell us when his government decided to exclude art from the mission of the National Art Gallery? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague, who I'm very fond of, is a bit off base here. Of course, we are going to celebrate Riopel. He is a giant, one of the greatest artists that has ever appeared among us, both here in Canada and in France and elsewhere in the world. The government has been there to celebrate the 100th anniversary of his birth, and we will continue to be there to celebrate that incredible artist. The honourable member for Drummond. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to hear that. So perhaps the minister is going to do something to end this nonsense. Because if he doesn't do anything about the National Arts Gallery debacle, well, it means either he approves or the gallery is obeying his directions. Because ultimately the museum is making this into a tool of ideological propaganda rather than making the museum a place to preserve art. And it's like that everywhere right now. We're seeing it everywhere. The National Film Board, the Arts Council. The CRTC is becoming a censor, as we saw earlier this year. So when will this minister stop being a minister of propaganda and instead be a true minister of Canadian heritage? The Honourable Minister of Heritage.
Minister of Propaganda.
Well, Minister of Propaganda, I'm wounded, Mr. Speaker. These are strong words from my colleague. And I would like to assure him that we will be there to celebrate Jean-Paul Riopel, who, as I said before, is a giant standing among our artists. I have been to various exhibitions of Riopel's works, and I would invite my colleagues to do the same. We will be there to celebrate Jean-Paul Riopel.
Well, member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, Christmas is coming, a time for holiday cheer and warmth. Only the Liberal carbon tax is leaving Canadians out in the cold. Seniors and those on fixed incomes, they're struggling, having to choose between buying groceries or heating their homes. Moms having to choose between putting their kids in dance class or paying the home heating bill. Mr. Speaker, this isn't fair. Will this Liberal government have some compassion for these Canadians and stop with their failed carbon tax on Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
We recognize challenges that seniors are facing, and that's precisely why we have been there for them, delivering for them, whether it was the increase to the guaranteed income supplement. That has helped over 900,000 seniors, Mr. Speaker. That has lifted 45,000 seniors out of poverty, or the fact that we move forward on increasing the old age security by 10% for those 75 and over, Mr. Speaker, or the fact that we doubled the GST credit, Mr. Speaker, or providing dental and rental support. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're going to continue to deliver for seniors and all Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that answer just proves that the Liberals are completely out of touch with reality. The reality is the vast majority of Canadians won't see a cent from those programs that they've announced. We're talking about the basic necessities of life. Poor Liberal policy and reckless inflationary spending is going to cost Canadians an extra $1,000 on their groceries next year. That's an over 10% increase on food prices. A family of four is going to be paying more than $16,000 next year on groceries alone. So will this government give Canadians a break and axe the carbon tax?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And all of us on all sides of the House are concerned about the affordability challenges of Canadian families, except on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we're actually doing something about it. The Conservatives can redeem themselves in just a few short minutes, Mr. Speaker, by voting for Bill C-32. And, Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member will know, as the price on pollution increases, so does the climate rebate. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the honourable leader of the opposition doesn't support that. He supports investing in cryptocurrency. Canadians are losing their shirt, Mr. Speaker, and that's very unfortunate.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what the Liberals are doing. They're forcing Canadians to the food bank. According to the food price report, by 2030, a 5,000-acre farm will pay more than $150,000 in carbon taxes. Wow. Let me be clear. That will destroy the economic viability of the family farm. Dr. Sylvain Charlebois already said we are losing family farms because of the carbon tax. Right. This is putting our food security at risk. Will the Prime Minister cancel his carbon tax on food production, or is the Liberal goal simply to bankrupt Canadian farmers and force Canadians to the food bank?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
I'd remind the honourable member that climate change is putting the family farm at risk. After Hurricane Fiona, I have visited farms in my community that have had silos turned down, have had their crops destroyed, and are continuing to feel the financial pinch just as we head into the Christmas season. Mr. Speaker, I'd further point out that the Conservatives talk a big game when it comes to affordability, but they voted against our measures to put more money in the pockets of seniors, to help with the cost of housing. They opposed the Canada Child Benefit, and their leader hosted a press conference to call the programs we put in place during the pandemic big fat government programs that Conservatives wouldn't support. We're going to continue to be there for families. I hope Conservatives will finally put their money where their mouth is and join us.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, with the increase in the cost of living, students and new graduates are having trouble making ends meet. They represent the future of this country. We need to support them. They have expressed their concerns about the increase in the cost of living. Can the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance tell this House what the government is doing to help students and new graduates? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle for her question and hard work. With the increase in the cost of living, our government has quickly taken action to support Canadians who need it most. We will continue to offer these supports, as we did in our fall economic statement and in Bill C-32, including eliminating interest on student loans. That will help students, that will help new graduates. We will ensure that Canadians continue to have money in their pockets. the Conservatives can support us in that in an hour by supporting Bill C-32.
Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's $2 billion worth of waste with respect to vaccines. This Liberal government would want you to believe that tracking these vaccines and their expiration dates is extremely difficult because it's not been done before. In reality, Mr. Speaker, quite obviously, thousands of businesses track their inventory every day. Once again, this government of inaction has failed Canadians. They're incapable of managing passports, they're incapable of managing border crossings, and they certainly cannot balance a budget. Will the Liberal Prime Minister stand up and admit that his wasteful government is driving up prices for home heating, gas, and groceries for all Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the important question, but there's one thing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say. There's nothing more important in protecting the health and safety of Canadians, and that's what we did as a government, Mr. Speaker. When we started in government, the fill and finish capacity at the beginning of the COVID was around 30 million doses. Thanks to the investments we have attracted in this country, Mr. Speaker, now we can produce and fill and finish more than 600 million doses in case anything would happen. We did not choose the pandemic. We won't choose if there's another one, but we choose to be better prepared on behalf of Canadians.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
$52 billion in new inflationary spending, $500 billion in deficits in just 2 years. Yesterday, the Auditor General reported that $32 billion in overpayments and suspicious payments just went out the door. The Governor of the Bank of Canada said that if Liberal spending had been less, inflation would have been lower. And today, interest rates went up by another 0.5%. Unbelievable. This Prime Minister's big spending is now hurting Canadians. Will he stop the spending, stop the waste, and get inflation under control finally?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I would direct my honourable colleague to a Scotiabank report that says very clearly how our investments in the pandemic had no effect on inflation. In fact, Mr. Speaker, let's look at the AG's report. Mr. Speaker, we found that the COVID-19 programs achieved their objective to help Canada avoid a more severe contraction of the economy and the social consequences of a significant increase in poverty. The financial supports allowed the economy to rebound and return to its pre-pandemic level. That's the job of a government, Mr. Speaker. That's what we did. They don't like it, but Canadians sure do.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, the job of the government is to make sure it's affordable for Canadians to pay for the essentials of life. It's the job of the government to make sure that the price of groceries don't rise by $1,100 next year. It's the job of a government to make sure that you're not forcing Canadians to make that choice between heating their home and eating. And yet yesterday we hear the Auditor General talk about $4.6 billion going out to ineligible recipients. Mr. Speaker, will this Liberal government stop their inflationary spending so that Canadians can afford to put gas in their tanks and food on their tables and heat their homes?
The Honourable Minister for Family.
Mr. Speaker, actions actually speak louder than words. And when Canadians needed us, and as they continue to need us, we have been there for Canadians. 9 million Canadians at the height of the pandemic accessed CERB. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives actually supported putting CERB out there because we came together as a country. Unfortunately, as we're going through the recovery, the Conservatives have voted against every single measure we have put forward to help Canadians. And let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. On last Thursday, we opened the Canada Dental Benefit. Over 35,000 Canadians have already applied. We're there helping kids, helping Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The news out of Winnipeg is horrific. We know that Indigenous communities across this country are reeling. Indigenous leaders have laid forth a path to save lives in the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls and Two-Spirits Commission, which calls for specific steps to be taken. Now, every day of inaction means more lives are needlessly lost. Right. So when will this Prime Minister take this genocidal violence against Indigenous women seriously and put in place real action to save lives?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for that question, and let me be clear, it is a serious issue in Canada.
Indigenous women are 12 times more likely to go missing and murdered, and that is why our government has invested $2.2 billion to addressing this situation. In fact, in Winnipeg alone, for the Manitoba Indigenous women, 2S LGBTQ, just recently we made an announcement of $8.4 million for those supports. We're going to continue to work forward. We know that there's more work to be done, and we're going to work with the member opposite to make sure we get that done.
The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has expertise and talent to become a leader in electric vehicle manufacturing. Can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry update this House on the work our government is doing to secure Canadian jobs and attract important investments in the sector?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Brampton Centre for an excellent question, Mr. Speaker. Actually, we attracted a record number of investments. In fact, Bloomberg ranked Canada second in the world now for its battery ecosystem. And more recently, Mr. Speaker, while I was in Germany, we signed a renewed MOU with Volkswagen at a time where they said that they were considering Canada for their first battery cell manufacturing plant in North America, Mr. Speaker. This is good news for workers. This is good news for economy. This is good news for Canada, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week new charges were laid in the murders of 4 more Indigenous women. Indigenous women and girls are 12 times more likely to be murdered or go missing than other women and girls across the country. This is an ongoing genocide, and we need urgent action from all levels of government to keep Indigenous women safe. Will the minister commit to doing what the member for Winnipeg Centre and other Indigenous leaders have called for, providing immediate funds and resources to end this cycle of violence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member opposite for that question, and it's a serious question. I want to get to it, but I also want to acknowledge all of the Chiefs, Proxy, and First Nations community members that I've seen in the galleries that are attending the Assembly of First Nations Special Chiefs Assembly. We appreciate your advocacy. We know these are serious issues. You have a partner in our government, and we will make sure that while the progress is slow, that we're going to make sure that $2.2 billion goes to support Indigenous women across this country so that they can feel safe as just every other person in this country.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Terrebonne is rising on a point of order. And then, Mr. Speaker, there has been consultation amongst the parties, and I think you will find that there is unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House reaffirm its full trust in the Auditor General and the importance of her independent work, and highlights the quality of the information and reports which are provided to Parliament. All those who oppose the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay.
Okay, d'accord.
All right, the House has heard the terms of the motion. All those who oppose the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
The honourable member for Regina Capel is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And there have been consultations among the various House leaders, and I do hope you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. Whereas protesters in China who are fighting for basic human rights and freedoms have been using an airdrop features on iPhones to avoid government censors, and whereas Apple has announced its decision to disable that feature solely for phones in China, and whereas such a move will make it more difficult for the protesters to avoid the authoritarian restrictions on communications, and whereas other tech giants like Google have long collaborated with the Chinese regime in its policies to control online content and communication, therefore this House condemn the decision by Apple and other tech giants for their complicity in the crackdown against peaceful protesters in China.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried.
If I could have your attention, please. The Speaker would like to discuss an incident which took place yesterday concerning possible non-parliamentary language outside of question period, and comments made under Standing Order 67-1, and raised in a point of order by the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. The Speaker has verified, answered, and certain comments which were heard were indeed at the limits of good taste.
The Chair is cognizant that the fall sittings are nearing their end, and the 5 weeks consecutive sitting can take their toll. Nevertheless, I ask all members to be judicious in their choice of words that they use on or off the record.
As Speaker, it is my duty to maintain order and decorum in this House. But it is up to you, elected members of this House, to show respect for one another. We must work together to maintain the dignity of this great institution that we serve on behalf of all Canadians. I thank the honourable members for their attention, and all Canadians as well for their attention. It being 3:18, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at report stage of Bill C-32. Call in the members.
Yeah.
The question is on motion number 1.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, seconded by Mr. Liepert, moved that Bill C-32 be amended by deleting the short title.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kamich.
Mr. Kamich.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Findley.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Ms. Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo,
Mr. Caputo,
Mr. Arnold,
Mr. Arnold,
Monsieur Brassard,
Monsieur Brassard,
Mr. Maguire,
Mr. Maguire,
Ms. Rempel-Garner,
Ms. Rempel-Garner,
Mr. Cram,
Mr. Cram,
Mr. Dreesen,
Mr. Dreesen,
Mr. Couric,
Mr. Couric,
Mr. Nader,
Mr. Nater,
Mr. Muse,
Mr. Muse,
Mr. Brock,
Mr. Brock,
Mr. Shipley,
Mr. Shipley,
Mr. Morant,
Mr. Morantz,
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West,
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West,
Mr. Falk, Provencher,
Mr. Falk, Provencher,
Monsieur d'Entremont,
Mr. D'Entremont,
Mr. Dowdle,
Mr. Dowdle,
Mr. Dalton,
Mr. Dalton,
Mr. Bragdon,
Mr. Bragdon,
Mr. Epp,
Mr. Epp,
Mr. Mott,
Mr. Motts,
Mrs. Wagenthal,
Mrs. Wagenthal,
Mr. Ruff,
Mr. Ruff,
Mr. Fast,
Mr. Fast,
Mr. Morrison,
Mr. Morrison,
Mr. Patzer,
Mr. Patzer,
Mr. Soroka,
Mr. Soroka.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Qualtrough,
Ms. Qualtrough,
Monsieur Rodriguez,
Monsieur Rodriguez,
Monsieur Boissonneau,
Monsieur Boissonneau,
Ms. Tassi,
Ms. Tassi,
Ms. Jazik,
Ms. Jasic,
Mr. Carr,
Mr. Carr,
Ms. Chagger,
Ms. Chagger,
Mr. Scarpaleggia,
Mr. Scarpaleggia,
Madame Saint-Onge,
Madame Saint-Onge,
Ms. Cara,
Ms. Cara,
Monsieur Vandal,
Mr. Vandal,
Madame Fortier,
Madame Fortier,
Ms. Gould,
Ms. Gould,
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau,
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau,
Ms. Ian,
Miss Ian,
Madame Le Boutillier,
Madame Le Boutillier,
Madame Bibot,
Madame Bibot,
Mr. Casey,
Mr. Casey,
Mr. Dhaliwal,
Mr. Dhaliwal,
Monsieur Dubourg,
Monsieur Dubourg,
Ms. Vandenbeld,
Ms. Vandenbeld,
Mr. Sheehan,
Mr. Sheehan,
Madame Brière,
Madame Brière,
Mr. Biddle,
Mr. Biddle,
Mr. Fillmore,
Mr. Fillmore,
Mrs. Romanato,
Mrs. Romanato,
Mr. Lamoureux,
Mr. Lamoureux,
Ms. Sahota,
Ms. Sahota,
Monsieur Fergus,
Monsieur Fergus,
Mr. Ananda Sangari,
Mr. Ananda Sangari,
Mr. Dogood,
Mr. Dogood,
Monsieur Lauzon,
Monsieur Lauzon,
Madame Lalonde,
Madame Lalonde,
Ms. Dillon,
Ms. Dillon,
Monsieur Elkoury,
Monsieur Elkoury,
Mr. Fonseca,
Mr. Fonseca,
Monsieur Yakano,
Mr. Yakarno,
Mr. Fisher,
Mr. Fisher,
Mr. Kuzmierczuk,
Mr. Kuzmarchuk,
Ms. O'Connell,
Ms. O'Connell,
Mr. Kellaway,
Mr. Callaway,
Mr. May Cambridge,
Mr. May Cambridge,
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East,
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East,
Ms. Suds,
Ms. Suds,
Mr. Badaway,
Mr. Badaway,
Mr. Batiste,
Mr. Baptiste,
Mr. Chang,
Mr. Chang,
Mr. Johari,
Mr. Johari,
Mr. Long,
Mr. Long,
Mr. Longfield,
Mr. Longfield,
Mr. Maloney,
Maloney,
Mr. McDonald Avalon,
Mr. McDonald Avalon,
Mr. McLeod,
Mr. McLeod,
Mr. Sarai,
Mr. Sarai,
Madame Shanahan,
Madame Shanahan,
Mr. Sobara,
Mr. Sorbara,
Madame Zaid,
Madame Zaid,
Mr. Rogers,
Mr. Rogers,
Ms. Yip,
Ms. Yip,
Mr. Aldag,
Mr. Aldag,
Mrs. Atwin,
Mrs. Atwin,
Mr. Dong,
Mr. Dong,
Madame Latanzio,
Madame Latanzio,
Mr. Turnbull,
Mr. Turnbull,
Mr. Van Bynen,
Mr. Van Bynen,
Mr. Weiler,
Mr. Weiler,
Mr. Ali,
Mr. Ali,
Ms. Bradford,
Miss Bradford,
Mr. Chahal,
Mr. Chahal,
Madame Diab,
Madame Diab,
Mr. Gahir,
Mr. Gahir,
Mr. Hanley,
Mr. Hanley,
Ms. Hefner,
Ms. Hefner,
Mr. McDonald Malpeck,
Mr. McDonald Malpeck,
Ms. Taylor Roy,
Taylor Roy,
Mrs. Valdez,
Mrs. Valdez,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Monsieur Bergeron,
Monsieur Bergeron,
Monsieur Garon,
Monsieur Garon,
Monsieur Villemur,
Monsieur Villemur,
Monsieur Thériault,
Monsieur Thériault,
Monsieur Beaulieu,
Monsieur Beaulieu,
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné,
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné,
Monsieur Trudel,
Monsieur Trudel,
Madame Desbiens,
Madame Desbiens,
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca,
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca,
Mr. Julian,
Mr. Julian,
Ms. Kwan,
Miss Kwan,
Mr. Garrison,
Mr. Garrison,
Ms. Blaney,
Miss Blaney,
Ms. Idlout,
Miss Idlout,
Mr. Cannings,
Mr. Cannings,
Mr. Johns,
Mr. Jones,
Mr. McGregor,
Mr. McGregor,
Ms. Gazan,
Miss Gazan,
Ms. Barron,
Miss Barron,
Mr. Backrack,
Mr. Backrack,
Madame Hughes,
Madame Hughes,
Ms. Zarillo,
Miss Cirillo,
Ms. Collins Victoria,
Collins Victoria,
Monsieur Bouleris,
Monsieur Bouleris,
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris. Okay. I missed some.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Madame Lapointe.
Je vote contre.
Madame Lapointe, against, contre.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 105, 105. Nays contre 207, 207.
I declare motion number 1 defeated. Mr. Boissonneau for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Fortier, moves that, may I dispense? Okay, dispense. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we request a recorded vote, and then I believe the Government Whip also has something to add to that.
Okay. Now, the Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting yes.
Here, here.
The Honourable Opposition Whip.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting no.
L'Honourable Whip.
The Honourable Whip for the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc agrees to apply the vote and votes for.
The Honourable Whip for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP agrees to apply the vote and will be voting yes.
The Honourable Leader for the Green Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party agrees to apply the vote and will be voting yes.
And if there are independent members out there who would wish to express their vote, please let me know now. Okay, very good. The table will now compile the votes.
Yeas pour 205, 205. Nays contre 105, 105.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Very good. Very good. Agreed. Conformément à l'ordre adopté le jeudi 23.
Pursuant to the order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Health with regards to the extension of the study of Bill C-224. The Honourable Government Whip. I think that you'll note that there is unanimous consent so that the result of the previous vote is applied to this one. Liberals voting against.
Honourable Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting yay.
Yes, okay, good. L'Honourable.
The Honourable Whip for the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and votes for.
The Honourable Whip for the NDP.
The NDP agrees to apply and will be voting in favour.
The Honourable Leader for the Green Party.
The Green Party agrees to apply the vote and will be also voting in favour. Thank you.
Any independent member wishing to express themselves, please do so now. Very good. Okay, that's good. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 161, 161. Nays contre 149, 149.
I declare the motion carried. Okay, I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Health concerning the extension of time to consider Bill C-252. The Honourable Government Whip is rising.
Monsieur le Président, je crois que vous...
Mr. Speaker, I think that you'll note unanimous consent so that the result of the previous vote be applied to this one, the Liberal MPs voting yea.
The Honourable Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting yes.
The Honourable Whip for the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and votes in favour.
The Honourable Whip for the New Democratic Party.
The New Democrats agree to apply and will be voting in favour.
The Honourable Leader of the Green Party.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party also agrees to apply the vote and will vote for.
If there are any independents who would like to be recognised, please do so now. Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 310, 310. Nays contre, aucun, zéro, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Conformément à la...
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-235 under private members' business.
La question est la...
The question is as follows.
Mr. Carr, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that Bill C-235, an act respecting the building of a green economy in the prairies, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We'll start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Carr.
We'll now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Madame Zaid.
Madame Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Madame Latanzio.
Madame Latanzio.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Fourth row on my right.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmierczuk.
Mr. Kuzmierczuk.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Jauhari.
Mr. Jauhari.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
First row on my right.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those on my left in favor of the motion, please rise. Sixième rangée.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Quatrième rangée, fourth row on my right, on my left.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
First row on my left.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Sixième rangée. Cinquième rangée. Quatrième rangée. Troisième rangée. Deuxième rangée. Première rangée. All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my left.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Findlay.
Ms. Findlay.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
First row on my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Seeing none, the table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 176, 176. Nays contre 137, 137.
I declare the motion carried.
Je désire informer la Chambre que
I wish to inform the House that due to the votes, the recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 32 minutes.
tabling of documents. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 21(1) of the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act, a certified copy of the report of the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission of Newfoundland and Labrador. Conformément à l'article 32.5,
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, this report is deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 20 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of government bills. Okay, Mr. Champagne, seconded by Madame Fortier, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Investment Canada Act. The motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Champagne, as seconded by Madame Fortier, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Ce projet de loi sera-t-il lu une
When will this bill be read a second time?
prochaine séance?
At the next sitting of the House.
Déclaration de ministre. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Presenting reports from committees. He's online? Okay, very good. L'honorable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, entitled Moving Towards Improving the Health of Indigenous Peoples in Canada, Accessibility and Administration of the Non-Insured Health Benefits Program. The committee studied the bill and decided to report to the House. Thank you.
Présentation de rapport comité, presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report on the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights entitled Improving Support for Victims of Crime. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee's request that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. I also have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report in relation to Bill C-291, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, child abuse, sexual abuse material. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2022-23, votes 1B, 5B and 10B under Department of Fisheries and Oceans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that a take-note debate on murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls be held later today, pursuant to Standing Order 53.1, and that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, members rising to speak during the debate may indicate to the chair that they will be dividing their time with another member. B, the time provided for the debate be extended beyond 4 hours as needed to include a minimum of 12 periods of 20 minutes each. And C, no quorum, calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the chair.
Moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The motion, the House has now heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Then the motion is carried. Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This petition from a constituent speaks to an issue that many people don't want to speak about, and that's public nudity. But the petitioner points out that public nudity was not in itself any form of crime until 1954. The petitioner asked the House to repeal Section 174 of the Criminal Code to specify that public nudity in and of itself is not indecent or obscene. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I love it.
Presenting of petitions, présentation petition, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm tabling a petition from some people across Canada that are seniors who have identified very clearly that single seniors have a much harder time financially and that we need to see significant changes in this government to support them. They note that senior couples can split their pension income, thereby allowing them to pay less tax, and it also helps them qualify for key things like old age security, and that is not something available for seniors that are single. They also talk about the fact that the cost of living for a single person is 2/3 of the cost of living for a couple, that a single person households are continuing to grow and in fact are the fastest growing population in Canada, according to Statistics Canada, and that of the 6 million seniors in Canada, over 1/3 are single seniors, and many of them women, and this demographic will continue to grow. So this group is asking for justice on this issue, and I hope they see it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petition, présentation de pétition. Petition? No? Okay. Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 900 and 902. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 901 and 903 to 911 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Orders of the day. Oh,
sorry, notice of motion, sorry.
I skipped one there. Notice of motion, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. There you go. Now I can say orders of the day. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour, Government Bills Commons. Third reading of Bill C-32, Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2022.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, November 15, 2022, the House will now proceed to consideration of Bill C-32 at third reading stage. Madame Le Boutillier.
Ms. Le Boutillier. For Ms. Freeland.
Madame Fortier moves that Bill C-32, an act for implementation certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement, tabled in Parliament on November 3, 2022, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if I may ask for unanimous consent to share my time with the member from Scarborough Centre, otherwise I'll be speaking for 20 minutes.
It's agreed. It's agreed. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I thought that might be added incentive. Mr. Speaker, I think it's really important that we recognize something that came out of the Auditor General's report that I would like to start off my comments with this afternoon. And when you take a look at it, whether it's the Prime Minister, ministers, or members on this side of the House, you will find that there's a consistent theme. That theme is that we want an economy and we want to be there in a very real and tangible way for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. An economy that works for all of us. That has been consistent, Mr. Speaker, virtually since we've been in government. We have seen policy decisions from the very get-go, whether it was the cut to the middle class taxes or tax rates for the middle class, or the enhancement of the Canada Child Benefit Program, actually a complete overhaul of that program, supporting seniors through GIS, going into the worldwide pandemic where there was virtually a smorgasbord of different programs that were provided, Mr. Speaker. And just to kind of when you want to reflect on that, and I know there's been a lot of reflection in regards to the Auditor General lately, I want to use her words in regards to the billions of dollars that we have collectively approved to spend through the House, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to quote, and it would be from the Auditor General. When it came to the benefit programs overall, we found overall that they were quite effective in meeting the government's objective of first getting support out to individuals and employers quickly, minimizing the increase in poverty or income inequalities, and also helping the economy bounce back from the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, that comes from the Auditor General. And I think that for those members that over the last couple of years in particular, that saw the benefit of government to be able to look at the creation of the CERB program, or the wage subsidy program, or the supports for small businesses, Mr. Speaker, whether it was putting money in the pockets of Canadians, providing and protecting jobs of Canadians, that the Canadian government, this Prime Minister, in working with an effective and active caucus, a caucus that continuously brought feedback from communities from coast to coast to coast, we understood the importance and implemented budgetary measures and legislative measures so that Canadians would be in a better position to be able to bounce back after the pandemic. And that's what this legislation, at least in good part, is about, Mr. Speaker. You know, we talk, and the Conservatives talk a lot about inflation. And, you know, we are concerned about inflation. That's why we have this bill before us. When we talk about the inflation rate, yes, we are lower than the United States. We are lower than many of the European countries, and England, and you name it, Mr. Speaker. But it's not good enough. You know, the Conservatives are very critical of our inflation rate. I did a bit of background check, Mr. Speaker, and you know, the last 2 years of Stephen Harper's government, our inflation rate was higher than the USA. Today, our inflation rate is lower than the USA. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, and the member is wrong, there are millions, hundreds of thousands of jobs that are out there today. On virtually every point, this government has superseded and exceeded what Stephen Harper ever did, Mr. Speaker. You know, one of my constituents, I think, summed it up quite well in regards to the previous government versus this government, when he hated to think in terms of what the pandemic would have been like if the Conservatives had been in government, Mr. Speaker. Because Canadians are very much aware, I believe, that we have a national government, a Prime Minister, that truly cares about providing those important services. And that's what allowed us, as the provincial, or as our National Auditor General has said, allowed us to be able to bounce back to the degree in which we have, Mr. Speaker. But that's not good enough, as we believe that we can even do more. And if you talk about the social programs that are out there, things in which Canadians are very passionate about, I could cite healthcare and the additional billions of dollars by this government. In fact, no government in the history of Canada has invested more money in healthcare than this government, Mr. Speaker. No government. We've achieved healthcare accords. We have recognized priorities of Canadians by looking at long-term healthcare, by looking at mental health. In fact, in this measure, this very bill we're talking about today, expanding and looking at dental benefits for children under the age of 12. First time ever, national program to ensure that there's dental benefits for children, Mr. Speaker. Within this budget, we talk, or a fall economic statement, we talk about supporting Canadians that are having a tough time with rental subsidies. Supporting as best we can those individuals. Mr. Speaker, we can talk about the debt that students have going through a very difficult time. And we are eliminating the interest on those federal student loans, Mr. Speaker. Not a one-time thing, but permanently. Within this budget, we want to encourage our constituents and Canadians to look at alternatives. How can we support the housing demands that are here in Canada? We have the intergenerational housing credit, where people that want to build a suite, construct a suite, whether it's for a parent or a senior or someone with a disability, that the Government of Canada is there to support that sort of an initiative. We have a government that recognizes that seniors that are 75 and over incur different types of costs. That there are, in fact, things and limitations, Mr. Speaker, for those seniors. In fact, we made a commitment, a campaign platform commitment, that we would give a 10% increase on OAS for seniors over 75, and we are doing just that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to miss any of my colleagues' eloquent words, except that since earlier I've been forced to put my receiver at the maximum volume because there's nobody in the booths and the sound is not adequate. And so when there is a transfer from one interpreter to another, I hear my colleague in my ear as if he was speaking right in my ear. I find it unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, that we're not able to deal with our interpretation issues, our problems with sound. This isn't the first time that I've risen to speak to this. I don't know why there's nobody in the booths, but I know that right now what is necessary for interpretation is not adequate, because it's not true that I'm going to hurt my hearing and that I wouldn't be able to hear my colleagues' words, who I enjoy listening to, even if I don't always agree with them. I would like that to be fixed. Thank you. I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. We know that there are 3 other booths just outside of the House itself, outside of the lobby doors. So I think that there is somebody there. So, the Honourable Member for Moncton. Mr. Speaker, the problem is this. The problem is adequate when we have people here in the House in booths. The booths which are in the House are designed for that. And every time there's somebody interpreting from outside of the House, the sound is inadequate. It's dangerous for our hearing. And so I ask, as a member of this House, that my hearing not be put at risk. So this problem must be fixed once and for all. Once again, I thank the Honourable Member for that, and we will maybe be able to do some tests this evening to make sure everything is working.
I'm not going to allow you to back up and start again, but I will say maybe you want to restart that last sentence, and hopefully the translation will be good. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, I'd be more than happy to start fresh, but I will continue on something in which I know that Canadians from coast to coast to coast are concerned with. In particular, so are my Bloc friends, because my friends in the Bloc, they like the issue of health care. And maybe this is a good way for me to just provide some thoughts in regards to health care, because I am very much passionate about health care. I really do believe that for me personally, over the last 30 years as a parliamentarian, is probably the number one concern for me personally, because I recognize the true value of having a national health care. So whether you live in Vancouver, Winnipeg, Montreal, or Halifax, or any other municipality in between or going up north, I would like to think that there is a certain level of quality public health care that's there, no matter where, and mobility within Canada is so critically important. I say that because, you know, when I made reference to the fact that the national government gives a lot of money towards health care, record amounts of money, I was a provincial politician for many years, 20 years, Mr. Speaker, and throughout those 20 years, you will find that every year it seems that provinces ask for more money in health care. There's an expectation that the national government should do more than be an ATM machine, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I can recall the days in which there was a huge tax point transfer, where provinces took a tax point transfer in favor of, instead of having a cash transfer. And Mr. Speaker, I wasn't a big fan of that. I don't think we should do that into the future or anything of this nature. I believe that Canadians want a quality health care system, and I'm very proud in terms of whether it's the Prime Minister or the Minister of Health in particular, in the approach in dealing with health care here in Canada. As a government, we continue to support health care. We want to work with all the different stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to that ongoing debate on health care. In terms of this legislation, this is good, sound, solid legislation that's there to support Canadians, and I wish all members would vote in favor of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just want to make a quick comment too. Is that I know I'm listening to the French translation in my headset, dans mon oreillette. I do find it quite low. So I don't know whether it is a sound system issue that we are having here in the chamber. So hopefully we can have a look at that later. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois had asked that we find in C-32 a commitment from the government to increase health care transfers. And since the third wave, all the experts have told us that what the provinces and Quebec need are predictability so that they can rebuild the strength of their health networks. And right now, we're not seeing the punctual necessary investments to fix that problem. So I would ask my colleague, what is the government waiting for to meet the needs of Quebec and the provinces, and also the needs of patients and healthcare staff? If we want to rebuild our networks, we're going to need the right amount in transfers. We're asking for 35%. It's $200 billion a year that the provinces spend every year in healthcare. The government's spending $42 billion right now. It's not with 10% that it's going to be fixed. So if healthcare is important for my colleague, does he agree with what Quebec and the provinces are asking for? They're unanimous. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would be surprised if there wasn't a province that didn't agree to ask for more money. When I was the healthcare critic in the province of Manitoba, I had suggested that the greatest threat to healthcare at that time wasn't necessarily an issue of financing as much as how important it was to manage the changes that were necessary in order to be able to afford the type of healthcare expectations that Canadians have. I do believe that there is a role through the Canada Health Act for Ottawa to say, look, there is that expectation. It does, whether you live in, as I say, I used the example of Vancouver, Winnipeg, Montreal, or Halifax, anywhere in between. If you need a hip replacement, it should be available for you in a reasonably time frame. I don't believe for a moment that the federal government should just be, here's a pile of cash. I believe that the federal government has a role through the Canada Health Act and to meet the expectations that Canadians have to ensure that there's a quality healthcare service that is being provided coast to coast to coast. As some provinces will do better than other provinces, but overall we need to ensure that that social program is there for all of us.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I wonder if the member, I've been noticing that the Liberals and the Conservatives seem to be on the same side when it comes to not taxing the major big box stores. I do see that they've made a small incremental tax in the Canada recovery dividend, but it doesn't do enough. And I wonder if the member can respond to whether there needs to be this Canada recovery dividend needs to be extended to big box stores who have been showing record profits.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, whether it was the very first budget, in fact, legislation that accompanied the budget, from what I understand, we actually increased the tax bracket for Canada's 1% wealthiest. So whether it was from the very beginning to the more recent federal budget where we've put in a special tax, and it's due to the recovery on, I believe it's banks and insurance companies. Don't quote me on that, but I believe there is an insurance company aspect to it. I think the Government of Canada recognizes that we want to ensure that everyone believes or knows or understands that we all have to pay our fair share. And we as a government, I believe over the last number of years, have put in a great deal of emphasis on Canada's middle class. The healthier our middle class is, the healthier our economy will be, and we're there to support the middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind the House that we are debating the fall economic statement here. And I always notice, and I mean this in the nicest way, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals put up speakers that know very little about the economy when we're debating economic matters like the economic statement here. But I listened to the member across the way, and I listened with intent because he did bring up some historical context here about inflation. And I wonder if he knows about the rate of inflation, how it's measured in Canada, is historically lower than it is in the United States because of the way we measure owner equivalent rent. But most Canadians are asking, how come it's always lower in Canada than it is in the United States? And that difference, but I'll ask him because he referenced some history in here about one time when it was actually higher in Canada, according to his interpretation. And I'll ask him, did that measurement change during those years, or did that measurement change to manipulate this inflation rate that we're showing right now? And it's an open question. I actually don't know the answer, so please.
Now we are almost out of time, so the Honourable Member for, or the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Stats I got was from the USA, which indicated the 2014, 2015, the last 2 years of Stephen Harper, the actual inflation rate in the United States was lower than in Canada. And the member is right. Often the Canadian rate is lower, as it has been here for the last number of years and continues to be even today when the Conservatives say concerns about inflation rate. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be sensitive to those groceries and the other expenses at the local level. We need to do more, and that's why we brought forward the legislation to support Canadians even during this difficult time, recognizing, and that's why I would encourage all members to recognize that Canada is doing reasonably well on a worldwide basis.
Continuing debate, a reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise today during third reading debate in support of Bill C-32 as one of the final speakers on this important legislation to implement some of the key measures from our government's fall economic statement that will bring needed help to Canadians that needed it the most, including in my own riding of Scarborough Centre. I've spoken several times in the House about inflation and the impact it is having on families in my own riding. It seems like everything is more expensive, and for families in Scarborough, which is one of those communities where people are working hard to join the middle class, it is not like it was easy for many families to make ends meet already. The lack of affordable and suitable housing is a long-standing issue. Rising interest rates aren't helping, and in the higher cost of groceries and seemingly everything else, and it leaves many families having to make very difficult choices every month. Housing, transportation, groceries, school outings, and clothes for the children. Paychecks never seem to go far enough. For too many families, it's harder than ever to get ahead. In the spring, we were all focused on the high price of gas. It's still not cheap, but it's down substantially from its peak of over $2 per liter. But groceries and other necessities remain more expensive than usual, and this trend is forecast to continue into the coming year. While my friends across the way may say otherwise, inflation is not a made-in-Canada phenomenon. Groceries are not more expensive because our government stepped up during the pandemic to stop people from losing their homes and businesses from declaring bankruptcy. In fact, our pandemic supports for Canadians, which I recall all members in this House working together to deliver to Canadians expeditiously, saw Canada emerge stronger from the pandemic. We were there for Canadians, and we always will be. Inflation is a global phenomenon, driven by the COVID-0 policy in China, ongoing supply chain disruptions, climate change, impacting the harvest of vital crops, and the war in Ukraine. Canada is not immune from these global pressures. And we have done better than many of our peers. According to a report last month from CTV, Canada had the third lowest inflation rate in the G7 at 6.9%, higher only than France and Japan, and faring much better than the United Kingdom, Germany, Italy, and even the United States. That said, Mr. Speaker, the challenges being faced by many Canadians are very real, and Canadians expect their government to be there to help those that need it the most. You and I don't need help, Mr. Speaker. We can tighten our belts and weather this storm until it passes. But for those families already on the edge, for the seniors on a fixed income, the single mother trying to support her kids on a minimum wage job, these are the people that need targeted assistance. And it is these Canadians we are seeking to help with Bill C-32. I would like to focus on few of the ways we are already helping constituents in my riding that need help the most. By doubling the GST tax credit for 6 months, we are directly helping lower-income seniors and families. Everyone below a certain income threshold is eligible for the GST tax credit, and this increased rebate is already putting money back into the pockets of Canadians that need help the most. A single person with no dependent children can receive up to $234, and a couple with no children up to $306, all the way up to $628 for a couple with 4 children. We are also topping up the Canada Housing Benefit with a $500 one-time payment. Everyone from young people living on their own for the first time to families to seniors on a fixed income are eligible based on their income and how much of their income they pay towards the rent. In short, if you are a family with net income under $35,000 or a single person earning under $20,000, and you pay 30% or more of your income on rent, then you can qualify for this payment. But you need to apply for it. Applications open December 12th, and if you are eligible, I strongly encourage you to go online to apply. We have also launched the Canada Dental Benefit for low-income families with children under the age of 12, which can provide up to $1,300 over 2 years to help with dental costs for eligible families. We expect this program to expand to lower-income seniors next year, and I know it will make a difference for many seniors on a fixed income. If you take care of your teeth, they will take care of you, and this program is meaning lower-income families without employer coverage don't need to neglect their oral health needs. And also, we are working towards a national dental care plan for all Canadians. These are all targeted programs putting more money back into the pockets of lower-income families and seniors. And we are building on these initiatives with Bill C-32. To address housing affordability, we are taking a number of steps, including an anti-flipping rule to discourage people rapidly flipping homes for profit in a short time, driving up the housing prices. Houses should be a home, not a business. Making it easier to save for a down payment with a new tax-free first home saving accounts. Changing the rules around tax on the value of non-resident, non-Canadian owned residential real estate that is considered to be vacant or underused, and also doubling first-time home buyers' tax credit amount from $5,000 to $10,000. I also have a lot of multi-generational households in my riding, and the multi-generational home renovation tax credit will help families make their homes more suitable to their needs. And I'm particularly excited about the elimination of interest on federal Canada student loans and Canada apprentice loans, combined with no requirement for repayments at all until a graduate is making at least $40,000 per year, and this is a significant benefit for our young Canadians. I meet with students groups every year and with individual students all the time in my community, and they have long told me about the burden of graduating with major student debt that weighs them down for years. In real dollars, tuition and other expenses are so much more than when we were in school. Mr. Speaker, even working full-time, it can be hard to keep up. The elimination of federal student loan interest has been welcomed by many stakeholders. For example, the Canadian Alliance of Student Associations, which I met with last week, said, "Big news for students across Canada. Starting on April 1st, 2023, the Government of Canada will remove the interest on Canada student loans. This investment is welcomed by past, current, and future student loan borrowers." And the Public Service Alliance of Canada said, "We are pleased to see help to Canada's most vulnerable in today's economic update, including eliminating student loan interest and payments for thousands of our members and increased funding for the services our members deliver to Canadians every day. By eliminating interest and delaying repayments, we make it easier for young graduates just entering the workforce to begin a family, to begin saving, to enter the housing market without the burden of crushing debt payments and compounding interest. They can more easily realize their career goals and contribute to society, enriching us all. This is a measure that will save the average graduate up more than $400 every year. And that's a real benefit for young families saving for their first home. Mr. Speaker, I could go on, but the sooner we pass this legislation, the sooner more help will begin to flow to Canadians that need help the most. So I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting Canadians, and let's pass this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Budget Officer identified $14.2 billion in unannounced spending in the fall economic statement. In a complete lack of transparency, the Finance Minister has refused to say how that money will be spent. So perhaps the member for Scarborough Centre can enlighten us on how $14.2 billion of taxpayers' dollars are going to be spent.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Through Bill C-32 and like our fall economic statement, we are trying to provide targeted support to the Canadians who need it the most by doubling the GST tax credit, by eliminating the student debt loan, by providing one-time $500 top-up allowance for the renters who cannot afford. And when I talk to the constituents every day in my riding, they bring up these issues. And affordability is becoming a concern for many. And through these measures like providing, which the members from the opposite side voted against, like providing dental support to the families whose kids are under the age of 12. We are lucky to have the insurance, but there are many families in my community who have no insurance to take their kids to the dentist. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-la-Métis Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The population of my riding is one of the oldest in the country. Groceries are going to be even more expensive next year. The interest rates are going up once again. So we would have imagined that the economic statement would have been the right time to announce that there'll be more assistance for seniors, 65-year-olds, 75-year-olds. As long as you are 65-year-olds and over, I believe that it would have been a good news for them. 25% of people in my riding are over 65. So my question is, why has the government not taken advantage of this economic update in order to help seniors, irrespective of their age, over 65?
For Scarborough Centre.
Thank the honourable member for her concerns for the seniors. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in my remark, it's important that we support seniors on fixed incomes through the inflationary period. Lower-income seniors are benefiting from the doubling of the GST tax credit and the Canada Housing Benefit one-time special payment. We brought the lowering the retirement age from 65 to 60, from 67 to 65, which the Conservatives changed. We brought it back. We introduced Age Well at Home initiative to help our seniors continue to live safely and independently in their homes. We increased the old age security for seniors above the age of 75, and we will continue to make sure that we are there for our seniors. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her remarks on the fall economic statement. One of the things that she's pointed out is that the Liberals have created a special and extra benefit for seniors over 75. And while I would not at all dispute that seniors over 75 face extra costs in terms of their lives, somehow it seems to imply those between 65 and 75 are okay, when we all know that they're suffering from those same effects of inflation and those same inabilities to make ends meet when it comes to housing and associated medical costs. So I wonder if the honourable member would support the idea that that increase which went to those over 75 should have gone to all seniors.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Definitely, seniors need more help, and I will continue advocating to make sure that we are there for seniors. We have been there for our seniors. The guaranteed income supplement we brought was to help seniors keep up with the inflation. They would benefit from the GST, doubling of the GST tax credit. They would benefit, low-income seniors would also benefit from the $500 one-time top-up allowance for the housing. But we will continue raising our voices to do more for our seniors. Thank you.
Continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prior to commencing my speech, I would ask that there be unanimous consent for me to split my time with the member for Coast Bay's Central Notre Dame, please.
Is it agreed? It's agreed. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Before I begin, I want to give a brief shout out to a business that's a Kamloops beacon and a beautiful, thriving small business in Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, and that's River Song Guitars. And they won they recently won a prestigious award. And I don't want to plagiarize here, so I want to read from a story from the CBC. And here's a quote. River Song's P2P River Pacific was announced on Sunday as the acoustic category winner in the prestigious Musical Merchandise Review Dealer's Choice Awards. In the 30-year history of the International Awards, River Song owner and P2P guitar inventor Mike Miltimore said this is the first time a Canadian company has won acoustic guitar of the year. So quite an accomplishment for a relatively small company, and especially a Canadian company, and I'm equally proud that they come from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I want to obviously thank Mr. Miltimore and his staff for all they've done for the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou and for the industry. We often don't get to share enough of these stories in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, and while that's a little bit positive, now sometimes we have to, I wouldn't say dwell on the negative, but point out the negative. And here we are speaking about Bill C-32, the Fall Economic Statement. This is, Mr. Speaker, a matter that is a confidence matter. We're talking about over $1 billion worth of spending. So when I ask myself, Mr. Speaker, pardon me, about supporting a confidence measure, I ask myself as a parliamentarian and as a Canadian, do I have trust in the government? With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, the conclusion I've come to, based especially on what I've seen in the last couple of months, is a resounding no. I ask myself, Mr. Speaker, what does it mean to have confidence in the government such that a parliamentarian can support a piece of confidence legislation like the Fall Economic Statement? Well, Mr. Speaker, confidence is predicated on trust. So why don't I trust what this government is doing, what this government is putting forward? Why don't my constituents generally trust what the government is doing and what the government is putting forward based on their communications to me? Last, why do a number of Canadians not trust what this government is doing, communicating, and saying? First, and likely most notably, Mr. Speaker, is when it comes to finances, and here we are debating a bill based on finances. Let's turn back the clock a little bit, Mr. Speaker, and remember this was a Prime Minister who promised modest deficits of $10 billion. He also promised that the budget would be balanced by 2019. What we saw were much larger deficits than that promised $10 billion. We also saw no intention to balance that same budget. This Prime Minister said, Mr. Speaker, that the budget would balance itself. It hasn't. This Prime Minister has doubled all debt, has added more debt to Canada's financial rolls than every other Prime Minister combined. I have young children, that's obviously no secret, and I wonder about the care for future generations. Who will pay for this? I recently read a statistic, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to paraphrase it here, but my understanding is that we are paying so much just in interest on the debt that we could nearly fund our whole healthcare system. The Liberals will extol how much money they put into healthcare. We as Conservatives will say that the money isn't being spent appropriately, efficiently, and isn't getting things done. It's one thing to spend money, generally, but we as Conservatives believe in spending money prudently. There's a very key distinction. Who will fundamentally pay for this? I'm wondering that. The government pays the debt off. There's no doubt about it. But we as the people must pay the government. And that has to happen in one of two ways. It happens through taxation, or it happens through borrowing. I'll often hear in question period, Mr. Speaker, when we as Conservatives, as really seemingly the only opposition party in the House at times is how it feels like, when we will point out the spending or the difficulties, and the Liberals will say in response, well, we've done this and we've lowered this, or we've doubled the GST credit I just heard. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to give you a personal anecdote. I looked at a T4 slip not long ago, or after tax pay, from somebody I know well. And when I was working in federal corrections, I made a good salary. And this person makes tens of thousands of dollars more than I did when I worked in federal corrections. And yet their take-home pay is $200, $300, $400 a month more than what I took home 20 years ago working for the federal government. Now, that's not because of deductions that they are choosing. This is incremental things at the source. There are pensions. Okay, well, let's talk about that. I'll give unanimous consent here for my friend across the floor here if he wants to take 30 seconds to talk about it here.
Not good. Just a request for unanimous consent to allow, I don't know really what I'm doing here, but we'll say there is a unanimous consent to allow the member for St. Catharines to speak. I hear a number of no's. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
That's too bad. I would have loved to have heard him talk about pensions. It's really too bad. I feel really let down here about not talking about pensions. Oh, don't worry, I'll take it up. Mr. Speaker, am I speaking in here? Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, if this member wants to tell me how roughly $700, $800, $900, $1,000 a month, and I'll look directly at him through you, Mr. Speaker, if he wants to tell me how that goes just to pensions, I am all ears. Because I know for a fact he cannot substantiate how about $1,000 a month of after-tax income goes to pensions.
You have a point of order from the honourable member for St. Catharines. Everything was going so quietly. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
It was going so well, Mr. Speaker, and we seem to be having a lot of back and forth, so I just wanted to intervene. I know that this government has voted to lower the tax on the middle class, with the members of the Conservative Party voting again. So I'm really looking forward to hearing the explanation about this.
Listen, we are descending into debate, and I know I know maybe some of you haven't been here for a while, that we have a 10-minute speech and we have questions and answers after, so we have an opportunity to interchange thoughts and comments after. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left.
I heard this member speak recently after the whole Michael Geist thing, so it's really good to have him here intervening on a really dubious point of order. In any event, Mr. Speaker, we have a government here that is prepared to forsake a number of Canadian jobs. Those Canadian jobs, when it comes to LNG, could have gone to Canada. Instead, they went to Qatar. When we talk about trust, Mr. Speaker, we talk about transparency. I hope I get a question from the Liberals here, because I would love for them, in their preamble to their question, to answer, who are the 11 people? Let's talk about transparency by default. Who are the 11, Mr. Speaker? Transparency by default, sunny ways, that's what we're going to get. No, we haven't gotten sunny ways. We haven't gotten transparency by default. Who stayed in the $6,000 a night hotel room? Transparency by default. Sunny ways. The Auditor General report. $27 billion here we're talking about. And the government stands up and says, we completed our stated aims. That's like saying our stated aim was to start a campfire. We started a forest fire, but that campfire got lit, so we did what we set out to do. That's absolutely ridiculous logic, Mr. Speaker. And this is why I do not have any trust in this government. Imagine what we could do about illegal guns, Mr. Speaker, with $27 billion. We have Bill C-21, the mess that it is. We have information that's coming here that in my view, is not accurate, Mr. Speaker. On Bill C-21, law-abiding hunters. Again, where is the trust? I know I'm out of time, Mr. Speaker. I probably could have gotten through a lot more. I welcome questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage Canada.
Thank you.
you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm actually shocked to hear the Conservatives worry that I'm not speaking enough in this place. I speak as frequently as I can, but I'm happy to rise here today. I'm just wondering, the honourable member talks about his constituents and talks about, at the same time, too much money being spent and not enough, but I was wondering if he tells his constituents about the Conservative record, about voting against tax cuts for the middle class, voting against tax increases for the wealthiest 1%, voting against increases to the guaranteed income supplement, voting against increases to OAS, voting against the supports that are actually in this bill that will help Canadians. The Conservatives talk a great game, Mr. Speaker, about helping Canadians, but when the time comes to vote, they're nowhere to be seen. I'm wondering if the honourable member explains that to his constituents, or is it just Conservative platitudes and talking points?
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we didn't preside over the doubling of house prices in Canada. We didn't preside over the doubling of the national debt when we said we wouldn't do it. We are the party that lowered the GST. Millennials, people could actually afford a house under Conservatives. They cannot afford a house. They cannot afford the house now with this Liberal government propped up by the NDP government. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to saying we have your backs, you know what people are telling me? They're writing me saying, I can't afford any food as a senior. I can't afford. I'm happy to, if you would like. You know what? I'm happy to table the letter. If the honourable parliamentary secretary wants to doubt that seniors are writing to me saying that they can't afford things, shame on him.
I just want to say, if we're going to table things, we should have it with us, and of course we need to have a consent to be able to do that. I'm hearing lots of chatter in the chamber, so I'm going to ask that we try to keep it down and have our debate as we normally do. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Avignon-Métis.
The honourable member for Avignon-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, I've heard my colleagues talking about the problems in our pediatric ERs, and I completely agree. In my riding, there are no pediatric hospitals, but there are often closures in obstetric services. There's often not enough staff, and that's due to the underfunding of the health system. Does my colleague agree that the fall economic statement would have been the right time to announce more federal funding in health for the provinces?
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a situation as well that I'm hearing more and more about when it comes to pediatric services. Clearly, what we're doing isn't working. And healthcare is a provincial initiative, but there are substantial federal funding that goes through. Had something like this been present, specifically in reference to my honourable colleague's question, would have been happy to consider it, because we can see that our healthcare system isn't broken. In Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, we often see ERs closing down. I have a friend that's a pediatric resident, and I was trying to talk him into moving to the area because we have such a need, just as I'm sure my colleague sees her in her area. Thank you.
Comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, listen, there's a lot in this fall economic statement that is worthy of support, and I think a lot to critique, and my honourable colleague pointed on that as well. But I do have to pay some attention or take some issue with his recitation of history. I was in this House from 2008 to 2015, where the Conservative government ran deficits in 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014. After the 2008 economic shock, they ran 6 successive deficits and only magically balanced it in an election year. And my honourable colleague talked about taking credit for reducing GST. The Conservative Party invented the GST. They brought the GST to Canadians. So my question to him is, how can you expect Canadians to take him seriously when his party has been so instrumental in creating deficits in this country and brought the GST to this country? Does he still think the GST is a good tax?
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, in 30 seconds or so.
Well, how much Liberal spending preceded that GST? If we want to go back to 1988 or 1993, that's absolutely fine, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect, obviously I wasn't here in that period of time, but I'm happy to answer the question. And the reality is this, Mr. Speaker, I am very proud that we lowered the GST.
Caribou has the floor.
Honourable member's question, if you would just stop shouting over me, I really would, Mr. Speaker. The reality is this, Mr. Speaker. I believe in prudent financial spending. If I had my way, we wouldn't be spending with such astronomical figures that we actually needed the GST. The reality is that the government must have the GST because they're spending so much, and that is being spent on the backs of our children, our grandchildren, and future generations. And I fear that their tax payments and their funding of the interest payments for taxes will cripple us in the future. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Whoa. Mr. Speaker, I rise here today to speak to the government's economic update. On weekends, I spend time in my riding and talk to the folks that I represent. The topic front of mind for all is the state of the economy. As the Deputy Prime Minister gave her update in this House, I, like many others, listened intently. I heard her warn Canadians that things are going to be tough this winter and that inflation is high and likely to get higher. Boy, how her tone has changed from the message of sunny days and sunny ways. A few months ago, we heard that very same minister stand in this House and tell us we aren't so bad off. We should be happy. The rest of the world is worst. In March, she accused us Conservatives of talking down the Canadian economy. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, the minister could now admit it wasn't talking down the economy, but rather it was and continues to be a warning to this Liberal NDP coalition of the harmful consequences on real Canadians that their failed economic policies are producing. The minister acknowledges that tough times are here, sunny days are behind us, and it's time to pay for Liberal overspending. The Liberals have run up the government's credit card to the limit, and it's now up to the taxpayers to pay the bill. And the truth of the matter is, the ones that feel their mismanagement the most are the ones they claim to be standing up for. But we all know that socialists raise their fist in the air, exclaiming, "Power for the people." But what's the result? It's power over the people. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the minister say numerous times in this House that their plan is a compassionate plan. Well, I beg to differ. Is it compassionate to triple the carbon tax on home heating? Is it compassionate to triple the tax on gas? Is it compassionate to triple the carbon tax on food production and delivery? I can answer that with a resounding no. The people of Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame, aren't feeling any compassion from this government. They're contemplating how to stay warm and keep food on the table this winter. It's looking more like doing both may not be an option. People in my riding are facing a home heating bill that has nearly doubled since this time last year. Is that compassion? Mr. Speaker, Charlie from Gander, for example, hard-working family man, considers himself to be part of the middle class. He told me he's scared. He won't be able to afford oil to heat his home this winter. And food banks across this country are experiencing record high usage. And what does this minister say to that? Well, she didn't say let them eat cake, but she might as well have. She tried to relate to hardworking Canadians, telling it a hardship that her family is experiencing, and they're making the huge sacrifice of cutting their Disney Plus subscription. Mr. Speaker, it would be funny if it weren't so serious. But this government is so out of touch with Canadians that they are completely tone deaf to their plight. Last week, my colleague told the minister of a senior who's living in her car in Halifax, Nova Scotia, no less, because even though she has employment and CPP benefits, she's unable to afford housing. The minister's response? advised the woman against spending her savings on cryptocurrency. Really? How tone-deaf can she be? Believing a woman who's forced to live in her car because she can't afford a house has $10,000 to invest in anything, for that matter. Well, maybe she's just as tone-deaf in reading the situation as the Prime Minister is. He thought it would be a good idea to hold a concert in the lobby of a hotel where he had the taxpayer spend $6,000 a night for 5 nights for his room. $6,000 a night. That's almost double the average Canadian earnings in a month. To justify his extravagant spending, when questioned on this in this House, the Prime Minister thought he could distract taxpayers by reminding them of the extremely generous one-time $500 payment to low-income renters. Does this government not see how disingenuous their words are? The Conservative Party asked the government for a little relief on home heating this winter by removing the carbon tax from heating fuel. In Atlantic Canada, this would be a big relief and offer some peace of mind. But what was this government's response? Well, this Liberal government decided to ignore their pleas and the request of the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador by forcing the carbon tax on 3 Atlantic provinces. The MPs from our own province should be sympathetic, but no. The Senior Minister from Newfoundland and Labrador is sick and tired of people complaining about the cold winter. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal NDP coalition government is tone-deaf and out of touch.
That's right.
Their excuse for the rising inflation rate is anything and everyone other than their mismanagement and reckless overspending. They would like us all to believe that it's because of COVID. But as my colleagues have pointed out on several occasions, and I feel it's worth repeating, the Prime Minister added $100 billion of debt prior to the first case of COVID in Canada. I think that bears repeating so we can absorb the figure. $100 billion, not COVID related. This week, the Auditor General confirmed that the members on this side of the House have been warned about since 2020 that wasteful spending was resulting due to a lack of controls. With Employment and Social Development Canada, the Auditor General identified at least $32 billion in overpayments and suspicious payments that require further investigation. But in the Prime Minister's eyes, that's insignificant. And he would like us to believe the rest of the spending was to support Canadians through the pandemic. Well, that too is not completely correct. The Parliamentary Budget Officer discovered that 40% of all new spending measures had nothing to do with COVID. Nothing. $200 billion in spending unrelated to COVID. Mr. Speaker, that boggles my mind. And the spending that was done in the name of COVID was poorly managed, to say the least. We saw CERB checks going to prisoners, a $44 million Arrive scam app, which did nothing and could have been developed for approximately $24,000 in someone's basement over a weekend. The list goes on and on, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you're tired of me saying all this stuff. But, Mr. Speaker, what the Liberals don't seem to understand is this money that they keep spending and giving away to their friends isn't their money to give away. Hard-working, tax-paying Canadians deserve respect and real compassion. The Conservative Party is here to do just that. We will fight for those who leave their homes every day to work in the energy industry, to provide heat for our homes and gas for our vehicles, and those who fish our waters and farm our land to provide food security for Canadians, and who look after our children in daycare and who tend to our sick and our elderly. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have a plan that will work and not just pay lip service. A Conservative government will impose conditions so that if cities want more federal infrastructure money, they will have to remove the gatekeepers. We will connect their infrastructure dollars to the number of homes that actually get built so that young people can find a place to live. We will also sell off 15% of the 37,000 federal buildings we have so they can be converted into housing and our young people can have affordable homes. And we're going to bring in a pay-as-you-go law so that every time we spend a new dollar, we'll have a new dollar of savings to pay for it. Conservatives will fund our programs with real money rather than printed cash, because we know that there are no freebies in this world, and we know that ultimately taxpayers and consumers pay for everything. And we'll reinstate the Bank of Canada's core mandate to make sure inflation stays at 2%. Brought about by the Mulroney government, the last great government, or the second last, after Prime Minister Harper's. We'll audit the Bank of Canada through the Auditor General, ensure that never again is there such an horrendous abuse of our money as we've seen over the last couple of years. How much time do I have left? Oh, I've got a minute. Wow, I've got some great stuff. I don't want to leave it out. You know, I can't support this bill, Mr. Speaker, because it has $14 billion of spending that's ready to go, but we don't know what it's for. Is it tucked away to be a waste, to be wasted on another gun buyback? Will that $14 billion be wasted to confiscate the hunting tools that are used to harvest the 20,000 moose per year that are taken to put protein on the tables of my province? Will it be wasted to buy back the pink Plankster rifles that young girls use to shoot targets with their daddies as they learn the safety aspects of handling firearms? Bill C-32 leaves me with more questions than answers. Therefore, my vote will be nay.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Newfoundland, of course, for his speech. You know, there's no question, he works hard, and that I agree with him. But where he seems to go on the wrong path is they don't understand the difference between spending and investing in Canadians. So he talked a lot about the economy, but I'd like him to tell me and tell all Canadians why he voted against, well, the top-up for housing and dental plan, why he voted against the child care program. They're voting against major initiatives that's helping every Canadian right across this great country. So if he's going to cut, please share with the House which programs are you going to cut. Just let us know.
The honourable member for Costa Bay Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, what a pile of baloney that just spewed out of this member's mouth over here. The people of my province, my constituents, understand that that's all washed out bait. And if anyone's ever been fishing, you know you need to change your bait once in a while. It gets washed out. That old worm's no good. So the people of Newfoundland and Labrador understand that what's been thrown out there is washed out election bait. They should come up with something else. And I'll tell you what else. The people of Newfoundland and Labrador are not too fond of using the money they're pumping into the transfer program now that we're going to have to bail out the Bank of Canada for the first time in history because of that failed government's policies.
Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I enjoyed my colleague's speech. I listened very closely. My colleague spoke about some government spending. And, you know, during the pandemic, there was a lot of government spending. But there was one bit of spending that had a consensus among all parties except for the Bloc Québécois, and that was the salary subsidy for businesses. And, you know, the Conservative Party, which has obviously picked up millions of dollars in donations, or the Liberal Party, or the NDP, all got money from that. 1.2 million, or 1 million for the Conservatives, 1 million for the Liberals, and over 260,000 for the NDP. So that means they took money directly from a program that was designed to help businesses avoid bankruptcy during the pandemic. So the former leader of the Conservative Party, the member for Durham, said in the last election campaign that they would pay back the money that they took from that support for businesses. So my question for my colleague is, did his party start to pay back the $1 million that they took directly from the pockets of taxpayers?
Bay Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I can't really speak to that, but I'll tell you what I can speak to. I can speak to my Bloc colleagues standing up criticizing our offshore oil and gas industry in Newfoundland and Labrador, and we pay in to the transfer program. So the billions and billions and billions of dollars that are going to come out of Bay du Nord are going to go to subsidize the wonderful people of our belle Provence. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening intently to the last part of my Conservative friend's speech there, and I think he said something like the Mulroney government was the second last best government in Canada, and it confused me. And I'm wondering if he can clarify, because I think what he was trying to imply was that either the Mulroney government was worse than the Harper government, or vice versa. Could he clarify which order they come in as the worst government?
The honourable member for Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame.
I can't really say for sure who the best recent prime minister was. It was Harper or Mulroney. It's hard to interchange them. But I'll tell you what, this coalition government is definitely the worst that this country's ever seen. And I can't believe that my honourable colleague has the gall to come in here and sit in this house and be a part of that team.
I do have time for a very short question. I know the member for Bruce Grey Owen got up a couple times.
Super. Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker. I got a simple question. Obviously, with the doubling of the national debt under this current Liberal government to over $1 trillion, the servicing of that national debt is going from $25 billion this year, the same we put into our Canadian Armed Forces or our military, to next year to be close to $50 billion, the same we do for healthcare transfers. I'd like my honourable colleague to expand on what we could actually be doing with that $50 billion.
The honourable member for Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that great question. And when we get over on that side, we'll make sure that money's spent where it's deserved and needed, like to support our military and support our healthcare system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listen, you've often heard me speak about the housing crisis and how the problem is really serious. And, there's a lot of crises right now in Canada. There's the climate crisis, there's the housing crisis, among others. But, I'm a bit tired of saying the same things over and over again and not getting answers from the other side. So I was thinking, it's almost Christmas, so I thought maybe I could read you a few short stories, instead of just giving you statistics. They're like fairy tales, but, they're not very magical, but you'll see what I mean. We could call it December 23rd, Merry Christmas, Mr. Cote, or The Dirty Story of a Housing Crisis That Never Ends. So we'll start with the story, the fairy tale, and I'll tell you, these are tales, but all of the stories that I'm telling you are absolutely 100% true. So we'll start with the story of Mr. M. Mr. M. We'll call him Mr. M. Mr. M has been on the street for about 3 years now. He's 45 years old. He's had some drug problems, and that's what's led him to be living on the street. He's been clean for about a year now, which is good. He's working hard to reintegrate society, but he has serious health problems, and he cannot work. And so he receives some money from Quebec's Social Solidarity Program. He has the money to pay for housing, so that's good. But despite the fact that he's on priority on a waiting list for subsidized housing, he can't find housing because the landlords have labeled him, as being homeless. So he's being discriminated against because he's homeless. He's done everything he can, but unfortunately, the people who are working for him can't just invent housing. Even the government can't do it, so imagine the people who are working with him. So Mr. M is going to be spending Christmas on the street. So Merry Christmas on your park bench, Mr. M. Mrs. L. Let's talk about Mrs. L. Mrs. L, 60 years old. She currently lives in her car. She has to ask for gas cards from community organizations so that she can be warm at night. She showers in an emergency shelter. She spends her days in a street cafe that serves her food and hot coffee. She's looking for housing, but her income is $765. Oh, and Mr. Speaker, I should say that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Terrebonne. Sorry, you have to ask for... all right. Is it accepted? Unanimous consent? Very good. Okay, the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll come back to Ms. L. And, she's looking for housing, but her income is $765 a month, and other than a room, she can't afford anything else. Just a room. And at the moment, where she lives, the rooming houses are full. So, Merry Christmas to you in your car, Ms. L. Now let's talk about Mr. D. Mr. D is 55 years old, and he has mental health issues. He lives in a trailer in the parking lot of a business. Everything he owns is in his trailer. Now, it needs to be repaired, but Mr. D can't find parts at a good price. It's too expensive. The business, which has allowed him to park his trailer there, they're patient, but now they're getting a bit impatient. So Mr. D is going to have to move. He's under constant stress because he's afraid that it's not his car that's going to be towed, but his home, his whole life is going to be towed. So Merry Christmas to you in your trailer, Mr. D. Let's talk about Mr. R and Ms. E. They're a couple. They're a couple in their 30s. They're currently sleeping on a balcony. They don't have a home, so they're sleeping on a balcony behind an abandoned business. They have to drag their belongings with them everywhere because if they leave their bags unattended, they're stolen right away. So they've, quote-unquote, borrowed a grocery cart, and they drag it to the cafe where they spend their days, and they try to get some rest by taking naps on the floor in a corner. Unfortunately, Ms. E has a debt with Social Solidarity, so she has no income. So she prostitutes herself so that she can obtain essential products. And both of them, Mr. R and Ms. E, they take turns begging to try to make a bit of money. So I say Merry Christmas to you on your balcony, Mr. R and Ms. E. Now let's talk about Mr. J. Mr. J is about 30 years old. He's Indigenous. He currently lives in an abandoned house that's about to be demolished, unfortunately, very soon. He's stocked up on batteries so that he can have some light with some little lanterns at night. He started following the example of a guy from the streets, a veteran who's been there for several years and who gives him stuff so that he can make money legally. So he does what we call can runs. He goes through the garbage cans of restaurants and he collects the cans that have been thrown away. Working legally, it isn't easy, and it doesn't pay. So he's often approached to sell drugs, and even though he doesn't want to do that, well, he has to be able to meet his needs. So he doesn't know how long he'll be able to protect himself from the cold weather where he's sleeping. But I want to wish him a Merry Christmas to you in your abandoned house, Mr. J. Let's talk about Ms. S now. Ms. S is 60 years old. She lives with a mental health disorder. Every time she manages to find a place to live, she thinks that there are people who are going to break into her home. She lives constantly in fear. So she leaves each one of her homes one after the other. So she's currently sleeping on the couch of a man that she met by chance and who is abusing her. So she spends her days in a street cafe so that she doesn't have to deal with that abuse all day, but she has no choice but to go back at night, because if she doesn't, she'll be sleeping outside. So once again, I would like to wish a Merry Christmas to you, Ms. S, on your couch, and hope you can avoid that next slap in the face. Now let's go to Mr. S. Mr. S is 37 years old. He's in a halfway house after 2 years in prison. He's the youngest of 2 children. He never really knew his biological father, other than once when he went to visit him in prison. His mother was an addict, and her partner, who Mr. S calls his father, was an alcoholic. He rarely stayed with his parents. He was under the jurisdiction of Child Protective Services all his life in a never-ending cycle of running away, offenses, drug use, and returning to the youth center. It's a cycle that he continued into his adult life, marked with stints in prison. A few years ago, he found his mother. She was dead of an overdose. After that, he turned to drug use until he was arrested for possession. During his sentence, he was able to get his act together. He stopped using drugs. He now has custody of his son on the weekends. He goes to see him in his sister's apartment and does things with him. He wants to take, it's getting better for Mr. S. He wants to take care of his son and be a present father. But now he has to find a place to take his son. But right now he's sleeping on the sidewalk. So Merry Christmas to you, Mr. S, on the sidewalk with your son. Let's talk about Mr. C. Mr. C, he's 51 years old. He was physically and sexually abused in his family. He talks very little about the abuse he suffered. He began a cycle of addiction and harm as a teenager, and it seems likely that it's his father who was the abuser. He became impulsive and aggressive, and served several short sentences for theft, drug possession, and drug trafficking. He was assaulted around 2005 with a baseball bat, and he's been living with a head injury ever since. He was in grade 6. He's enrolled in a literacy program, and he's very involved in that organization. He's clean at the moment. He has a beautiful smile. He's looking for housing. The last time he found himself in a place where there were dogs who came and crapped on his doorstep, and he didn't even dare to cook for himself because the kitchen was so unsanitary. He's been looking for subsidized housing. He's been waiting for an answer for several years. The lack of affordable apartments might lead him back to drug consumption and, as such, to the street. So a Merry Christmas to you as well, Mr. C. And so finally, last week, Mr. Speaker, and again, this is true, a citizen of Longueuil was homeless, dealing with mental health problems, cut open his throat in front of a housing resource in Longueuil when he learned that the place he was waiting for in a mental health support resource to help him with his problems didn't have any room left for him. So, in despair and seeing no way out, he tried to put an end to his life. Fortunately, he survived. But that gives us an idea of the level of despair among the poorest and most vulnerable in our society, and of the disasters, the tragedies that await us if the housing crisis continues in 23, which, in all likelihood, seems like it's going to happen. But don't worry, Mr. Speaker. We here, the 338, will all spend the holidays with our butts nice and warm. So it's a fairy tale. You know, there has to be a happy ending, right? So Merry Christmas to all, and I look forward to your questions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, there is not enough letters in the alphabet to be able to adequately express the many individuals that find themselves homeless. I could cite, the many people in Winnipeg North that go to bus shelters and use bus shelters as a home, or just fall asleep in alleys and streets in our communities. That is unfortunately what is taking place. And in order to resolve the housing urgency that is there, to try to put the foot of the blame on the national government, I don't think is appropriate. The national government needs to work with municipalities and provinces in order to be able to generate the type of housing, or to meet the housing needs that are there. In fact, programs that we have provided, Mr. Speaker, are there encouraging municipalities and other stakeholders to come forward with their ideas. The federal government has invested more dollars in housing in recent years than any other government in the last 50-plus years. And I'm wondering if my friend could provide his thoughts on the importance of municipalities and provinces to do likewise, to invest like the federal government is investing, and to support the community so that we can have a better chance at resolving the housing crisis.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, whether it's the municipalities, the provinces, the federal government, we need housing. Canada Housing and Mortgage said that we would need to build 3,500,000 housing units by 2030. Well, that's quite a challenge. You know how much housing has been built in Canada since the beginning of the National Housing Strategy? 35,000 housing units. And 70,000 have been repaired, so we're looking at 100,000 units. So the lack is crazy. There was also an economist who noted that just for Quebec, if we don't do anything over the next 10 years, 500,000 housing units will be built. But so that we can meet these issues, the affordability crisis and the accessibility crisis, we'd need to build another 600,000 units. So at some point, the government here, there's money here, and this government needs to be involved to get those 600,000 housing units built. They're not going to just appear out of thin air. That's the challenge we have in front of us. Questions and comments?
For Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we're here talking about money today, and I've heard colleagues from the Bloc Québécois many times chastise the coalition over here for approving Bay du Nord. Newfoundland and Labrador currently pays into the transfer program. So I'm wondering would the Bloc Québécois work towards returning that portion of the transfer money that goes into Quebec from the oil industry actually to Newfoundland, Labrador, and all the oil-producing provinces? Send the money back. Will they do that, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, he talks about money. The world's burning up and he's talking about money. That's completely ridiculous. We are the worst country, one of the worst countries in the world when it comes to fighting climate change. And he's talking about investments and health transfers and equalisation. We're already on fire. We are the worst G7 country since they arrived on the other side in 2015. Greenhouse gas emissions have increased. Shame on us all. They continue to invest. They continue to invest year after year. We are the second G20 country when it comes to public investments in fossil fuels. That alone is a shame. It's shameful. And Suncor has record profits. With their CEO's pocket change, they could pay for Beijing all themselves.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I have real people in my territory, people like Bernie Napasikadlak from Telukjuak, who's homeless, who lives in a tent in the harsh winter conditions at the moment. So I do appreciate that he focused his intervention on the need to increase housing. I wonder if the member agrees that the Canada Recovery Dividend needs to be extended to collect revenue from big box stores and oil and gas companies so that the revenue collected could go towards increasing the housing in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, it takes more money to house people. The examples I've just given, I talked about housing in my speech, but homelessness, we know the stories I've mentioned are stories, but this is what really happens. I met people, I met some stakeholders this week, and I was told if we don't invest now, if we don't invest funds against homelessness, people will sleep outside. Frontline workers are living with these people. They experience what these people experience. It's a bit chilly now, but imagine in January they'll have to turn people away who will have to sleep in the metro or elsewhere. It's completely illogical that a G7 country allows people to sleep outside when it's minus 20. End of discussion.
Debate, reprise du débat.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak after my colleague for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, who has given us a great demonstration of how government measures are simply ill-adapted. And so I would like to give you 3 examples. We've talked about the economy, people have spoken about the economy, so I would like to talk about 3 measures that are rather insufficient or simply counterproductive. By taking these 3 examples, I would like to show that the Canadian government has lost their way. It can no longer give direction to its ship, which is slowly taking on water. The first measure that I would like to talk about today is the FHSA, the First Home Savings Account. That is for first-time home buyers. It would allow first-time home buyers to save $40,000 on a tax-free basis. This savings account is a hybrid between 2 existing vehicles. Just like the tax-free savings account, the TFSA, it allows money to grow tax-free. It shares some of the characteristics of the Registered Retirement Savings Plan, the RRSP. TFSA contributions, like RRSP contributions, reduce a taxpayer's taxable income, allowing them to pay less tax at the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, what few people know is that this FHSA is old hat. Few people remember what the RHOSP was. Is a plan similar to the TFSA. It already existed. The RHOSP was announced in the 1974 federal budget and abolished in the 1985 federal budget. Just like the FHSA, contributions were deductible, returns could accumulate tax-free, and withdrawals could be used to purchase a home, or even initially for the purchase of major appliances and furniture. The RHOSP was introduced in an economic context similar to the FHSA, with inflation interest rates that are high. The experiment has already been tried, and the conclusion was that there are better tools to improve access to home ownership. This has been known since the 1970s. It has been known that accounts like this are not effective measures to help people get into housing. The FHA is an ineffective and, above all, inequitable tool to help people access home ownership. I would like to quote an excerpt from a 1978 study by Larin Tremblay on this subject. It is individuals with the highest incomes who take advantage of the system are the ones who take advantage of the system the most. 6.1% of taxpayers earning between $50,000 and $100,000 in the 70s, let us remind ourselves, and 6.4% of those earning more than $100,000 take advantage of the system, as opposed to less than 2% of those earning less than $7,000 rather in 1974. The biggest flaw in such a measure is that it is not adjusted according to the income of taxpayers. It necessarily benefits people with higher incomes. It's therefore counterproductive. It's all well and good to be able to shelter $8,000 from taxation, but you still have to have it in your pocket in the first place. Even if the government's intentions are good, apparently, the measure allows people who already have money for a down payment to grow it tax-free. That's good, but it does not truly help people who are struggling to get into home ownership for the first time. It does not help people, the story of whom were mentioned by my colleague Fernando Saint-Hubert. It doesn't help people who really need it. The government should rely on scientific literature. A fairer way to provide such a tax break would be to use the study savings plan as a model. The government could propose to provide a grant proportional to the amount contributed regardless of income, or even a grant that decreases in generosity as income increases. The FHA is just one example of the government's dated and ill-fitting policies. It's one thing for a savings account, but it's far more serious for its industrial and macroeconomic policies that I would like to mention. And so, second measure. The government is aware of its shortcomings in terms of industrial policy, but it proposes nothing in Bill C-32 about this. From the economic statement, Canadian workers need a robust industrial policy that will create well-paying jobs by seizing the opportunities of the carbon-neutral economy, attracting new private investment, and providing key resources to the world. What the government did, fundamentally, was to set up an expert group in 2020 called the Industrial Strategy Board. The Council has 4 main recommendations, but none of them seem to have percolated through to the government's current policies. Whether the government likes it or not, the pandemic has significantly changed the global economy. The rules of the globalization game have changed with the pandemic. Very much changed. The resilience of supply chains is now a critical economic issue. Indeed, supply problems are one of the causes of the high inflation we are experiencing today. Before the pandemic, supply chains were built to minimize the cost of each input so that the final product was as cheap as possible. These value chains were based on minimal transportation costs, so much so that parts of a mobile phone, for example, could be produced around the world. However, these supply chains are very fragile. It only takes a delay in the production of one part to block the production of several goods. For example, we are still experiencing the consequences of the closure of semiconductor factories, an essential input for electronic goods. This explains the shortage of vehicles. All over the world, advanced economies are now investing considerable amounts to acquire and develop new industries. One indication is the vast creation of precautionary inventories. Efficiency. Many companies, many countries have precautionary inventories that exist as a buffer against potential shortfalls or ruptures in supply chains. Efficiency resilience is becoming a model of resilience. The economy is changing and people are looking for resilience rather than efficiency. A McKinsey survey stated that almost 81% of supply chain leaders source from 2 suppliers rather than 1. This is another example of changes in the world economy. Past globalization is no longer the globalization of today. So, investment in industry will now be in critical or strategic industries. Critical because they are at the heart of supply chains, such as semiconductors. Without semiconductors, a final product cannot exist. There is no means of production. Then there's strategic investments. This is the case for certain essential goods that are best produced in-house and for which it is necessary to ensure that there is always stock This to avoid a major shortage that could cost lives, for example, medical equipment. So, instead of a clear industrial policy, as the US does, for example, Canada has copied another measure, that is share buybacks. These are one way for companies to return funds to their shareholders. Dividend payments are another. The company can buy back its shares on the market. It can also make a buyback offer to its shareholders. The Biden administration introduced a 1% tax on share buybacks in August in its Inflation Reduction Act. The Biden administration's measure is intended to encourage companies to invest their capital to expand rather than return it to their shareholders. The tax does not appear to be large enough to be a real disincentive to share buybacks. The link between share buybacks and underinvestment by companies is not so obvious. The optimal investment level of a company is not only determined by its liquidity. It is not advantageous for all companies to expand, even if they have a good level of capital. The Fed studied the phenomenon in 2017 and found no causality between share buybacks and underinvestment. The measure is a surtax, since the capital gain on shares is already taxable. Another point, Mr. Speaker. This was implemented in August in the States, whereas Canada only discussed it in the budget for a potential implementation in 2023 or 2024. So once again, the government is saying it will copy a measure, but at the end of the day, the government is not even ready to implement it. But what the US is doing, that we are not here, is proposing an ambitious industrial policy. Canada is quickly being overtaken. The Treasury is an important tool. When used well, it can help attract foreign investment to develop the local manufacturing sector. For example, in the US semiconductor plan, the US will put in place just over $39 billion in tax incentives to encourage the new semiconductor plants to be created and located in the US. Elaborated on the concept of the public spending multiplier, a dollar well invested can yield much more. Semiconductors are the foundation of the digital economy, and major economies are developing semiconductor procurement and control policies. What is Canada's proposed policy on semiconductors? Well, nothing so far. Mr. Speaker, the economic statement mentions 34 times the supply chain problems that, Madam Speaker now, my apologies, that contribute to inflation, but does not propose any new measures to address them. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the government of Canada is clearly uninspired. There are no innovative flagship measures. At best, it is a rehash of like the FHSA, but worse than that, the province of Quebec must make up for the lack of vision of the government of Canada, because this economic statement is the image of the government. We can probably adapt it to the changing economic reality. If Canada does nothing, there is no more time for the honourable member, but I'm sure that she will be able to elaborate during questions and comments.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate a number of the comments that the members indicated. One of the issues that I'd like to raise with the member is in regards to the support programs that are inside the legislation. One of the things is the intergenerational housing credit. That will provide incentive for members to be able to build a suite for seniors, possibly a parent or an individual with disability. It's a substantial credit to encourage that to take place. The former speaker talked about the issue of homelessness and how important it was for him. And I'm wondering if she could just provide her thoughts on that specific credit or program.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Once again, I believe that these are one of the measures that are no doubt a step in the right direction, but not good enough. The government is on a sinking ship, and I don't want Quebec to sink with the rest of Canada. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. My apologies. Montcalm. La Pointe de l'Île. I'd like to commend my colleague for her excellent presentation. She is a specialist in public accounts. She was cut off before the end of her speech, so I would like to ask her if she has anything else to say to finish her speech. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Well, thank you to my dear colleague for his comment, which allows me to finish my speech. So there are no measures that are strong or innovative. they are reheated at best. Quebec has to make up for the lack of vision for the government of Canada because the government is weak and poorly adapted to the changing economic reality. If Canada does nothing, it will miss the boat.
Gentleman for Calgary Centre.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things that I appreciated in my colleague's speech is that she raised that there's a lack of an industrial strategy in the government's plan. Is my colleague aware that there is only the desire to spend where the government can spend? Is this a good strategy for the future of Canada? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and if I understand, he's asking me a question about the government's industrial strategy. It's quasi-inexistent. We see that critical and strategic sectors are completely ignored. There are only plans and words bandied about, but no tangible measures. And when it comes to investment, it's a question of doing things well with fewer resources. We need better efficiency when it comes to government expenditures.
Comments, questions et commentaires? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-la-Métis-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her presentation. In my riding, I'm sure she knows that there are many seasonal workers because we are very tourist. We base ourselves very much on tourism, the Lower St. Lawrence, and the temporary measures were instated to help them. People who had to stop work, especially with regard to the pandemic. These temporary measures were pretty good, we must admit. And it opened the door to perhaps a fuller reform of employment insurance. But at the end of the day, the government abandoned this program and went back to the old regime, abandoning all these workers who were no longer qualified for the insurable number of hours worked. Perhaps this could have been the right time to announce measures for the seasonal workers. Is that the case? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne has 1 minute. Perfect. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her excellent question, which allows me to talk about a third measure which was cruelly missing in this economic statement, a deep re-examination of EI. If we're going into a recession, why is there no deeper reform of EI right now to help seasonal workers or people who are using EI because of sickness? These measures were promised ages ago, yet we still have nothing from the government, and that was severely lacking in the budget, in economic policies and general federal policies.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise and speak to the fall economic statement legislation that's been introduced in this House. Of course, the New Democrats are supporting it because there are some important measures in this legislation that we think will help Canadians. I'll just canvass a few of them. This legislation would introduce a Canada Recovery Dividend under which banks and life insurance groups would pay a temporary one-time 15% tax on taxable income above $1 billion over 5 years. It also would increase... I should pause, Madam Speaker, and say that I would seek the unanimous consent of the House to split my time with the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. Yeah. I get...
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to split his time? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And carrying on, this legislation would increase the corporate income tax rates of banks and life insurance groups by 1.5% on taxable income above $100 million. It would eliminate interest on the federal portion of student loans and apprentice loans. And finally, it would enact the Framework Agreement on First Nations Land Management Act. All of those, I think, are positive steps that are worthy of support in this legislation. Now, while New Democrats are pleased to see advancement on these measures, we do believe that there is much more that the fall economic statement should have offered Canadians struggling with the rising cost of living. We know that many, many Canadians are struggling to pay their bills. We also know that many corporations are making record profits at the same time. We know that inflation is crippling the price of food in particular has skyrocketed across this country. The cost of utilities, insurance, fuels are all up and making it really, really tough for many Canadians in every corner of this country to make ends meet. So that's why New Democrats would have welcomed a windfall tax like this legislation already applies to banks and life insurers being expanded to other corporations that are making even higher profits than those sectors are, like food companies, including Loblaws and the oil and gas sector. The revenue that government could recoup just from applying this tax to big box stores and oil and gas companies alone would total over $4 billion. And that's money that New Democrats believe would be and should be used to help Canadians mitigate the rising costs that they're facing, including of heating their home. New Democrats have long called for the elimination of the GST on home heating in times of struggle like this, particularly as we enter the winter season. Now, eliminating the interest on the federal portion of student loans will offer loan holders an average of $4,000 of savings over the lifetime of their loan. And this is important. New Democrats have for years called for the elimination of interest on student debt. We shouldn't be making money off the debt that students are incurring to get an education. Frankly, I personally have long believed that post-secondary education should be free at least the first 4 years, whether it's an apprenticeship, a community college or university, whatever it is, so that we encourage and facilitate our younger generation to become higher educated, because I believe higher educated societies are more prosperous societies, and it's an investment. Just like we have public school being free till grade 12, there's no reason we shouldn't extend that to the first 16 years of public education.
That's right.
Now, what isn't in this legislation is what will have the largest impact on people. It's been estimated that the cost of home heating could go up by as much as 30% in some places in Canada. And so eliminating the GST on that would be a simple way to offer Canadians respite in an immediate way. Food bank usage has drastically increased as the grocery chains that supply Canadian consumers with the food they need to survive are recording profits of $1 million extra a day. Healthcare systems across this country are in chaos, and there is no new money and no progress after the recent meeting of health ministers for improving healthcare and ensuring that the federal government increases its share of spending to better approach the fair deal that historically is the underpinning of the Canadian healthcare system. So the economic policy being used in this legislation is a good start, but it's not broad enough. And I think that if we did expand some of these good concepts in a much more broad and targeted, intelligent manner, we could generate billions of dollars that could be used for these, I think, very, very valuable, not only social programs, but economic development programs. Once again, when you educate our young people, that's not merely good for them, but these are people who will generate the ideas and economic activities and professional skills that will generate income into the future. So it's an important economic basis as well. So with that, Madam Speaker, I will sit down and...
Okay. And the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Certainly the member from St. Catharines had a lot to say here earlier, and I'm wondering if we'd like to request a quorum call, please.
I'll just double check on the quorum call. Okay, we do have quorum at the moment, so point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Just for clarification, does in order to have quorum, does it only require one Conservative, or do you have to have more than one Conservative?
Sorry, that's a point of debate, and I would just, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is... So a point of clarification for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is as long as there's 20 members in the House, there is quorum no matter how many from each party. So again, I just want to remind members, you know, that we want to get on with the business of the day. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I really appreciated the members' comments in regards to just the different programs and how we can support Canadians, but really in regards to students and student loans. In the riding of Waterloo, we have 3 post-secondary institutions, University of Waterloo, Wilfrid Laurier University, and Conestoga College. All students have been asking for the removal of interest from the federal portion. And I would just like to ask the member to perhaps elaborate on the difference between paying back the principal versus charging students a ridiculous amount of interest and really stopping them from getting into their future and having that financial opportunity. So would love to hear some more comments from the member on that issue. Thank you.
Vancouver Kingsway.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that great question and for her concern about students and making sure that we facilitate the education of Canadian students. You know, when I went to university in the 1980s, myself and many of my friends, we came from working class homes. We could actually go to university and we could work part-time jobs and tuition was low and we could actually get an education without going horrendously into debt. That is no longer the case. And I think that, as I said in my remarks, that I don't see why first-year university or first-year apprenticeship or community college we should have people go into debt when we don't expect that for grade 11 or 12. So I think it's a really good start by this government. I congratulate my colleagues in the Liberal Party for recognizing that we can start by eliminating interest because we shouldn't be profiting off the debt of students. And then I think we need to make that next step and make sure that students don't go into debt at all to get an education.
La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question?
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Fortier, moves that Bill C-32, Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act, tabled on November 3rd, 2022, be now read a third time and adopted.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Skeena-Balkley Valley? No. The honourable parliamentary secretary of the government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Thursday, December 8, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has another point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you might find unanimous consent to call at 6:01 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
Does the Honourable have unanimous consent? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Therefore, it being 6:02, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Resuming consideration at third reading of Bill S-223, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs, standing in the name of Mr. Jennis.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak to Bill S-223, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs. This bill proposes much-needed reforms that would seek to end the illicit trade in organs, a trade that preys upon human suffering and desperation. Organ trafficking is a transnational and global challenge, which frequently involves the exploitation of the poor and vulnerable living in under-resourced countries. Generally, wealthier individuals, often from more affluent countries, drive demand for organs, while the supply of organs usually comes from developing regions.
While there are no known organ trafficking cases where the transplant occurred in Canada, there have been reports of Canadians participating in transplant tourism. This practice involves individuals going abroad to buy organs that are needed for medical reasons but not available in their own countries. Those from whom the organs are extracted may be coerced, or they may be influenced to agree to organ removal through exploitation of their vulnerabilities. For example, they may be promised a significant monetary reward that would ease financial desperation. These individuals must cooperate in the organ trafficking enterprise, for example, by submitting to compatibility and other types of testing and preparing for and undergoing surgery. Once the surgery is performed, they are often not provided the promised reward, nor the care necessary to heal from their ordeal, resulting in long-term complications and even death. Organ traffickers, those who perform these surgeries, and intermediaries who locate organs for transplant, capitalize on the desperation of both the sick and the impoverished. Those from whom organs are extracted are often left uncompensated and in poor health. The Canadian healthcare system struggles to provide care to those who return home after such surgeries, as healthcare providers do not have the information necessary to address complications. Bill S-223 proposes new offenses that directly target organ trafficking conduct. Some will note that we already have criminal code offenses that criminalize organ traffickers. For example, Canada's human trafficking offenses apply where traffickers recruit, transport, or harbor victims to extract their organs through coercive practices. These offenses apply extraterritorially, which means that Canada can prosecute Canadians and permanent residents of Canada who engage in trafficking conduct abroad. But the problem is that no offenses apply where organs are purchased and coercive practices can't be proven. In so many of these cases, victims are pressured or influenced to agree to sell their organs, and even where overt forms of coercion are present, the relevant evidence is difficult to obtain, including because it may be located in another country. In this regard, Bill S-223's proposed offenses fill a critical gap in the law. Not only does the bill propose new offenses that would criminalize facilitating and participating in extracting organs coercively or obtaining organs in this context, but the bill also criminalizes facilitating and participating in exacting organs that are purchased or obtained for consideration, as well as obtaining purchased organs. The bill also extends extraterritorial jurisdiction, which means that Canadian citizens and permanent residents can be prosecuted in Canada for engaging in conduct abroad that is prohibited by the bill. Now, this includes those who engage in transplant tourism. The bill also proposes to make foreign nationals and permanent residents who engage in conduct prohibited by the bill's offenses inadmissible to Canada for having violated human or international rights, such as war crimes or crimes against humanity under Section 35 of the IRPA. The bill's objectives are consistent with international standards. For example, the World Health Organization has stated that the payment for organs is likely to take unfair advantage of the poorest and most vulnerable groups. It undermines altruistic donation and leads to profiteering and human trafficking. Such payment conveys the idea that some persons lack dignity, that they are mere objects to be used by others. Various World Health Organization documents also directly address organ trafficking. For example, the 2010 Guiding Principles on Human Cell, Tissue, and Organ Transplantation and the 2008 Declaration of Istanbul on Organ Trafficking and Transplant Tourism, whose focus is on preventing organ trafficking and transplant tourism. The Declaration recommends prohibition of transplant commercialization, a term that is used internationally to refer to treating organs as commodities to be bought and sold. Bill S-223's reforms would place Canada at the forefront of the international community on the issue of organ trafficking. Very few countries have sought to combat organ trafficking by targeting the demand that fuels this harmful trade. I am very proud, Madam Speaker, of what this bill's legislative history shows, that combating organ trafficking is an issue that all partisans in Canada can support. Health Canada continues to lead an initiative called the Organ Donation and Transplantation Collaborative in order to help increase access to legal and safe organ transplantation. The collaborative's goal is to achieve organ donation improvements that result in better patient outcomes and an increase in the number of quality of successful transplantations. Now, there are many actions, impressive actions, taken by the collaborative to achieve change in this space, including creating a pan-Canadian data system that will support decisions, avoid missed opportunities, and improve patient care. Identifying decision-making and accountability mechanisms to ensure Canadians have access to an organ donation and transplantation system that responds to their needs and those of their families. Maximizing donor identification in hospitals and referrals to transplantation services across Canada. Identifying underserved populations and improving patients' access to post-transplantation care in remote communities. Increasing living donation as a preferred treatment option, for example, kidneys and liver, and finally, supporting health care professionals through professional education. These efforts, together with Bill S-223, will make Canada a world leader in responding to organ trafficking. While many like-minded countries regulate the transplantation of human organs and prohibit organ trafficking in the same way Canada currently does, such as the United Kingdom, New Zealand, and Australia, few countries have criminalized purchasing organs, including transplant tourism. The government supports the criminal code reforms proposed by this bill and will continue to work towards bringing them into force. We are committed to ensuring that the bill's reforms support their objective of ending organ trafficking in all its forms, including the commercialization of human body parts and the harm it causes to those impacted, as well as all of society. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
The reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As members here, we are lucky enough to be able to discuss important topics here. Every day, our colleagues rise and speak to praise or criticize situations that sometimes bring us together, sometimes set us apart. Madam Speaker, I'm always happy when I can jump into the political arena and debate with my colleagues. And, as you already know, I quite like debating my Liberal and Conservative friends, with all due respect, because our work here is to defend our ideas, ultimately. However, there are certain subjects where we shouldn't debate in the same way. Not because I want to impose my own ideas, but because sometimes unanimity is more important than differences of opinion, especially when it's a matter of human rights and individual well-being. As Bloc Québécois critic on immigration and human rights, what I want to discuss today, Madam Speaker, is the protection of individuals. I want to talk here about a bill to modify the Criminal Code and the Immigration Act, specifically about protecting people from organs trafficking. We know that there is a consensus among Canadians and Quebecers against the barbarous and cruel practice of organ trafficking. So, just like my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois, you won't be surprised to hear that I'm in favor of the principle of this bill. Before going on, I'd like us to look at a few details together. Since they began to be practiced in the 50s, organ transplants enabled many lives to be saved. But now there is more demand than supply. In fact, according to some estimates, legal transplants only meet the needs of 10% of patients on waiting lists throughout the world. So thousands of people die every year while they wait for an organ. So we can understand why the organ trade is skyrocketing. It's simple arithmetic. Because there are such desperate needs, a lucrative transnational criminal market is growing. This is a global phenomenon. We can see it basically everywhere in the world, even though the practice is forbidden in most countries, almost all countries. This is considered an unethical practice, and unfortunately it affects poor and vulnerable people much more. The numbers speak for themselves. The typical recipient is a 48-year-old man whose average income is is 53,000 Canadian dollars. But on the contrary, the typical donor is a 28-year-old man with only 480 Canadian dollars in average annual income.
The problem is that these transplants performed abroad are dangerous not only for donors but also for recipients. And there's no regulatory framework to ensure the safety of the procedure or the viability of the organs, not in the donor countries nor in the recipient countries. So although the problem of organ trafficking is internationally recognized, attempts to prevent and prohibit it have had limited success. And that's why this crime remains widespread in many parts of the world. To date, legislative action in Canada to strengthen federal laws against organ trafficking have not been successful. Canada is back. That's what the Prime Minister told us in 2015 and in the last Parliament. And to this I say, Madam Speaker, that no, Canada is far from being back. In fact, Canada has been, for some time now, dragging its feet on human rights issues. At the moment, there's no Canadian law that prohibits Canadians from going abroad, buying organs, having them transplanted, and then returning to Canada. So given that, it certainly can't be said that the measures taken by the Canadian government have frightened many giants. In any case, certainly not China. And I can tell you that the situation in China is particularly concerning. It's the only country in the world where organ trafficking is organized on an industrial scale by harvesting organs from executed prisoners of conscience. Forced organ harvesting. Madam Speaker, you know this, and my Uyghur friends know it even better. Whenever I can stand up in this House and denounce loud and clear the atrocities that the Chinese government is inflicting on their community, well, I take that opportunity. But today, I'm going to do it once again, because we can't talk about it enough. So as I stand here before you, right now, Madam Speaker, in this House, at the same time, nearly 2 million Uyghurs and Turkic Muslims are imprisoned in these concentration camps. In these same camps, many acts of torture are being committed. The lives of human beings are coldly taken from them and their organs are sold on the transplant market. So at the risk of repeating myself, but above all out of necessity, I say this once again before you. At this very moment, in China, the most horrific crime that a government can perpetrate against its own people is taking place, and that is a genocide. China currently has the second largest transplant program in the world. This program increased rapidly in the early 2000s without a corresponding increase in voluntary organ donors. So this raises questions, obviously, about the origin of the organs. The trade in organs from Uyghurs who are locked up in camps in China is investigated quite regularly, and these investigations are, unsurprisingly, constantly interrupted. So, Madam Speaker, there's a question that we have to ask. Why were we elected, and why did we get involved in politics? I understand that sometimes there's a political price to pay when we want to attack a giant like China. There's an economic cost, for example. There are members from every region of Canada who have economic interests in their own regions with China, and that's normal. That's, unavoidable. China's an economic giant, Madam Speaker, but at the same time, right now, as we're speaking, there are Uyghur women who are undergoing forced sterilization. There are Uyghur children who have been taken away from their families and who are being placed in Han's families. And even right now, as we're speaking, there are Uyghurs whose organs are being stolen from them, Madam Speaker. Imagine that. Their organs are being stolen, and those organs are being transplanted in a capitalist organ market. They're being bought and sold. And there are Canadian citizens who are taking advantage of this market. So it's important to remember why we got into politics. Yes, we have to stand up to these people, whatever the political price to pay for that. I'll put my seat on the line, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, if I can stand up to China. And when I say China, I mean the Chinese communist regime, which is committing atrocities against its own people. So this bill is extremely important. So at least for once, we're going to be standing up and, this is one little step in the right direction against the Chinese giant, the Chinese government. So I'd say this in closing. I don't know what the fate of S-223 will be in this room, but at least no one can blame ignorance. Ignorance, which, by the way, is the greatest ally of totalitarian regimes after blindness. So let us not be ignorant. Let us not be blind, Madam Speaker. And so it's with that in mind that I support this bill to combat organ trafficking, but it's especially for the sake of safety, security, social justice, and on principle, Madam Speaker. And you know me, I would never make a compromise on this. I represent my principles. That's how we can best represent those who elected us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I thank my constituents in Nunavut for putting your trust in me. I will continue to work hard to ensure your needs are being met and to ensure your voices are being heard. Bill S-223, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act related to the trafficking of human organs, is important to many Canadians and abroad. This bill, if passed, could do one of three things. The bill's proposed amendments to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act could help to ensure that receiving organs or benefiting economically from this illicit trade is inadmissible in Canada. This is particularly important for developing countries where impoverished people are experiencing forced removal of organs like kidneys and livers. This could be a strong message to countries like India and Pakistan, who have corrupt agents to people in developed countries, including Canada. The bill, if passed, could send a clear message that this government should do what it can to protect the vulnerable people who are exploited by these heinous crimes. Most importantly, the issue of organ trafficking is not a partisan issue, and we need to work together to get this bill passed. We know that organs like kidneys and livers are being forcibly removed from many people worldwide. It is a very real problem that this government has been needing to pass legislation on for a while. It is something that through several parliaments, we have been waiting for substantive action. This is the opportunity to pass this important legislation. The World Health Organization has noted that 1 out of 10 organ transplants involve a trafficked human organ, which totals about 10,000 a year. We know this is a crime that disproportionately affects people who live in developing countries that do not have access to the same rights, privileges, and equality under the law. As the Canadian government, by taking a firm stance on this issue, are sending a message that trafficking of human organs is a criminal action and should be punished as such. In addition to supporting this initiative, more should be done to encourage ethical, safe organ donation domestically to alleviate the need for trafficked organ donations. A total of 2,782 organ transplants were performed in Canada in 2021, according to Canadian Institute for Health Information. There are more than 3,300 Canadians on waiting lists for a kidney transplant, almost double the number 20 years ago, and close to a third of them are from Ontario, according to the Canadian Institute for Health Information. The need for organ donation is greatly needed within this country. With such a large need within this country, it is important to have a conversation on how the Canadian healthcare system needs to talk about these needs. With so many Canadians needing organ donations, the illegal trade of organs in Canada continues to grow. The people who are exploited in this trade have given testimony speaking to their experiences. Stories of people who have woken up in a drugged haze to someone wearing a surgical mask and gloves telling them their kidney has just been removed and that they need to take care. Often, these victims can suffer very serious, lifelong health consequences from that, and because of the nature of the operation, some people have ultimately died from it. In expressing what matters to Indigenous peoples, this is an opportunity to remind all Canadians and parliamentarians is the consequence of federal government neglect in investing in First Nations, Métis, and Inuit health. Indigenous peoples continue to suffer elevated health indicators worse than those of mainstream Canadians. Generally, the health care needs of Indigenous peoples are not being met. Nunavut continues to rely too much on medical travel system that does not invest well enough in the potential to invest in human resources in Nunavut and Indigenous peoples across Canada. In an article regarding challenges experienced by Indigenous transplant patients in Canada, they confirmed that, in quotes, northern, remote, and rural Indigenous populations are further challenged as small population sizes mean that there are significantly fewer local diagnostic and healthcare services, and the distances to travel to receive these services is often challenging for patients and families, particularly when regular treatments are required, end quote. By addressing the seriousness of this issue and through years of discussion, this bill should be passed. I am pleased to see that this Parliament has tried to address that by making it easier for people to sign up and become an organ donor. However, the illegal organ trade continues to grow, and people continue to be exploited. The demand for organs is high, and as our population ages, we certainly need to have smart and effective policy to address this issue. It is important that education on organ donation is made more accessible to Canadians. Canada has a shortage of organs, with 4,129 patients in 2020 waiting for transplants at the end of the year, and 276 Canadians who were waiting on a transplant list dying, up from 250 to 223 in previous years. Indigenous children, including First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, experience persistent health and social inequities and face higher rates of end-stage organ failure, requiring solid organ transplantation. The reasons for these inequities are multifaceted, linked to Canada's history of colonialism and racism. Organizations and labs across Canada continue to conduct research to present their findings of the inadequate healthcare system experience that Indigenous peoples face. With a better discussion, there is hope for the future. New Democrats have long opposed all forms of trafficking, be it human trafficking for sexual exploitation, labor trafficking, or the trafficking of human organs. We continue to fight for human rights. We all must do what we can to protect vulnerable people. By passing this bill, Canada can send a strong message to other countries. Let us stand together in sending this message out.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed an honour to be able to rise today to speak on Bill S-223, an act to amend the Criminal Code and Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to stop the trafficking in human organs. I want to thank Senator Selma Atuljan, who brought this bill forward in the Senate, where it passed at all readings. It has now been referred here in the House of Commons and sponsored by my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. What this bill does, Madam Speaker, is that it will actually amend the criminal code to create some indictable offenses for those that are engaged in illegal organ harvesting. And it will also allow the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship to intercede if they believe that someone is in Canada as a permanent resident or here as a foreign national. They can deem them that they are inadmissible to Canada because they have participated in one way or another in the harvesting of human organs. Now, Madam Speaker, this is something that I have been advocating for quite some time. And, you know, one of the issues when we brought forward the Sergei Magnitsky Law, which passed this place unanimously in 2018, and which the government has failed to use since that time, other than the first tranche of people that were sanctioned, was to make sure that those individuals who are committing gross human rights violations around the world were held to account, and that they were not allowed to use Canada as a safe haven. Madam Speaker, we know that there has been a systematic organ harvesting program going on in communist China, led by the regime in Beijing. And they have used it to take political dissidents and ethnic and religious minorities, like the Falun Gong practitioners, like the Uyghurs, like Christians and others, and have gone out after them, arrested them, and then forcibly removed their organs to profit from them. Now, we talk about gross human rights violations, but that is disgusting. That someone would actually go through and take people that are being persecuted because they are a minority group, or someone that doesn't agree with the regime in Beijing or other countries for that matter, and that they would be arrested, detained, and then literally ripped apart and market their organs around the world. And so Bill S-223 will make sure that those individuals, if they ever came to Canada, would face the criminal code. They wouldn't just be facing sanctions and be banned from Canada or have their assets freeze here in Canada, but they would face criminal prosecution here in Canada. If someone knowingly, who needed an organ transplant, but knowingly went and used an organ that was harvested in this manner from a political dissident, from a Falun Gong practitioner, or Uyghurs that are right now are being persecuted by the highest level, essentially a genocide being carried out by the communist regime in Beijing against Uyghurs. If somebody went and said, and actually wanted to buy one of these organs, then they could be facing criminal prosecution here in Canada. And we know that this market exists. Estimates are putting that, illegal organ trafficking generates, between $1 billion to $2 billion Canadian every year, and that is sourced from 12,000 illegal transplants, predominantly coming from mainland China. 12,000 transplants a year, and this is something that we have to put an end to. I had the privilege of working with the Falun Dafa Association here in Canada, who represents Falun Gong practitioners. Many of them have fled mainland China to make sure that they had the ability here in Canada to have, things we take for granted: freedom of association, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of conscience. All that denied by the communist regime in China. And so they put together some great research over the years. Our former colleague who participated in that has put together a rather large report with the assistance of James Mattis. When I say former colleague, I mean David Kilgore, who is a longtime MP here, who always championed human rights. And they found a list of over 150 individuals who were profiting from the sale of illegally attained organs that were harvested from Falun Gong practitioners. And I presented last spring a petition here that was calling on the government that in the last 21 years, the Communist Party officials had orchestrated the torture and killing of a large number of people who practice Falun Gong, and that they were doing it on a mass scale so that their vital organs can fuel the communist regime's organ transplant trade. We had 14 names here to sanction under the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials, the Sergei Magnitsky law, and the government responded but never ever sanctioned any of those individuals that were named, and that was 14. In October of 2021, I sent a letter off to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, congratulating her on her new appointment and asking her to take action on behalf of Falun Gong practitioners to look at the entire list of individuals who, and I submitted these, who they are, what position they held in mainland China, and what operations that they were involved in persecuting, arresting, and harvesting the organs from Falun Gong practitioners, and then ultimately taking those organs and trading in them around the world. 150 names that I first sent to her predecessor, the Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time, and then to our current Minister of Foreign Affairs. And again, we get a response, but no action taken. Madam Speaker, I know that this bill is getting support from all sides of the House, from every corner of the chamber, but we need to make sure that we can step up and sanction those individuals to ensure that they aren't coming to Canada. We sanction those individuals using the Sergei Magnitsky law, that they aren't hiding their wealth and taking advantage of our strong banking system, taking advantage of our fairly robust real estate market, and being able to capitalize on their illicit gains that they've been able to achieve because of this illegal trade in organs. Canadians that need organ transplants, we have to encourage more and more people to donate organs here in Canada so that we can extend the life of those that need to have transplants. And that way we can also deter this illicit trade in illegally harvested human organs. And we can make sure it doesn't spread to other jurisdictions. We always like to concentrate on the communist regime in China, but we know that this is happening in other places in the world. There's stories of African nations and not just governments doing this, but we're also talking about gangs. We're also talking about the people that are out there in human trafficking, resorting to this as a way to generate illicit revenues. So we need to make sure, Madam Speaker, that we continue to stand on the side of those individuals who cannot stand up for themselves. We have to make sure that Canada continues to be that leader on the issues of human rights. We need to make sure that those who are committing these crimes can be held to account. And I know that Bill S-223 will go a long way in ensuring that those individuals are not allowed to work in Canada, or not, and if they do, they will be arrested, not allowed to travel to Canada, but they'll be arrested and face charges. And we need to make sure that those who know that they are purchasing organs that have been gotten through this gross human rights violation of illegal organ harvesting, that they too will face the full cost and the full force of law here in Canada. Madam Speaker, I just again want to say I congratulate Senator Atul-Jan for bringing this forward. This is something she's been working on for a number of years. It has died on the order paper in the past, and this is our opportunity to make sure that it comes into force as quickly as possible.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer? Oui. La question est...
The question is as follows.
By Mr. Zuberry, move that Bill S-223, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs be now read a third time and do pass. Si un député d'un parti reconnu.
If a member from a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, December 14th, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Conformément à l'ordre adopté plus tôt.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House shall now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to consider motion number 23 under Government Business. The House will now go into Committee of the Whole.
I knew where I wanted to go, but my staff just had me 20 minutes ago. That wasn't a speech.
Before we begin this evening's debate, I would like to remind honourable members of how the proceedings will unfold. Each member speaking will be allotted 10 minutes for debate, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments pursuant to order made earlier today. The time provided for the debate may be extended beyond 4 hours as needed to include a minimum of 12 periods of 20 minutes each. Members may divide their time with another member, and the chair will receive no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent. Nous pouvons maintenant.
We will now begin tonight's Take Note debate.
Madame Boutillier pour Monsieur Holland propose que.
Ms. Boutier for Mr. Holland moves that this committee take note of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Debate.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I'm going to share the words of Cambria Harris, daughter of Morgan Harris. We talk so much in here, and now it's time to listen to what families and survivors want. My name is Cambria Harris. My spirit name is West Flying Sparrow Woman. I'm a member of Long Plain First Nation, but I live in Winnipeg, Manitoba. I am 21 years old, and I'm the eldest daughter of my deceased mother, Morgan Harris. We all know why I'm here today, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, but I'm sad for the reasons I have to come here. It pains me to say that this week has been one of the hardest for Indigenous peoples. This horrific situation has shaken us as our nation and angered Indigenous people and strangers worldwide. What has happened is despicable, and I'm utterly shocked and saddened to hear that far more beautiful, innocent Indigenous lives were taken at the expense of a monster, including my mother, Morgan Harris, Mercedes Myron, Rebecca Contois, and still one lost sister who has now been named Buffalo Woman. Remember these names, shout them from the roof of your lungs, and bring justice for these deceased women. Time and time again, the system has failed vulnerable women and people, specifically Indigenous. I want you to understand that every single one of these women are beautiful human beings. They are loved, they are mothers, they are sisters, they are someone. Our women, those who bring life to this world, are considered sacred, and we need to start treating them like so. We need to end this violence against our women. Each and every one of these women lived a full life of stories and love. They deserve to be remembered for who they are, rather the way they passed on. It breaks my... Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm sharing the words of the victim's child, and Conservative members are choosing this time to chat. And I find that disrespectful. If you can stop my time to respect these families.
I want to remind members that this Take Note debate is in play at the moment, and the issue, just like every other issue, is very important, and I would ask members to please respect members here in the House, and if they wish to have discussions, they should take them outside to have those discussions in the lobby would be appropriate. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre, un appel au règlement, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bonneuf-Jacques-Cartier I've just heard the comment from my colleague who is accusing Conservative MPs of having discussions, but I look around us. We're not talking with anyone, so perhaps she has misidentified. I believe there were MPs, yes, and there were some that were Conservative, still are, be it Conservatives, Liberals, the Bloc Québécois. When there is a debate in the House, it is important to respect the way that the House operates. The person speaking should have a respect of all of the chamber during debates. And so, inaudible microphone is not on. I would just like to add to the matter that, yes, there were some members of Parliament who were entertaining discussions. I won't say if they were Conservatives or not. I believe that it was. There are other MPs elsewhere in the House from other parties. I don't know who was speaking in that sector of the House of Commons, and the honourable member rose and asked for respect given from what she was hearing on her side of the House of Commons. That is that.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
They deserve to be remembered for who they are rather than the way they passed on. It breaks me to see our women fall through the cracks of society over and over again. Throughout my teens, I've watched and I've heard the horror stories of Indigenous women going missing and many never found. And when they're found deceased in the most horrible, gruesome ways, and all you can do is cry and hope your loved ones aren't next. I was there back when Tina Fontaine went missing, and I protested when she was found because it hurt me personally as a young Indigenous girl. Tina was around my age at that time, and there was protesting and rallying for her at the police station, demanding change as a sniper looked over us. I was at the Take Back the Night marches shouting for our women and how we shouldn't have to be afraid to go out at the streets at night. That is why I'm here today. We are not meant to be forgotten, and we won't be. We are here forever as we should be. These women have been a voice, and they deserve to be heard and paid the respect and love, and they need and needed before. Over the last decade, I've watched the news stories of families mourning their missing loved ones. I've watched stories unfold from when they go missing and when they're found in the worst ways. What happened last week and what has been happening for a very long time is a hate crime and Indigenous genocide. This needs to seriously change. These monsters lurking within our society, how do we begin to pick them out and stop them before they seriously harm somebody? When all the hints were there and that they were going to hurt someone. What's frightening is how these disgusting creatures present themselves as friends. They hide in the corners and shadows, only brought to face when they've murdered our women. You guys have the power to make change and do our part in this by crying all the missing and murdered Indigenous people the justice and respect they need. The system put in place, the system that was meant to protect these women and keep them from harm, failed them miserably and horribly. I'm angered by this, and I am heartbroken for families and victims affected by this and my Indigenous brothers and sisters. I've watched a nation come together in the most beautiful of ways. For the most heartbreaking and gut-wrenching situation, this needs to end. I've watched this happen too many times. It has become a story that is familiar not only for myself, but for other Indigenous people. My mother, Morgan Harris, was a bright and loving soul. She had given birth to me when she was only 18 years old, and this breaks my heart because I am blessed to be a mother of 2.5-year-old, and I gave birth at 19. My mother will never, ever get to meet her grandmother, and she will never have a chance at having that sort of bond with her. That was ripped away from my mother and daughter and my mother was ripped away from me at the expense of a monster and vile creature. With that being said, I'm able to understand the struggles my mother went through, having a child so young and then going to give birth to 4 more while struggling with addiction. She had been struggling with addiction since I was a small girl, but she still shielded me from the horrors of the world. And I remember when I was younger, I had gone for a sleepover at my Aunt Crystal's, and by the time we got back to our childhood home on Simcoe, my house was surrounded by police and garbage bags. I didn't get to see her up close, but she yelled at me from the house while I was in the car, saying to me that I was going for a sleepover to my aunt's and that she loved me and how she'd get me back. I believed her. That sleepover occurred in 2006, ended up lasting until I was 17. I didn't understand what she was going through then because she did such a good job protecting me from it. But I understand now it was never her fault. That was the start of it all. And through the years of growing up in CFS and between having visits with her as a young child, I watched my mom slowly lose herself to addiction in the most heartbreaking way. Mental illness took over, and the help for her became less and less, and I watched my mother cry for help as well as my family. But she did the best. But she did the best with what she had. She was a smart woman, an absolutely bright, loving soul. She had a smile you'll never forget. It breaks my soul to know that the system put in place that was supposed to protect her failed her, and watched as she fell and cried. She was in and out of treatment centers and homelessness, constantly living on the streets for as long as I can remember, but that didn't stop her. That didn't stop her from seeing me and still being able to be a great, amazing mother for me. She was a great mother, and I might have been in CFS, but I did get visits with her, and then I did see her. My mother always made a point of being with me separately, making sure she spent quality time with me because she herself knew she couldn't be there in the way she could so badly wanted to because these systems had failed her. She didn't get to leave this earth with a home. She didn't get to pass away next to her loved ones, and she was loved by friends and families and strangers all around. Throughout the short years of her life, she had to live in fear, hiding from sirens, people, and constantly living in fear of dangers that lurked around at night while we're all blessed to sleep in our beds. She lived in fear, and she left the earth in a disastrous way. But you know what? For someone so small, 5-foot gesture, she was a feisty woman. She had a passion and an often burning goodness in her heart. Anyone who looked at this tiny woman the way would be sorry. The wrong way would be sorry. She fought for what she cared about, and everyone loved it and her confidence. She was extremely cared for by many, and since this heartbreaking news broke out, I have received substantial amounts of support, and I've heard stories of people who knew her. She was living on the streets, and how she always made a point and an impact on someone. Everyone always remembered her name. She was the funniest person I knew, and she was always making me laugh along with others. And I want you to remember my mother, Morgan, as a strong, resilient woman. She had to do what she needed to do, but to survive. And unfortunately, it's unfortunate how she left. Let's pay her the respect and love she deserves by giving her a home finally. And that would be finding her a Mercedes and Buffalo woman from the landfill or wherever else they may be. Your government started this genocide, and now you must help us fix it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government, House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member from Winnipeg Centre for sharing a reality that sends a very powerful message, I believe, not only here in Ottawa, but outside of the Ottawa bubble, where things really need not only to be heard, but we do need to see actions. And there are far too many girls that are in that position of making very difficult life decisions. And I'm wondering if she could just provide her insights in terms of how very much our urban centers are becoming a place in which it is not safe. And if she could just provide that sort of an insight, because it seems to me that it's being very challenging for governments of all levels to actually get to the core and try to stop the murders that are taking place.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much to my honourable colleague, but I don't think it's difficult. There's 231 calls for justice that clearly lay out a plan forward. The acts are very simple right now. You know, I've been calling for for the police to call for an independent investigation and provide the support and the information necessary to see the feasibility of a search. If that is not possible, Madam Speaker, all of this loved one is asking for is to stop dumping garbage on her loved one. This is not difficult. In what world do we want to live in where we have to beg? This is a crime scene, not to have garbage dumped on our loved ones. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to sincerely thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg Centre, pardon me. I was deeply moved by her remarks, and I thank her for her bravery and her courage that's continued for many years on this file. I believe she is likely one of the best experts in this House on this issue, so I greatly appreciate her bringing her these experiences to this discussion today, and I thank her for her leadership in bringing this Take Note debate to the House of Commons floor. I think it is very important. I, too, am a member from Winnipeg. I would just like to provide her more time to share with us the concrete steps she mentioned too specifically. Are there other things that could be immediately done to support the families and other women and girls impacted by this right now? Are we talking mental health supports? What are other things that this government and other levels of government should be doing right now to help these women who are impacted and their families?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much to my honourable colleague. And I think in lieu of what's going on, at the very least, there needs to be an immediate moratorium on the utilization of Prairie Garden landfill until this can be resolved. In honor of what the children are going through, the families that are looking for loved ones, we need to give them that justice. We need to give them that peace. We also need to have prevention. I've been calling for a red dress alert. Every time an Indigenous woman goes missing, we need a red dress alert. Like when children go missing or when there's storms that are happening, we need a red dress alert. We need, of course, immediate investment in housing. I just found out, unfortunately, this morning, another woman perished, freezing to death in a bus shelter last night. We have a housing crisis. These are human rights issues. We need to invest in safe spaces, but we need real investment in housing. We need a guaranteed livable basic income. Leslie Spillett, a well-known advocate in the community, was very clear. She said, if these women had a guaranteed livable income, they would be alive. This is a poverty crisis. Not just a mental health crisis. It's not just this is a poverty crisis, and people need the support they need to live in dignity. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for Winnipeg Centre for her amazing speech and for amplifying the voices of Indigenous women, children who's lost their, what sounds like their beautiful mother. In this year's budget, there was reconciliation money for the RCMP to have reconciliation with Indigenous peoples so that they can help with the finding of grave sites. I thought that was a terrible injustice. I wonder if the member can share her thoughts on what more the RCMP should do to make sure that they too are sharing in the reconciliation and to stop with the systemic racism and do better to protect Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much to my honourable colleague, and I agree with her. We need to take those monies, and that money needs to be given to families in our community to use the way we need for justice. We have put out calls, 231 calls to action, 2022 budget, 0 budgetary allocation for MMIWG to us. That is wrong. We need immediate resources. We need substantial resources for the searching of our loved ones and just to keep us alive. You know, I got up this morning. I've been with the beautiful family of Morgan Harris. I know some of the family. I love them. They walk with Bear Clan. They're a beautiful family, brilliant young people. They deserve justice. We need to listen to them, which is why I read the speech of Cambria Harris, one of Morgan Harris's daughter, because we need to listen to families and survivors of violence. They have the way forward. We have 231 calls to action. We need monies invested now to make sure we can heed those calls to action. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député. Oh, excuse, là, je vais juste voir. Oh, la tête est en bas, c'est pour ça que je ne peux pas voir. Okay, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you very much, Vancouver East.
Vancouver East, sorry.
No worries. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member from Winnipeg Centre, for her passion, for her belief, for her strength, and for her heart in speaking out for the families and for justice for Indigenous peoples from coast to coast to coast. I come from Vancouver East. In my riding, we too have devastating situations of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And we also experienced a situation where there was a serial killer, and he killed, well, I should say 33 women went missing. He was only prosecuted for 6 of those cases. And many families do not have closure, and to this date, despite the inquiry, calls for justice, the government has not taken action, and the police has not actually made the necessary changes to address the systemic racism and discrimination within the system. So to that end, I'd like to ask the member, what do we need for the police to do in order to actually ensure justice is served?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, I think in this case is very clear. There has been, as a result, for very good reason, a relationship of distrust that has developed over time. And in this particular case, out of respect for the families and in the best interest, I believe, of the Winnipeg City Police, they need to call for an independent investigation with support and access to the information required to assess whether it is feasible to complete a search successfully. If not, there is nothing that screams systemic racism than to have an active crime scene and to continue to throw garbage on our loved ones. There needs to be an immediate moratorium so that loved ones can rest in peace. Kira Harris, Morgan Harris's other daughter, said something to me the other day that was really, really telling. She said, I need a place to give an offering for my mother, and I can't do that at a garbage dump. I want her to have that closure. They have a right to have closure. Our families have a right to have closure. We deserve that respect. And I'm asking for everybody in this house today to give us that closure. We need that closure, and we need help and support now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll say first off, I thank the member for Winnipeg South for her very passionate remarks. It's very difficult to follow her, but I will do my best. I'm not an expert in this area, although in the last 20 years I have had an opportunity to learn a bit more about what's happened to Indigenous women and girls in Canada over, the last several centuries, and in particular in the last number of years. And so what we found in just this past week, a man was charged with first 4-degree murder charges for murdering 4 Indigenous women. 3 have been identified. A 4th, we're not sure. The Indigenous communities called her Buffalo Woman. So I'd like to put her name on the record as well, and I hope that we can find out who she is and where her remains are. It's very upsetting to talk about this, so I'll try to keep my composure. I find it just at such a core level it almost seems like every other week we're learning about another Indigenous woman who's been brutally murdered, who's been raped, whose remains are not found. This just seems so commonplace that people just seem to, another one, like it doesn't matter. And it does matter. This is in Winnipeg. And nothing has changed in the almost 10 years that I've been in politics. We're having the same debate in the same house over and over and over again, and nothing really seems to happen. There were years where 231 calls to action were established. I have not heard a robust debate in this House about those. In fact, I believe the Liberal government unfortunately took 3 years to make a plan of implementation. That was about a year ago. I'm not aware of any full movement forward. We had a debate on this 6 months ago in the House on this very issue. Different women, but same issue. I haven't heard any meaningful action in that time. So I fully understand and recognize the rage and the upset and the tremendous disappointment and internal pain caused by repeatedly asking for help and asking for change, and nothing seems to be happening, Madam Speaker. And I'm from a small rural town. I didn't have any experience in this area, but my first introduction to how Indigenous women and girls in Canada were treated was by a very intelligent and progressive teacher in high school, and she told us about Helen Betty Osborne, who was a young woman in the 1970s who was walking home in the dark in the Pas, Manitoba, and she was kidnapped, raped repeatedly, beaten, and stabbed 50 times with a screwdriver, and her naked body was just thrown in the woods and was found by a 14-year-old fisherman boy. And there's a lot of coverage about how the investigation was not taken seriously, how it was bungled. In fact, the provincial government issued a formal apology many years later in the year 2000 for how that case was handled. It took far too long for that apology, but it was done rightfully so. So that was my first introduction, not knowing anything about what Indigenous women, Indigenous peoples face on a regular basis. That was in high school. And then about 10 years later, I started in politics at the provincial level in Manitoba. And in my very first week, the body of Tina Fontaine, a tiny 14-year-old girl who had been murdered, rolled up in a mattress, and chucked in the Red River, had been found. 14 years old, a child. That was my introduction into working in politics. And again, that was in 2014, so almost, 8 years ago. 8 years ago, almost to the month, last month. And I haven't seen any meaningful change. And that's shared by all parties and all levels of government. So I want to acknowledge that, and I think the member made a very impassioned statement that people are tired of waiting. We need support from everyone. We need to put politics aside, and we may not always agree on the solutions, but surely, where there's a will, there's a way. We could be providing better support to families and to women and children who are being abused and raped and murdered and thrown in ditches and thrown in landfills like it's nothing. I completely understand the outrage from the families. If this was my mother who had been murdered and thrown in a bin and dumped in some landfill, I completely understand, or my sister, or my best friend, and these women were mothers and sisters and aunties and best friends. They have a whole community around them who will miss them forever. If I was related to one of these women, I would feel the same. Like, give me a shovel, let's go find these women. What's taking so long? And I understand it is very complicated. I understand that it's been a number of months, that this is a commercial dump site. There's a lot of clay and asbestos, and there's things from various slaughterhouses and hog plants and things like that. I understand it's complicated. I understand a forensic investigation would be complicated. I also understand that the police have found enough evidence to charge this vile killer, this serial killer, with 4 first-degree murder charges. And although, of course, we can't intervene, I do hope that if he's found guilty, he rots in prison for the rest of his life. I think everybody would agree with that. So I understand it's complicated, and I understand it's like finding a needle in a haystack, but I do believe there should be far more discussion about making this happen, at least trying to find these women. If it was my mom, I would want it to be found, her to be found, Madam Speaker, so why should these women be treated any different? I completely understand, and I hear the people that are speaking up about this. And so I know the City of Winnipeg and the Winnipeg Police, I do believe they're doing their best, and I understand, like I said, it's extremely complicated, but why not call on the federal government for some money? Why not call for the military to come help out? I do recognize that the man and woman power it would take from the Winnipeg Police to conduct this investigation may pull many, many police officers off the street, so we don't want that either. But surely there's enough people in Canada that we can conduct some sort of recovery mission for these women. Give them at least a hope, at least that we tried. That's the position that I'm taking, Madam Speaker, on this. And in fact, the landfill that these women are in is in my riding. It's in West St. Paul. It's a privately owned, my understanding, a landfill, Prairie Green, and it's not run by the city. It's provincially licensed, so the provincial government has a responsibility to take leadership here as well, and I call on my friends in the provincial government to do so. I call on the Mayor of Winnipeg and the city, the Chief of the Police and the Winnipeg Police to do the same, and I know that they've been trying, but I would ask again that we do everything we can to provide some dignity to the women who have been murdered. And the member mentioned that perhaps, or certainly, if they're not found, that perhaps this site should be closed and that it should be turned into some burial site or something where we're no longer, as she said, dumping garbage on women who are loved and were brutally murdered and tossed in dumpsters. I think that that's not a lot to ask. I understand this is a commercial enterprise, but surely that's reasonable. Again, if it was my mom or my sisters, I don't know if I could live with myself if I didn't do everything I could to stop garbage from being dumped on bodies of my loved ones, of the women that have been killed by this man. So I completely understand, and I just wanted to put that on the record that I recognize where they're coming from. I don't know what that's like, but I can understand how they feel. And so I know that I was doing some research in the lead up to my remarks today, and certainly Indigenous women and girls are 6 times as likely to be murdered than any other demographic of women in Canada. 6 times more likely. 6 times. And certainly in the past, and I know there's examples from folks who have experienced these types of investigations, that it may be continuing, that since it's happening so frequently, that they sort of brush it off or perhaps don't give as much time as they could. And I know police officers care about justice, care about having these vile killers held accountable. But I do wonder if this would be a bit different if it was an Indigenous woman. Would we be treating it differently? We'll never know that. But I do believe we should be putting every effort we can into finding them, or at least honoring where they lay. That's where they're going to be for all eternity. Should we not honor that space, Madam Speaker? And I will be reaching out to the West St. Paul City Council to gather more information on how we can proceed with honoring this area. I will take that responsibility on, and I'm happy to work with the member from Winnipeg Centre on those communications. And frankly, I also will commit to ensuring I'm much more familiar with the 231 calls to justice, because I have not familiarized myself enough to be able to recite them. I should be able to do that as a lawmaker. I at least should be able to know what they are, top to bottom, and have an opinion on how we could implement them. And again, we don't always agree on solutions on this House, but I hold myself responsible for doing that work. And so this has certainly been a reminder of how important it is as a lawmaker an elected member of Parliament to know more about this issue. That is my responsibility, and I make that commitment today. And I would just conclude, Madam Speaker, again, I feel very out of place and like I don't have I don't feel like I can do this enough justice. I don't have these experiences, but I have great respect for my colleague from Winnipeg Centre. We've had many good discussions about this. I hope that we have many more to come. I do think that there are things that all parties can agree on this, and my ask would be that the federal government work with the City of Winnipeg, the province of Manitoba, to pursue every avenue to see if there's anything we can do to find these women, and give dignity to them, whether it's in this as their final resting spot or finding them and allowing them to be buried through their appropriate cultural practices within the Indigenous community, and giving some peace and justice to the families, Madam Speaker. That is my ask. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her speech this evening on this very important topic. She mentioned the responsibility that we have as lawmakers, as parliamentarians. I just wonder if she could speak to the other responsibility that we have as women in this House. What more can we be doing collectively in a nonpartisan approach to address this issue and make sure that these voices are honoured? Thank you.
The member for Kildonan St. Paul.
I think the member for the question, I think, is an excellent one. And I have had the privilege to work with members across party lines, whether it's on committee or elsewhere. And I do find, frankly, I'll give women some props. I think that innately we are better at collaborating, at compromising, and coming together to find peaceful resolutions to things. That's what my experience has been throughout my political career, and certainly now. So I agree with her 100% that perhaps women have a special place in this House to come together, to put partisanship aside when it comes to the lives of missing and murdered Indigenous women and other issues like this, to find solutions. And again, we don't always agree on what those are. But I think that there is, in fact, a lot that we could agree on, perhaps if we come to the table. So I commit to working with her if she would like to do that, and with members from the NDP and members from the Greens and other Liberals and Conservatives, and perhaps that is something beautiful we could do to find some solutions for this, Madam Speaker. So I'm very open to that.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to to acknowledge today that in Ottawa today we have Chief of Long Plain, Kyra Wilson, and the family of Morgan Harris. I'm glad to hear my honourable colleague speak about how we're going to work together across party lines to get justice for the families on their terms and in response to what they are saying they need for justice. I want to ask my honourable colleague, and I'm very glad to hear, will she work with me to get the justice the families are looking for? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Certainly, yes. I fully commit to working with the member from Winnipeg Centre. Again, I mentioned that I do feel her expertise is unmatched in this House, or I know that there's other colleagues in the NDP and there are other Indigenous members in this House, so I don't want to take anything away from their experience and their expertise, but I know that she has dedicated her life to learning and advocating and fighting for Indigenous women and girls and the Indigenous communities across Canada in general. So I would be honoured to work with her and to work together to find solutions we can all agree on and implement and see change, hopefully within the next few years. I would love not to have this same debate over and over, and next time we can be talking about the great progress we're making. That would be wonderful. So if we can do that, I'm very game for that, Madam Speaker.
And comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'm glad to hear that the member is looking to work with other people on other solutions that might work. Families are also calling on the federal, provincial, and municipal governments and the Winnipeg Police Service to order an independent review with support and access to information to make a determination on the likelihood of success of the investigation. Does the member support and agree with this call?
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It would seem that we need some sort of inquiry or some sort of committee to come together formally to get everybody at the table to decide on a path forward. I think Indigenous elders and leadership need to be at that table as well. I do think that would make sense. So yes, I would support something like that. I think I spoke with a number of folks from Manitoba, various levels of government today, police as well. So it seems like everybody is wanting to do something, but perhaps bringing us all, whether I'd be included in that, I don't know, but bringing us all to the table would make sense, because then we can agree on something that honors these women, honors the cultural needs for the Indigenous community that are traditional, that they need to do to ensure that these women are honored and dignified. That needs to be at the table and front and center. So in short, yes, I think that we should all be open to everyone coming together and making a path forward that works and dignifies these victims. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm heartened to hear the nonpartisan approach of tonight's Take Note debate, and want to thank the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre for really being a champion and a voice. I know I had the privilege of standing alongside her and the families and the many community leaders who came to this place, Madam Speaker, to advocate, including the incredibly inspiring and strong children. And, you know, there's a lot of talk about complexity on this issue. And we've just even heard in the previous answer that we need to perhaps revisit this. But the truth is, Madam Speaker, this is something that has been studied. This is something that has been captured in the National Inquiry for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. And in fact, families and advocates and Indigenous leaders, including Chief Kyra Wilson of the Long Plain First Nation, have highlighted the need for immediate federal funding to build and operate more low-barrier shelters for women fleeing violence. And I know that the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre championed safe spaces, 24-hour safe spaces in Winnipeg. Does this member agree the need to expedite federal funding for the building of new safe spaces, including through the government's $724.1 million violence prevention strategy, which today, to our disgrace in this House, mostly sits unspent?
The honourable member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that if the federal government can come to the table with some dollars, I think that may move mountains in finding these women, or at the very least dignifying where they rest. So certainly I would support money from the federal government, particularly given, and this has been a respectful conversation thus far, so I'm not looking to wade into serious partisanship, but it is true that this is a Liberal government that spent more than any other government in history. So if they're not going to prioritize this, I think that speaks volumes to the value that they're providing to doing this. They have the money, they're spending it. Why not provide some money to this issue, and also to this issue specifically that we're talking about today, but also to what the member said, safe spaces for women. I also, in the last, I believe it was last year or the year before, there is a London Abused Women's Centre that specifically supports women who have been sex trafficked and human trafficked generally. The Liberal government did not renew their funding, and yet they help thousands of women in the area, which is a high trafficked area. So I do believe that funding should have been restored within the same moral lens that I think what the member has asked for is perfectly reasonable, especially in light of all of this. Yet again, we're having this conversation. So certainly I think that we need to have a conversation, or certainly the Liberal government should be coming to the table with some funding to support the efforts to find these women and ensure that their resting place is dignified. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry cites housing, the need for safe, secure, affordable housing over 200 times. Yet, despite promises, we have not seen a for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, northern housing strategy. And the community's been calling for this, there's desperation for this, and people die when they don't have access to safe, secure, affordable housing. Women die. And as we heard from the member from Winnipeg Centre, the issue is also around poverty. So my question to the member is this: will she support, and will the Conservatives support the call for the government to ensure that in Budget 2023 that there is at least $6 billion over 2 years dedicated for a for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, northern housing strategy as recommended by the government's own National Housing Council? And will she also support, Madam Speaker, for the government to take immediate action to realize and implement the 231 calls for justice?
The honourable member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to answer both of those in the remaining minute I have. So first of all, on Indigenous housing, I certainly agree that there needs to be solutions led by the Indigenous community. I would say we see firsthand in Winnipeg very clearly that every effort made, whether it's been by the federal government, which has spent billions of dollars on affordable housing has failed. It has failed. The problem has only gotten worse. I drive in downtown Winnipeg every day. I live just outside of Winnipeg. I lived in Winnipeg for almost 10 years. The problem has never been worse. Bus shelters have become de facto residence for people. It's everywhere. Tent cities. I've never seen it so bad, and I've been around the area for 32 years. I also volunteer at the soup kitchens, so to speak, downtown. There's several of them. A lot of them provide temporary housing. So I can see the need firsthand. Again, I think it's important that we all take time to volunteer at nonprofits and charitable organizations that feed and house people, at least temporarily, so that we understand the failures of public policy and the impact they have. So I would say that I would agree that there needs to be an Indigenous-led housing strategy, because the money that has been spent thus far on affordable housing has clearly not met the need, because we're seeing the need increase. And right now in Winnipeg, it's -30 almost, Madam Speaker. So clearly we need to find more solutions to affordable housing for Indigenous community and for all those facing housing vulnerability. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with a great deal of humility that I rise to take part on the debate on this file, which is a very sensitive matter. As part of the emergency debate on this serial killer in Winnipeg, I want to express that attacking women and girls is the most effective way to destabilize a population, because it compromises their survival. Jeremy Skibicki, a 35-year-old man, was charged with the premeditated murder of 3 Indigenous women last week. Skibicki had been arrested in May for the murder of another Indigenous woman in the Winnipeg area. At the time, Winnipeg police believed that there could be more victims. Their fears were justified. The accused defines himself as an official member of the Holy Europe organization, an extreme right, openly pro-life, pro-gun anarchist movement. During his first arrest, the CBC looked at Skibicki's Facebook account and discovered that his comments were filled with violent, anti-Semitic, misogynistic sentiments. The Native Women's Association of Canada issued a press release to comment the new murder charges on this man. They pointed out that, according to the most recent crime statistics published in 2020, the Indigenous homicide rate is still 7 times higher than the non-Indigenous rate. The fact that this rate remains so high is a failure of Canada's human rights record. The completion of the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls survey should not be seen by the government as an endpoint, but as a starting point. And these murders are proof that so much remains to be done. The police still refuse to rule that this violence was directed specifically at Indigenous women. We don't want to interfere in a criminal investigation, but 4 murders, 4 Indigenous women, that's not nothing. In Quebec, the issue of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls is a phenomenon that the government has always tried to ignore, to push under the radar, choosing to treat each disappearance or death as an isolated case. But in 2014, the issue finally managed to break through the news as a possible systemic problem after the RCMP's figures on the number of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls were unveiled. And they spoke for themselves and sends a chill down everyone's spine. 1,017 Indigenous women and girls went missing or were murdered between 1980 and 2012. There are still 105 women unaccounted for who have gone missing under unexplained or suspicious circumstances between 2004 and 2014. While the homicide rate was declining across Canada, the number of Indigenous women and girls being murdered was 6 times higher than for non-Indigenous people. Taking advantage of the ongoing work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, several groups held protests on October 4, 2014, to demand a national commission of inquiry into the causes of the disappearances and murders of Indigenous women and demanding the development of a national action plan. At one of these protests, Béatrice Vaugrand, Executive Director of Amnesty International Canada's Francophone branch at the time, pointed out that in numerous forums from the UN, The United States and the United Kingdom have called on Canada to end violence against Indigenous women. She said that this is the most serious human rights issue facing Canada, and it is unacceptable that the government does not recognize the magnitude of the problem and take action. In October 2004, in response to the tragically high number of Indigenous women victims of violence, Amnesty International released a report calling for very clear action and concrete measures. Pressure was mounting on the federal government, which had previously ignored all calls for action. Less than a year later, in 2015, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada called for a national inquiry into the disproportionate violence experienced by Indigenous women and girls. The final report of the National Inquiry was released on June 3, 2019. In 2016, Cindy Rupert House disappeared. She was an Algonquin woman from the community of Picogan in Abitibi near Val-d'Or. The Quebec government launched the Viens Commission. A great deal of testimony from Indigenous women in Abitibi accused police officers of physical and sexual abuse. In 2019, a report's conclusion highlighted years of systemic discrimination against Indigenous groups. The inquiry demanded a public apology from the government, considering the harm done over time. In October 2019, in the National Assembly, François Legault made an apology on behalf of the Government of Quebec. The government is still working to evaluate the 142 recommendations in that report in order to remedy the situation. 5 years after the initial report, Amnesty International published a second report, Stolen Sisters, Discrimination and Violence. It highlighted the 5 factors that contribute to the problem of violence against Indigenous women. There's the role played by racism and misogyny in perpetuating violence against Indigenous women, significant disparities between Indigenous and non-Indigenous women in the realization of their economic, social, political, and cultural rights, the destabilization of Indigenous societies linked to the mass abduction of Indigenous children from their families and communities, a phenomenon that started in the past and continues to this day, the disproportionate number of Indigenous women in Canadian prisons, many of whom have been victims of violence, the inadequate and inappropriate police response to violence against Indigenous women as illustrated by the handling of missing persons cases. The National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls calls for justice, presented as legal imperatives rather than optional recommendations, outline transformative actions in the areas of health and safety and justice and culture, including creating a National Indigenous and Human Rights Ombudsman and establish a National Indigenous and Human Rights Tribunal, develop and implement a national action plan to ensure fair access to employment, housing, education, safety, and health care, offer long-term funding for educational programs and awareness campaigns on violence prevention and anti-lateral violence, prohibit taking away children based on poverty and cultural bias. While there's still an active debate on the appropriateness of using the word genocide, I believe there is a general consensus on the term general cultural genocide. It can be said that the federal government of the time and clergy responsible for residential schools attempted to assimilate or erase a culture in a very deliberate manner. The government's intention of cultural genocide was very clear. It was even official. Under the educational pretext of equality of opportunity, the primary goal of this policy was to assimilate and eradicate Indigenous cultures. The TRC Commission believes that this policy had detrimental effects on all Indigenous peoples and undermined their ability to thrive. In their descriptions of their experiences, families and survivors who spoke to the National Inquiry all linked their experiences to colonialism in its historical and modern forms through one or more 4 broad factors: historical, multi-generational, and intergenerational trauma, social and economic marginalization, maintenance of the status quo, and lack of institutional will. The Canadian clergy planned this collective trauma, whose ultimate goal was the disappearance of all Indigenous communities, and since then has left them to deal with the consequences. The Chief Commissioner of the Commission on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, Marion Buller, stated that understanding the deep roots of systemic discrimination that Indigenous women face is a step towards maintaining their dignity and safety. The Quebec Native Women's Association talked about 4 types of violence, such as structural violence, as well as institutional violence, perpetuated by institutions, family violence, which often affects couples and children and people living with and around the family, personal violence, which relates to various types of manipulation. These types of violence overlap and multiply. When we look at the review of the facts of this Skibiki investigation, we can see a pattern emerge, a pattern that is perhaps all too familiar. And there are Quebecers who can unfortunately identify with the numerous feminicides and tragic death of Marie-Laine Lévesque in early 2020. I would say that to conclude, recognizing and understanding the sources of violence and supporting Indigenous peoples in their reconstruction is essential. We need to promote gender equality and empower women, deal with Indigenous peoples on a nation-to-nation basis. Those are the goals that the Bloc Québécois has been aiming for. We are going to continue to work on this. If there's a major obstacle that stands in front of us, it's the failure of the comprehensive land claims policy. And that is exactly why the Bloc Québécois is proposing to completely change it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I could go on, but I think that's all the time I have.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. Absent de la discussion. Something that's often missing from this conversation is anti-Indigenous racism. Can the member speak to this? What can we do to deal with racism against Indigenous peoples? The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague. I know that my colleague cares deeply about feminism. She asked her question quickly and I may have missed it. Could my colleague please repeat her question? The honourable member for Fredericton.
En anglais. Something that's often missing from the discussion is the specific and ongoing issue of anti-Indigenous racism. I'm wondering if the member could comment on what more we could be doing in society, perhaps in education, to confront this disease. Thank you.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Wow, I could say so much on this topic. I was just at an Equal Voices Gala, Voix Égale, and we were talking about how to make more space for women in politics and in representation in government, but we should also have more Indigenous women in politics. I was just talking about this evening. I was talking about this with a representative of Quebec's Friendship Centres for Indigenous Peoples. These are amazing centres. My colleague could talk to you about it. Many of my colleagues have friendship centres in their ridings in Quebec, and they can talk about how important it is to promote Indigenous culture. These friendship centres in Quebec are a truly amazing model. I hope to be able to visit some friendship centres soon to see all the awareness work that they do in society. As Bloc spokesperson for status of women, this matters deeply to me. And in fact, I'm going to go back to the Voix Égale Equal Voices dinner after this so that I can arrange some visits and some more discussions about education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech. Families have been calling for a moratorium on the continued use of the Prairie Green landfill. This seems like a bare minimum for dignity and respect for the women who were killed, but also for their families, for their loved ones. Does the member support this? But also, could she also clarify her comments? She had mentioned that there's a debate around whether this is genocide. I know that the member from Winnipeg Centre passed a motion in this House acknowledging that what's happening to Indigenous people is genocide, not just cultural genocide, but genocide full stop. And I would like the member just to respond if she agrees with that statement.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, you know, earlier I heard about this issue of the landfill. This is a totally undignified way to deal with someone at the end of their life with the deceased. So this shouldn't even be an issue, this landfill issue. I don't even want to speak to this too long because this is nonsensical. It's unfair. This is not where someone should end up, in a landfill. It's absurd. I was hearing about this on the news when I was on my way here. And as for cultural genocide, well, yes, that did occur. They tried to kill the Indian in Indian children, take the Indian out of the child. It's so horrible what was done to Indigenous peoples. They tried to convert Indigenous kids into good little white Catholic kids. It's horrible. It's heartbreaking. It led to collective trauma for entire generations. Families were torn apart. I can't even imagine that someone would rip my own daughter from me, and that's what was done to Indigenous people for the sake of taking the Indian out of the child. It's unacceptable, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Haliburton-Kawartha. Did I get it right?
Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Kawartha Lakes, yes.
Sorry, all good, all good. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to my friend from the block for her speech here today. My question is in regards to the conversation that we've been having in regards to a number of unlevel playing fields when it comes to Indigenous communities. And specifically what I'd like to talk about now is policing. And from testimony and studies we've done in committees, that there are Indigenous police services that are operating in their communities, but they don't have the same power as kind of the regular police services that you would have out there. So in some circumstances, there is a crime that takes place that Indigenous police services should or could have the ability, but under law they're not able to. So another jurisdiction is called in, say for the RCMP to come in and make that arrest. Whereas, wouldn't it be better to have a level playing field so that Indigenous police services, who often live in those communities, live on the nation, know the situation probably better than an outside service, are able to better adapt to the situation and understand the real problems that are going on with that particular individual in that particular situation?
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to see you. Recently, on the Status of Women Committee, we had a study on exploitation of resources and the impact that that has on Indigenous women and girls. And here we are in 2022. There are still disproportionate impacts. And to what extent are they treated as modern slaves? Now, in our committee study, we studied policing powers, and that will be one of our recommendations. We will, of course, have to look into that. We need to see which police have jurisdiction in which situation. We have to look into that because we heard a lot of testimony about it in committee, and we heard that this gives rise to many problems. So I thank my colleague for his question. Now, as for what's happening at the RCMP, I replaced my colleague on the Public Security Committee when we were studying the impact on Indigenous women and how they are treated differently by the RCMP. The study was about also how women are overrepresented in prison populations. And in fact, a representative of the Friendship Center I was talking about at the gala just this evening, we were talking about the impact of police services and how police respond. And unfortunately, a lot of women on the streets end up dealing with dangerous people, shady people, and so police groups need to work together and coordinate in order to offer the most help. I thank my colleague for his question, and we will absolutely have to look into this in order to ensure maximum security for Indigenous women. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is always so passionate when she speaks about women. Earlier this week, we remembered Polytechnique. But I remember when it happened, there was some denial that women were targeted As for this incident with the serial killer in Winnipeg, it's the same thing. Oh no, Indigenous women were not targeted. We can't confirm that. It might have been something else. How can we explain this fact that people are denying that women, and in this case Indigenous women, are being targeted? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, I can't explain it. It's unexplainable. It makes me emotional. I have a baby girl. She's 10 months old. And it changes the way you see things. This year, when I'm remembering Polytechnique, when I think about feminism and standing up for women's issues, now I want to be even more feminist. In 2022, we look back on Polytechnique, which occurred 33 years ago. In 1989, 33 years ago, women were killed at Polytechnique because they were women. Now, here we are in 2022, and there's still denial that this violence is targeting women, and in this case, Indigenous women. They were the victims of a serial killer, and it's being denied that they were targeted. We have so much more to do. We need to take action because, unfortunately, here we are in 2022. I looked at many studies on the Indigenous women, on the Status of Women Committee, and Indigenous women are always overrepresented when it comes to issues, for example, access to drinking water or poverty. In 2022, there are so many problems, for example, substance abuse problems, mental health problems. Every time we do a study on the Status of Women Committee, we notice that Indigenous women are overly affected by these problems. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to feminism and women's issues, the issue of Indigenous women and their rights is one that I hope we will make progress with soon. I hope we will work, regardless of political stripe, together to help. The National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission made a lot of recommendations, and someone asked me what it was going to take for things to change. Well, action. We need action. We have recommendations, and we need to follow up on them.
The Honourable Minister for Northern Affairs.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by acknowledging that the Parliament of Canada is located on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. I cannot begin to imagine the pain and the anguish that the family and the friends of the four women who were found are going through today. And I am so sorry for their pain and for their loss. Winnipeg is where I grew up. Winnipeg will always be my home. It's where I raised our 4 children. It's where my 3 granddaughters are currently living. It's a community obviously very, very close to my heart. It's my community, and I know that many, many people in my community in Winnipeg, my city, are suffering tonight, for that matter all across Canada. And my heart goes out to absolutely everyone who is impacted by this horrible, senseless tragedy. This has to stop. This simply must stop, Mr. Speaker. This hatred, this violence, the senseless violence, the racism is absolutely brutal. It has no place in Canada. Nous avons tous un rôle à jouer.
We all have a role to play. The federal government, provincial governments, territorial governments, municipal governments, and Indigenous governments, of course. I thank the members of this House tonight for taking part in this debate. One day after we commemorated violence against women.
Canadian has a responsibility to speak out against anti-Indigenous racism and misogyny when we witness it. It's going to take every single one of us to stop this senseless violence. The calls for justice clearly tells us what we need to do. the final report on the national inquiry speaking to the factors that lead to the ongoing tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. We have a responsibility to address those contributing factors if we hope to make any progress at all. Mr. Speaker, we need safer neighborhoods where Indigenous women and girls and gender diverse people and everyone can live and can thrive. Supporting Indigenous-led 24/7 safe spaces, emergency shelters, and transition homes is an important part, a very important part of the Government of Canada's federal pathway to address violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. This October, I joined the Ministers of Indigenous Services and Women, Gender Equality and Youth in support of Velma's House and funding for Indigenous women's organizations across Manitoba. Velma's House is a 24/7 safe space in Manitoba to support victims of sexual exploitation. It was created through the collaboration of community-based organizations serving Indigenous women, gender diverse people, and other women at risk of violence and exploitation. It provides extremely important services, including access to traditional medicines and cultural ways of healing, hot meals, hygiene, and harm reduction supplies, as well as extensive support in helping those to navigate systems of employment and better housing. They do such incredible work, Mr. Speaker, and I thank them for their incredible and tireless efforts. Par contre, Monsieur le Président.
However, Mr. Speaker, there remains much to be done. This is why we are working to address factors that contribute to the disappearance and murder of Indigenous women. There needs to be more education and more awareness among police in Indigenous communities, specifically Inuit and Métis communities.
Indigenous women and girls at risk, as well as 2S LGBTQIA people at higher risk of violence. The work we are doing with partners to co-develop the 10-year national First Nations housing and related infrastructure strategy is absolutely key to all of this. The Assembly of First Nations Chiefs endorsed this strategy, and we continue to work with the Assembly of First Nations to advance this. We are also working directly with Inuit and Métis partners to implement co-developed housing strategies based on their needs and based on their priorities. As we've stated in the House before, federal budgets have invested in Indigenous housing every single year that this government has been in power. We work very closely with other federal departments to ensure alignment of our various initiatives and efforts. We fully recognize that an important contributing factor to addressing this issue is education. The calls for justice call upon all governments to ensure equitable access to basic rights, such as education, is recognized as a fundamental needs of protecting Indigenous and human rights. Education that is equitably funded and rooted in First Nations, Métis, and Inuit culture provides Indigenous people more choices and more power. 9 regional education agreements have been concluded and signed across this country. The regional education agreements are designed jointly with First Nation communities. They reflect the visions and the priorities of First Nations education systems to provide high-quality, culturally appropriate education for First Nations living on reserves. Another area we are focusing on is Indigenous leadership's continuous call for fundamental change to how police services are delivered in their communities. This includes calls for legislation that recognizes First Nations policing as an essential service that must be funded accordingly. We are also investing in support of culturally responsive policing in Indigenous communities through the First Nations and Inuit policing programs. The money will also be used to expand this program. And to address the overrepresentation of Indigenous women in Canada's prisons, Justice Canada is introducing an Indigenous justice strategy to address systemic discrimination and the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in the justice system. Another
of our priorities is to put an end to racism against Indigenous peoples in Canada. We need to support people on the ground. We need to support communities. We need to support those who have expertise in countering various types of racism and discrimination. The strategy recognizes the distinct experiences of Inuit, First Nations, and Métis, which allows them to share their points of view, their perspectives, and allows them to take decisions on make decisions about initiatives that best meet their needs.
The government is taking to address the root causes of violence against Indigenous women and to correct long-standing systemic inequities. Communities across Canada are also taking action locally. I recognize that this provides absolutely no comfort to the ongoing pain Canadians are experiencing, suffering and the trauma that the news of these horrible murders bring. There is no quick solutions to resolve the deep-rooted, the systemic inequalities and racism that leads to the intimidation, that leads to the violence and to the murders of Indigenous women and girls. Creating system-wide changes to address this national tragedy is something for which I know this entire House recognizes needs to happen for today and for future generations, for my kids and for my grandkids. Mr. Speaker, I offer my sincere condolences to the families and to the communities who have lost their loved ones. I am so deeply sorry for their loss. Miigwech, Kuyanamik, merci. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I appreciate the words from the Minister. You can tell that was straight from the heart, and I do respect the work he and his department do on a daily basis. Definitely a very tragic situation we're dealing with here, and I know it's not specifically the Minister's department, but he did reference it in his speech. The murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, calls to action, 231 of them. I'm looking at a few headlines here, and unfortunately there are advocate groups that are out there calling their progress, the government's progress, on those 231 calls a national shame, specifically the Native Women's Association of Canada. And I will give a quote here. Today we are seeing the sad results of the government's weak response to the crimes being committed against Indigenous women, girls, and gender diverse people. That was by the Native Women's Association CEO. She goes on, the National Action Plan, as it was drafted, was actually a recipe for inaction, and the people represented by our organization are now paying the price. I'd like the Minister to comment on those very disturbing remarks based on now the continued situation we're dealing with here.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that question. It's very difficult to get up on a day like this in a debate such as the one we're having this evening, and try to say that we've done enough. Our government has not done enough. We have invested since the beginning of being elected in our first budget was in 2016. I can tell you that we've invested hundreds of billions of dollars of new money in education, in health care, in child and welfare reform, in infrastructure, in community safety initiatives, in safe spaces, but we still have not done enough, Mr. Speaker. The pain is ongoing. The tragedy continues. Women and girls are being murdered, every week. It has to stop. We need to do better. We need to work in partnership with Métis, First Nation, and Inuit communities to find solutions. We need to work in partnership with other levels of government to find solutions. Everybody needs to do better.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I've worked a lot with my honourable colleagues, certainly in Winnipeg. Velma's House was a needed investment. I just found out this morning that a woman froze to death in a bus shack under blankets. And we are in a critical emergency. And I appreciated what the Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations shared the other day, that this is no time to boast about investments because we are not doing enough. I'm wondering if my colleague will work with me to ensure a couple of things as a fellow Winnipegger. One, to ensure that we get immediate investments to support families in housing and other services, a shelter support, and also a red dress alert, and specifically join me in the call to encourage the police to call for an independent investigation with the costs and access to information, support support the access to information to see if the search of the Garden Prairie or the Prairie Garden landfill, if it's feasible to search. If not, and in the meantime, and if not, that he joins me in the call to have a moratorium placed on the continued use of this landfill site as it is a crime scene, and certainly to respect the remains of loved ones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you. I thank the member for that question. I believe I stated in my previous response that our government has not done enough. We need to do more. We need to continue the partnerships with community groups. We need to continue the partnerships with other levels of government, including the City of Winnipeg. I certainly, yes, I will work with the member from Winnipeg Centre. We had a great working relationship when we, together with other ministers, delivered Velma's House, a 24/7 safe space for Indigenous women and girls in downtown Winnipeg. I would be pleased to work with the member on finding other solutions to ongoing problems that unfortunately have been around too long. We need to work in partnership to find those solutions. I would be happy to sit down with the member to work towards solutions.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the speech from my colleague from St. Boniface. What I retained from that speech is that he would like to eliminate all forms of racism towards First Nations people in Canada. There's one thing that I would like to know from my colleague. Is he ready to abolish the Indian Act? The Minister of Northern Affairs said more than a year ago that that act was unacceptable. It's not yet been abolished. It's been a month now, more than a year now. Nothing has been done. And that act is all about racism against First Nations. It should be replaced with, on mutual agreement, there should be reflections with First Nations people with respect. I would like to move on to the next question. Should the Indian Act not be abolished and also significantly diminish with that act racism, with the new act racism against First Nations? Minister of Northern Affairs. I would like to thank the member for that good question. I would like to abolish racism not just against First Nations but against Inuit, and the Métis as well. Of course, I would like to sit down with the member to try to find ways and means of attaining that objective. On his question about the Indian Act, I am ready to sit down not only with the member, but also with the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations to try to find common sense approaches in a bid to primarily work with First Nations to replace the Indian Act with something that is better. Questions and comments?
Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, and I'm wondering if the minister can provide his perspective in terms of when he says, that there's more that we can do here in Ottawa. If that same thought or principle would be applied generally, whether it's a provincial government, municipal governments, Indigenous leaders, in fact, Canadians as a whole, that we all have more that we need to do collectively. And if he can just provide his perspective on that issue.
The Honourable Minister.
Absolutely. That's a great question. I think this is, first of all, the violence, the systemic violence, the racism that we are seeing manifest itself today in the murdering of 4 women has its roots in the colonialism that the colonial values that Canada had at its beginning. Our first Indian Act policy was civilization of First Nations, and then it was Christianization, and ultimately assimilation, thereby taking erasing the Indian out of the Indian person, Mr. Speaker. Clearly a racist policy, but that was 150 years ago. Today, there is more that everybody can do, including the federal government, including the provincial and municipal governments, Indigenous governments, and the community. We all have a specter of influence in our lives, in our community that we live in. I think that's what reconciliation was about. There's more that everybody can do, including institutions, governments, individuals. We must come together to look for solutions. We must call out racism when we see it, when we hear it, and we need to work with Indigenous nations, person to person, government to government.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Winnipeg North. In our country, there is a genocide against Indigenous women that has happened and continues to happen. And we have a government that continues to fail to do anything about it. That is a reality. I just spoke with an Indigenous woman who works with the National Association of Friendship Centers. And she says, as an Indigenous woman, I'm afraid to walk the streets. She's a young woman, she's a president, she carries a strong role in her community, a strong role with this association, and she says, can I just walk my community without fear? That's what we want. The fact that Indigenous women do not have the ability to walk freely without fear in our communities is a shame on this country. And the fact that knowing how serious this is, this government continues to fail to act is a greater shame. Indigenous leaders have laid out a clear path. The Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls and Two-Spirit Commission laid out a clear path with calls for justice that would save lives. Every single day that these calls for justice are not put in place, are not acted on, are not implemented, means more lives are lost. Indigenous people shouldn't have to beg or plead to be able to live with dignity and respect. They shouldn't have to beg or plead elected officials or police to do their work. But that's what's happening. Indigenous people have to beg for police to do what they're supposed to do. That's their job. They have to beg elected officials to take their lives seriously. That's the reality of what we're up against. I want to acknowledge the recent horrific events coming out of Winnipeg. And I want us to realize that we talk about these horrific incidents, we sometimes dehumanize the lives. We lose track that these are real people. These are daughters, these are sisters, these are loved ones that have been stripped of their life. And so let's remember their names. Morgan Harris, 39 years old. Mercedes Myron, 26 years old. Rebecca Comtois, 24 years old. And Buffalo Woman. These are lives that were ended. These are lives that were lost. And government inaction continues to put lives at risk. I want to acknowledge the incredible courage and strength of my colleague, friend, and champion for people, the member for Winnipeg Centre. She is, in the face of this very difficult time, showed incredible courage, and I want to acknowledge that. And she wants it not to be about her, but to be about the families that are here today. And the families that across this country are reeling from the violence against their loved ones. The families that are living in fear. But I want to acknowledge that the member for Winnipeg Centre called for an emergency debate because this is an emergency. This should be deemed a national emergency. The fact that lives are being stolen from us this way is a national emergency. And that the purpose of having an emergency debate is to shape our response to it, to put some urgency under the fact that we need to see action, and that the federal government has a responsibility to act. One specific point that the member for Winnipeg Centre continues to raise is that hundreds of millions of dollars remain unspent. Money that should be going towards protecting and providing safe spaces for Indigenous women and girls. The member for Winnipeg Centre has raised multiple times now that the Liberal government has not spent money on building new shelters and no additional funding was announced in this last budget, and this is wrong. We need concrete action. We need to acknowledge the pain, but we need to move beyond that acknowledgement to actually doing something about it. We have the power to do something today. C'est clair qu'il y a un génocide contre les...
Clearly, there's a genocide against Indigenous women in our country, and we must act. Every day that the federal government doesn't act, it means more lives, the lives of Indigenous women, are in peril. We must act. We must implement measures to protect the community. We must address the genocide. It's our duty. It's our responsibility.
Are using our power, using our voice to stand in solidarity with Indigenous communities and doing whatever we can to stand with them in the fight against violence against women. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And allow me to ask the leader of the Democratic Party the same question in essence that I asked the government minister in regards to one of the things that we need is to recognize that we have all fallen short. And the best way that we're going to be able to deal with this issue is if we can get all the different stakeholders more engaged, recognizing the fact that we all need to do more. And if I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts on that aspect.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
When confronted with a serious crisis, we have to do two things. Acknowledge a serious crisis and then take action. And when we talk about taking action, we have to acknowledge who has the power to take action. The government that's in power has the ability, the resources, and the tools to take action. So no, I disagree with the member. In fact, the government that is in power, the Prime Minister that has the power to make decisions, is the one responsible for taking those decisions now, immediately. It's not about everyone who's at fault. It's the government that has the power to act and refuses to act.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to the Leader of the NDP for his words today. I'll ask him a similar question that I asked the Minister just a few moments ago. It's in regards to the 231 calls to justice that the inquiry has recommended and laid out. And specifically, I'm referring to a quote made a few months ago by the Native Women's Association of Canada, and it's by the CEO of that organization, and I want to say, quote, "Today we are seeing the sad results of the government's weak response to the crimes being committed against Indigenous women, girls, and gender-diverse people. The National Action Plan, as it was drafted, was actually a recipe for inaction, and the people represented by our organization are now paying the price." The article goes on, and the quote goes on, to explain how slow the government has been to respond to a number of these calls to action. And now that we see we're having yet another debate, another emergency debate on this very tragic issue, I'd like to know specifically what calls to action, as the Leader of the NDP says, action, what he would like to see done immediately.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
I think the member rightly highlighted what is a very legitimate and fair criticism, the fact that we're past 3.5 years since the calls for justice were laid out very clearly. I remember at that time the effort, the work, the pain that went into that work to lay out this path. And at the time, the elders and the community didn't expect that this would be calls for justice that would just then be tabled and never implemented, just referred to, but nothing would happen. And so what the Indigenous communities have been saying is that we want to see all 231 calls for justice implemented, and we want that done now.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a white woman who's raised Indigenous children and has Indigenous grandchildren, I always think about the day that you have to tell your children and your grandchildren how to be safe in a world that really wants to destroy them. And I think that's a hard part of the reality of Indigenous communities, is that they have to make those decisions. And when their granddaughters go to bigger cities, they have to make sure that all the aunties and uncles are watching them to keep them safe, because we are that afraid. And then we get that call, and we know what that means. And what that means not only for our own family, but for our whole community in a country that continues to perpetrate genocide upon these beautiful, precious bodies that we need home with us. And I think of my cousin Jeannie and her good friend Carla, who bring people together, women, Indigenous women, and they bead. They bead earrings and they bead monuments for Indigenous women. They're called the Little Red Dress Group. And you know what they do? They sell all of those so that they can put up signs when women, Indigenous women and girls, go missing. They fundraise to save the lives and to call for help, because no one else will do it. I'm wondering if the leader could talk to us about how wrong it is to have Indigenous people fundraising to save their families when this government does nothing.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South, in 30 seconds or less, please.
I want to thank my colleague for the powerful words, and I think it's abhorrent. I think it's horrific. I think it is such a failure of leadership that Indigenous communities, that Indigenous women have to fundraise to save their own lives, to protect their own communities. That is an example, an indictment of this government's failure to do what is necessary, to do what's right, to protect Indigenous people, to follow through on the calls for justice, and to act immediately to tackle and to end the genocide against Indigenous women.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rebecca Quantois, Morgan Beatrice Harris, Mercedes Myron, and Buffalo Woman, as earlier referenced. Each and every one of those incredible, wonderful, beautiful women, lives cut short because of racial and many other complicated issues that led to the termination of their lives. I don't believe that there is a member of Parliament in this chamber that is not upset with the reality of what has taken place and been reported on in Winnipeg. I know that all of us would wish the most sincerest of all condolences to the grieving families, friends, and the communities. And I want to extend my personal ones to each and every one. Mr. Speaker, I don't come to this lightly, this debate. Tina Fontaine was a wonderful young lady. Back in 2014, she went missing in August the 17th, 2014. Her body was found in Winnipeg North along the Red River on August the 8th, 2014, 9 days later. The community then came together in a very real and tangible way. I remember going to the Manitoba legislature where there was Indigenous women and others that showed up and were tenting out overnight for days, Mr. Speaker. They wanted to see a public inquiry. Whether it was the province to call it or the federal government, they wanted to see something take place. Tina was a wonderful young lady and put into an environment that was very challenging. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I can recall raising the issue here back in 2014 as to why it is that we needed to have a public inquiry. A short while after that, Mr. Speaker, there was a change in government. And the Prime Minister then, the current Prime Minister, indicated that we would have that public inquiry. Out of that public inquiry came 231 calls for justice. And if one wants to take the time and take a look at the national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and do the search, the Google search on that, you will find that many of the things that are within those calls for action, Mr. Speaker, are in fact being acted on. But as the minister that spoke before me, there is still so much more to be done. I don't believe for a moment that we should let anyone off the hook. There is a responsibility for all stakeholders, provinces, municipalities, Indigenous leaders, community members. We have some wonderful groups that are out there. North Point Douglas Women's Center, the Mama Bear Clan, the Bear Clan that's on Selkirk Avenue, Mama Wichita. Many different organizations that are out there, caring, wanting to see ideas brought forward and to see results. The minister makes reference to some of those results, Mr. Speaker. But again, there still needs to be more. I like to think that whether it was the Tina Fontaine Safe Place for Young People on Selkirk Avenue that was established 724 a few years back, or Thelma's House just a few weeks back, Mr. Speaker, that yes, the Government of Canada plays a critical role in this. And it is bringing people together and making sure that we collectively deal with this issue, Mr. Speaker. Because for anyone to believe that the federal government on its own can resolve the problem, I think it's, whether it's intentionally or not, it's somewhat misguided. The federal government does need to step up, and I believe that every member in this House recognizes that, and our Prime Minister not only recognizes it, but is stepping up, but at the same time recognizing that we still need to do a lot more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I find it horrendous to hear the members say that how much work they have done in this regard. The member must have missed the response from Indigenous leaders on the failure of the action plan to implement the 231 calls for justice. The member must have missed the fact that the government missed their timeline time again and again, time again and again, in missing the timeline. And consequently, we're in this House and we see in our community the lives that are lost. And for members have to come in this House bearing their soul in this place, yet again, to demand action. And for families have to show up with so much hurt. And the government and the member from Winnipeg North has the audacity to say how much work they have done. My question to the member is this: if he's so proud of the government's work, will he agree to an independent oversight body of the government's action on the implementation of the 231 calls for justice for the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage and welcome this issue being depoliticized. If the member would like to come out to Winnipeg North, and I would assist, you know, let's have the province sit at the table, have the municipalities sit at the table, Indigenous leaders and others. And all of us need to be held to account for our actions, including the federal government, whether it's me or the minister or others on the government benches. We have all said that we need to do more. I don't know if the member does a service if she tries to give an impression that the government of Canada has done nothing. I would disagree with that. And if she's saying that it's wrong for me to say that, I would disagree. I think that we are here to inspire hope, to inspire the fact that not only will we recognize what needs to be done, but we're committed to doing more.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that answer was really insensitive in the light of the subject matter at hand. Quite frankly, the government of Canada has a major role that they can and should play. They have no problem using their power of spending for a variety of pieces. In fact, just yesterday, the Auditor General had a report that came out that showed $30 billion of wasted spending. And yet we still don't see action on the calls to justice. And it's taken years just to get to the final report. And we can all agree in this chamber that this is important. But for the member to get up there and say, we need to depoliticize this and the federal government's doing everything they can, frankly, I don't think that's true. So I would love for the member opposite to give me a concrete example of something the federal government has done that has saved a woman's life today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives say that the government of Canada has not done anything. The NDP say the government of Canada has not done anything. So if I stand up and I indicate that the government of Canada has done a considerable amount, and yet we still need to do more, and we're committed to doing that, that doesn't mean that I am wrong, because you have two opposition members that say that. If they're saying that I should just sit back and just be told that the government of Canada is doing absolutely nothing and we don't care, I'm sorry, but I don't agree with that. Equally, I would say that we need to do more, and we will do more. And I would encourage all people, not just the national government, but everyone has a role to play in this. If the members that pose the question disagree, we will have to agree to disagree.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight to take part in this Take Note debate with a really heavy heart. And unfortunately, this issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls is unfortunately extremely prevalent throughout northeastern Alberta. And one doesn't have to look very far to find way too many heartbreaking stories. And here we are now in the aftermath of hearing of more senseless deaths of 4 Indigenous women from the Winnipeg region. And I will read their names because we must not forget. Rebecca Contois, 24 years old. Morgan Beatrice Harris, 39 years old. Mercedes Myron, 26 years old. And Buffalo Woman, an unidentified loved one. It is so difficult as we sit here and we hear that more women are going missing, more people are going missing, and we still don't have concrete actions coming out of the government. I really wonder how many more people need to lose their lives before this government takes meaningful actions. They seem to be in a bit of a stalemate where there's a lot of talk, there is a lot of grandiose statements, but when push comes to shove, I don't see a lot of action that follows that. And I think that it's telling that you can't, I tried finding it online to see how many of the calls to justice were in progress, and I couldn't easily find that, and so perhaps if members opposite have that, that would be useful. But when I was trying to find it, I couldn't find it today. And I think that goes to show that there isn't much progress on that. And as the Member of Parliament for Fort McMurray-Cold Lake, which is situated on the traditional lands of Treaty 6 and Treaty 8, which is the territory of the Cree, the Dene, and the homelands of the Métis people, this issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S+ people is a major concern throughout my riding. And I want to honor and acknowledge all the mothers, daughters, sisters, grandmothers, granddaughters, aunties, people, and friends who are no longer with us because they've unfortunately lost their lives. And my heart goes out to all the family and the friends and the community leaders who have had to come together and share their stories, share their trauma, simply to demand action from our institutions, from our governments. The Indigenous name for the Fort McMurray region is Nistawayu, and since 2004, there have been 9 Indigenous women from Nistawayu who have been reported missing or murdered. So for the second time in this Parliament, I am going to read their names, these women's names, into the record. Elena Look, Shirley Walkwin, Amber Tuckaroo, Janice Jazz Desjardins, Shelley Dene, Betty Ann Deltesse, Ellie Herman, Audrey Bignose, and Sherry Lynn Flatt. And I take an opportunity to read their names because it is so critically important that we all remember that we're not here talking about stats or something that happens distantly far away. These are people. And when I was a little kid, my mom used to often take us down to, my mom was a hairdresser, and she had a hair salon and a barber shop in downtown Fort McMurray. And Fort McMurray was sometimes a pretty rough and tumble place in the boom days. And she would take us and she would open up her salon on Mondays, and she was always closed on Mondays, but she would open up her salon on Mondays, often to serve Indigenous community members that couldn't otherwise afford a haircut. And she would go down to the river and cut people's hair for free because she said, well, if you look good, you feel good. And if you feel good, you're more likely to get a job. And you know what? People are people. And my mom taught us that from a really young age, that if you treated people like people, they would act like people. And to me, that's a lesson that has stuck with me. And my mom's been gone now for just about 13 years. And that's something that I carry with me every single day. And we sit here and we keep seeing women going missing because people aren't treating them like people. They're treating them worse than we would treat animals. And I'm here begging the government, do more. Use your voice. Make a change, because we all have this power. This is a massive problem, and it's going to take every single one of us. But I challenge you to use the voice you have to make this a thing. I question why we're here doing a take-note debate and not an emergency debate. I don't know the answer to that, but it bothers me that this is the second time in 6 months that I have had the opportunity to have a take-note debate on an issue that is such a crisis in our country. We're more than 3.5 years since the National Inquiry into the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls delivered its final report. And we're now 1.5 years since the National Action Plan was released. And yet we're here, like I said, having another take note debate. And I'm not quite sure what actions the government has been able to take in the 6 months since the last time we were here. And I'm not saying it as if it's somehow all their fault and therefore not ours, because it's every single person's responsibility to do everything they possibly can. But I really do think this is something that we need more action on. The initial report, it concluded that Indigenous women and girls are 12 times more likely to be murdered or go missing than members of any other demographic group in Canada, and 16 times more likely to be killed or disappeared than white women. Those are staggering numbers, and I think that should give pause to anyone in this chamber. 12 times more likely to go missing, be murdered. And I want to read one particular story because it's a story that it happened as I was an adult coming into my space. And it really hit me because she was like almost my sister's age. And it was Amber Tuckaroo. And she was 20 years old. She had a 14-month-old son. And she lived in Fort McMurray. And she was a Mikisew Cree First Nations member. And she flew down to Edmonton, like so many people from Fort McMurray do, just to have a little bit of a vacation, get away, get to the big city, maybe do some shopping. And she flew down with her son and a friend to go to Edmonton. And unfortunately, she was last seen on August 18th, 2010. Fast forward a couple years, her remains were found by a few people out horseback riding. And the case is still unsolved. Today, they still don't have any more answers than they did then. And her family has been actively pushing this issue, as so many families all across the country do. And it's left to the families to pick up so much of this and bring these cases and these stories forward and to share their trauma, to share the worst situation that you could ever imagine happening. It is left up to them because our institutions have failed. Our institutions are not protecting people. We are not allowing people to live in the dignity in which they were created to live in. And I think that there is more that each and every one of us can do, but specifically the government, because they do have that ability and that power. And so with the remaining time I have, I would just really like to give space to all of those that are struggling right now, because they have just lost a loved one. They have just lost a friend, a community member, someone they saw on the street, someone they saw in their community coffee shop, or just out and about. Or perhaps it was someone they didn't even know, but they're close in age to them, or close in age to someone else. And as I was doing my research for this Take Note debate, I couldn't help but reflect on the fact that some of these women that were murdered, that are gone, they were almost my age. They were younger than me. They were the same age as my siblings, and that's a tough space. And so, Mr. Speaker, I really hope that 6 months from now we aren't here doing another Take Note debate with no more action on this file and simply here trying to do our best as opposition to bring more attention to this issue. And with that, I'd like to thank you and thank all the families for being so brave and sharing their stories.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech this evening. She mentioned using our voice as government members, and I certainly want to assure her that I do that at every single opportunity that I have. I also know that I can't wait for government to act. So in my home community, I meet with police regularly. I meet with the RCMP. I meet with health authorities. I meet with education boards. I meet with families. I attend vigils and marches. I demand action. I'm just wondering if she could speak to some of the things that she's doing in her own home community to also demand action. Thank you.
Well, member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think that that's a valiant effort. I know for myself, it's been a tough space. I had the opportunity as an MLA when I was a provincial member to sit on Alberta's Joint Working Group for Missing and Murdered Indigenous People and 2S+, and in that work got to sit and chat with a lot of elders, a lot of community members from all across the province, hearing about how this issue impacted the Alberta landscape, and that then spurred more conversations with local leaders, hearing some of the stories, which is really a challenging space to be in, and I've participated in marches and different conversations along those lines, and I appreciate what you're able to do locally, but I do believe that we do have a space and an opportunity for the government to start doing more when it comes to the calls to justice, when it comes to showing us where we are in the progress space of them, because quite frankly, having 231 calls to justice and no website you can go to see how many have been completed is a failure. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? We're going to go to the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, settler colonialism, land displacement, genocide, missing and murdered Indigenous women, and the ongoing processes of resource extraction are all continuums. They're all linked. And I think the honourable member from Fort McMurray raised the connection between her proximity to man camps and the frequency of violence against Indigenous women. So I want to give the honourable member the opportunity to reflect on ways in which we can reduce this gender-based violence, this ongoing genocide against Indigenous women, and the ways in which it remains inextricably linked to resource extraction in this country, sir.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would really like to clarify some language here, because I think language is super important. In the natural resources sector, they're not man camps. They're camps where people live. And there are men, there are women, there are 2S+ individuals, there are a variety of people there. And it is absolutely inappropriate to simply classify those as man camps. I'm very proud to be from a community where it doesn't matter what your gender is, you can have an opportunity, you can succeed. And I see a lot going forward and a lot of awareness being brought to this issue because of the extractive industry, because they have been pushing forward on as much stuff as possible. And I do know that this is an issue that is being currently studied by the Status of Women Committee here, and I look forward to seeing their final report.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Previous speakers have talked about the lack of efficacy in spending on this issue, and have alluded to how the government uses spending as an outcome when we're in here once again, 6 months later, having a debate about a tragedy that we should have prevented. I'm wondering if my colleague can comment on some of the ideas that have been raised about having independent review boards for the monitoring of spending, to ensure that when the government is talking about spending, that it's actually getting to the people who need it and to prevent these tragedies.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. And I think it's an excellent answer, or an excellent question, because I was also taught that you can't just throw money at problems and hope that they go away. Some problems you can throw money at and they will go away, but that life's not that simple. And frankly speaking, we aren't seeing money being spent in the right ways. One of the things that's been championed quite a bit by the member for Winnipeg North, I believe, Winnipeg Centre, sorry, is the idea of a red dress alert. Something like that, I think, that's similar to what we have as the Amber Alert, I think could possibly save lives, because it would draw more attention quickly. And we do know that the faster people go out looking for someone after they go missing, the better chance they are to come home alive. And the better chance they are to have that case solved if they are unfortunately already missing. And so I think suggestions like that are meaningful tangible suggestions that don't necessarily require a whole bunch of money. They just require will from the government to do. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, words do matter, and I do want the honourable member to have the opportunity to clarify whether or not she believes, based on the study that just happened at the status of women, proximity to resource extraction, in particular the oil and gas sector, having a higher propensity of violence against Indigenous women. Sir, these are not opinions, Mr. Speaker. These are facts that have been borne out through the House of Commons time and time again. So I want the honourable member to stand and clarify whether or not she agrees that resource extraction in oil and gas in proximity to northern Indigenous communities has a higher propensity for missing and murdered Indigenous women. Yes or no?
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that my colleague has an intense dislike of the natural gas industry. And you know what? I appreciate that. But frankly speaking, I am not going to sit here and allow him to say that an entire industry is somehow to blame for this issue, because we are seeing women and girls and exploited people going missing from communities like Winnipeg, from Vancouver, from a variety of communities all across the country. And so frankly speaking, to just blame it on the extractive industry or natural resources is missing the forest through the trees.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague. Very powerful speech, and I know our intention is great in this. And I just want to speak on behalf of the Status of Women Committee, where we conducted this study. And education is critical, and putting in changes to make sure that everybody has the access to resources so that these things are prevented. And so I would ask my honourable colleague what she believes the Liberals and NDP are doing on that end as well, where they has does she support a lot of these changes in education, because that was the push in that study, and I know she hasn't yet had the chance to read it, but just curious on her thoughts on that.
A member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that one of the things that's really important is that we have more education. That's one of the pieces that the Red Dress Alert would provide. It gives an opportunity for more information to go out quickly. And study after study has shown that the faster people get information, the more likely they are to be found and to be found alive. And I think that is so critically important, as well as having better information for our police officers, more information. One of the interesting pieces that we've actually implemented in the Fort McMurray region, and it's already happened in Calgary as well as Edmonton, is having more awareness around human trafficking and what that can look like, and how it plays such a huge role in missing and murdered and exploited Indigenous people. And so different pieces like Not in My City, which is an initiative by Paul Brandt that brings forward more awareness around human trafficking, can play a very important role in dealing with this. And that education factor, teaching a variety of different people what human trafficking does and doesn't look like, and how to intervene safely, and that it's a safe space to go to. So in the Fort McMurray Airport, YMM, there are stickers that say how to spot human trafficking, and if you suspect that you see human trafficking, how to get in touch, and the staff have that training. And I think that that's so critically important, because if you can intervene early, we have a better chance of having a positive outcome. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will note at the outset that I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Sydney, Victoria. Kwe ulukut tanse, hello et bonjour, Mr. Speaker. I will also acknowledge that this debate is taking place on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Initiative people, as we acknowledge the horrific and devastating murder of 4 Indigenous women in Winnipeg. This is a week where the expression being treated like garbage took on a tragic, literal meaning. These women were and are the victims of senseless violence. Their lives were taken from them, their futures stolen from them, and their families. Each of them were cherished and loved by members of their families and communities. I had the privilege yesterday of meeting one of the families, and I'm obviously humbled by our conversations and want to know, although I had little opportunity to speak, it wasn't my place, that I heard them. Nobody should have to go through this pain or the trauma of uncovering the truth. No one should have to struggle to obtain justice, and nobody should have to sift through the trash looking for their loved ones. Hier, triste ironie du sort, la journée nationale de...
Yesterday, in sad irony, yesterday was the National Day of Commemoration and Action against violence against women, because 33 years ago, yesterday, 14 women were assassinated and 13 others wounded at Polytechnique School in Montreal. I am disgusted by what is going on. There is a crisis of disappearance and murder of Indigenous women, girls, and 2 SLGBTQI+ people. As a nation and at many levels of government, we have the duty to take action to implement the calls to justice and to offer access to safe spaces and programs that help the most vulnerable.
Here, in the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, the federal government, all levels of government, the private sector and civil society each have a responsibility to address this national crisis, a crisis that's ongoing. The report made clear that jurisdiction was a poisonous word and a word that contributes to the killing of Indigenous women and girls. While we're focused on a very, very tragic murder and the circumstances surrounding it, as governments and as people, we need to focus on every step of the way that put these women and put Indigenous women and girls in the vulnerable situation that they found themselves. Today, women on the streets perhaps face that same challenge. As a result of the final report into missing murdered Indigenous women and girls, Canada funded projects to support families, survivors, build cultural spaces, strengthen capacity for Indigenous women and girls in 2SL LGBTQI organizations, and launched Indigenous-led data initiatives. This includes many initiatives in Manitoba that many members have spoken about. Over the past year, Canada supported 65 cultural spaces, infrastructure investments that speak specifically to the priorities identified in Call to Justice 2.3. Mr. Speaker, despite these investments and despite the work that we are doing to implement the calls to action, the progress is slow, and we keep failing Indigenous women and girls across this country. And sadly, it's shameful that I'm standing in this House telling you that I don't know with any certainty whether any of those investments, had they been made in the places where they needed to be made, would have saved lives. I won't go on much longer with this speech, Mr. Speaker, but what I do want to say is that as a nation, we have a duty to keep breaking down the jurisdictional boundaries, keep breaking down the silos within our own governments that keep failing Indigenous women and girls. This is something, and I've heard it from the House tonight, that needs to be multi-partisan. I welcome initiatives from the House. I welcome initiatives for increased oversight to make sure the federal government is doing its part in responding to this tragedy. No one should be bragging about what they are doing until every single Indigenous woman, child, and 2S LGBTQ person in this country is safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Sure. The government has said a lot of words over the last 7 years. The government has spent or claims to have spent a lot of money, and yet here we are. I appreciate the minister's willingness to be nonpartisan, but at the end of the day, he's the one who writes the memorandums to cabinet. He's the one who has responsibility for oversight, and it's actually his fiduciary responsibility to the country to break down these silos, and here we are. Would the minister today commit to immediately, in the light of these murders, implementing the call for justice, which would require an independent oversight body to ensure that government spending actually meets its objectives, as opposed to just having announcements made and then, per my colleague from Winnipeg Centre's order paper question earlier this year, minimal amounts of money be actually spent, and women, Indigenous women, still being taken, still being murdered, and still freezing to death on the streets of Winnipeg.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this context, independent oversight is absolutely key. And I welcome the House's support of Bill C-29, which will have a National Council for Reconciliation, which will be able to monitor particularly the TRC calls to justice. But also, this government is also open to appointing an ombudsperson in the right context to be monitoring specifically the calls to justice with respect to the final report into murder missing Indigenous women and girls. This is work that will have to be done in partnership. The Government of Canada can't single-handedly impose that ombudsperson without doing the engagement that's necessary. But I think people's patience are quite thin in making sure that there are independent mechanisms to verify what we are doing as a government, and we would welcome that initiative. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I've been working with my colleague across the way to respond to the crisis that's occurring in our community once again. But he just said something of concern to me. That he's open to establishing an ombudsperson, but call for justice 1.7 specifically calls for that. This is something that Indigenous women, girls and families are calling for, that is needed. And so I want to ask the Minister if he will commit today to actually putting that in place immediately, especially in the light of the level of emergency we're in. I also want to ask the Minister if he will join the calls from the families to immediately put a moratorium, to support the families' call to immediately put a moratorium on Prairie Green landfill so that the remains of their mothers can rest in peace and an independent investigation can occur about the feasibility of a search in the area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I should have clarified my thought. We are supportive of putting in place call to action 1.7, which does call for an ombudsperson. Again, we need that engagement to occur so that it is done in the proper procedural way. But this is something this government is open to and will be moving on. As to the calls that we've heard from the family, I would have to see what exactly is being called with respect to that site. I heard it clearly yesterday, but we need to understand exactly what does need to be put in place in order to support that. Clearly, we don't want remains being disturbed, and the feasibility of doing searches, given the toxic nature of the land site, is something that I do not have the expertise on. But we need that expertise there, and we need to put the resources in place to make sure these women are properly honored, and if searches are done, that they are done in an exhaustive fashion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha. 30 seconds and hopefully a 30-second answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable colleague and the Minister across the way, I guess my question is, in his speech, he said progress is slow. And I guess for everyone watching at home and for people sitting on this side of the House, why?
The Honourable Minister in 30 seconds or less.
Very difficult to answer this in a 30-second answer, but clearly what the final report said was that there are elements that are structural and generational in what has put women in the vulnerable situation that they find themselves today. Member Opposite also mentioned land, mentioned extractive activities, mentioned the reform of child and family services, mentioning education as well as contributing factors that put women into this vulnerable situation. And so these are all reforms that yes, do take time. It's frustrating to hear, but if there's anything the final report told us is we need to attack this in a systemic way, in a systematic way, and some of those reforms absolutely do take time. It doesn't mean lack of effort. It means the understanding that the genesis of this goes back decades, and it will take time to make sure that every woman and child Indigenous is safe in this country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, honourable members who are all here tonight talking about this extremely important issue. I'd like to express my thoughts and condolences to the families and the communities of the 4 First Nations women in Winnipeg. The news was tragic, is tragic, and it's a painful reminder of the discrimination and horrific violence that Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQ+ people continue to experience in this country. Mr. Speaker, these tragedies, these injustices, to put it bluntly, happen far too often in Canada. It's unacceptable. However, far too often, Mr. Speaker, when I come to this House and I hear these debates about Indigenous people, it's always in a very pejorative light, and it's always a very somber, tragic, and often filled with a lot of emotions. But I don't think we do enough to celebrate the Indigenous women out there. And I'm thinking to myself, if I think about my home, my Mi'kmaq community of Eskasoni with 4,000 people, and I think about the young girls possibly watching this debate tonight and what they must be feeling, knowing that, you know, there's this despair, there's this reality coming to them that we've seen highlighted through the public inquiry on the missing and murdered Indigenous women's calls to justice. And I can't help but think that we also have to tell and talk about the champions, the Indigenous women out there that have done some great things over the few years. And I do so because I want those Indigenous young women to feel that there is more in this country than despair. That when we look at the most recent Governor General of Canada, Mary Simon, the first Indigenous woman to be holding that role, that's a thing of pride that we should have as Indigenous people in Canada. I think about the very first National Chief, Roseanne Archibald, who is our very first woman National Chief, and that young women in our communities can now look and say, I can be a National Chief someday. I think about the very first Indigenous woman who's a Supreme Court of Canada Justice, Michelle Ombosawin. And I think about, I want the young girls at home to think about they can be Supreme Court of Canada Justice in this country as well. I think about all of the courageous women who have fought in my home province of Nova Scotia to ensure that their advocacy, their voices, has led to a better tomorrow for Indigenous women. I think about the Native Women's Association of Canada and the phone call I got to make to the then President Bernadette Marshall, who's a community member of Budladek, and to Lorraine Whitman, and to her daughter Sabrina Whitman, who helped push this proposal forward, and Lorraine, who was the former president of Native Women's Association Canada. Proud, strong, amazing Mi'kmaq women who've advocated. And when I made the call and we made the announcement for more than $8 million of something that they've been fighting for 30 years, they had tears of joy that day and said, we have been fighting for this. And I think that if we just focus on some of the tragic things, we're not focusing on some of the amazing accomplishments of Indigenous women, Mi'kmaq women. I think about just most recently, over the past month, going to the Mi'kmaq Friendship Center in Halifax, where Pam DeRoche-Galode was able to work with our government and really work with her staff and get a commitment for more than $28 million for all of the important services that Mi'kmaq Friendships provide to those Indigenous women who leave their communities to perhaps go to university, perhaps search of better employment, and the important supports that they have and the important supports that they continue to move forward on. Mr. Speaker, it's important that when we talk about Indigenous people in this House, when we talk about Indigenous women in this House, we also talk about the champions. We have to give Indigenous people hope for a better tomorrow. That is why I continue to have these conversations about what we need to do. And yes, we have the calls to justice that are important and that I'm committed to working with every member in this House to make sure that we fulfill them on. I'm open to the ideas on how we move forward. And I'm open to also some of the programs that we currently are moving out. And one of the things that we've been able to do is make sure that we're looking at projects across this country that are rolling out. 65 projects have been funded from coast to coast to coast, which are making a difference for Indigenous communities. Some of the examples were longhouses, women's lodges, improved powwow grounds, heritage parks, cultural centers, and other facilities to support cultural ceremonies and teachings with elders. It has been an amazing experience during my short time of 3 years as a member of Parliament to be a part of this change, to see that change, but also recognizing that I've been a First Nations person for 43 years and living on a reserve for that amount of time, that I've been able to look at this, look at the Indigenous women in my communities and in my communities and say, there are some important work going on, and I just want the Indigenous girls at home to know that when we're talking about you in the House, we're talking about the tragedies, but we're also talking about the hope that we need to have in a better Canada, and that you're going to lead that for our country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
There are indeed many accomplishments of First Nations and Indigenous women in this country of which they can be proud. But that's not for the government to own. In fact, many times it's in spite of the government that these women succeed. And tonight we're here to talk about what the government will do to prevent further murder, further tragedy, and further lack of opportunity for these women. The one woman from the First Nations and Indigenous background who actually had her hands on the levers of power was turfed by this government. We need to stop tokenizing First Nations women and listing their speeches as if they were the government's accomplishments and commit to action. Does the member across the way regret not having a First Nations woman at the helm of the Justice Ministry today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really happy to hear Conservatives rise in this House to talk about Indigenous issues during the emergency debates. I'd like to hear more about it when they're talking about the overspending that we're doing as our government, as we try to remedy for years of the Harper government that's continued to ignore Indigenous issues. And I know that as a government, we have a lot of fixing to do from years of disservice. But it is this party that continues to look to and promote Indigenous women, Indigenous candidates, and that's why we have First Nations candidate on this side of the House. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very honored to be able to rise today in this place to recognize so many Indigenous women in my life, including my mother, my sisters, people in the Fishing Lake Métis settlement across all of Alberta, and the work that they continue to do every single day to make sure that women and girls are alive. That is the front line. Mr. Speaker, it is not this government. And so when I think about what my mom, my aunts, my sisters, and the people in my community, what they've done to serve that community and to make it whole and to make it strong, was they take care of not just themselves. Actually, they put oftentimes the members of the community way ahead of themselves in order to keep that community and oftentimes to keep children alive. These are the real heroes. And I want to thank my colleagues for recognizing the important work of Indigenous women. I do have a question directly to the member in relationship to action. We're talking about action here today, Mr. Speaker. I want to hear from this member exactly what he's going to do tomorrow. Will he heed the calls from the survivors who made direct asks of this government? One, a moratorium on the landfill. What will they do tomorrow to make that happen? Mr. Speaker, I want to hear the member talk about that.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his advocacy and making sure that he holds the government account. I appreciate his words. You know, when I've taken on this position of being the first Mi'kmaq MP, one of the things I wanted to do was reach out to Native Women's Association to see how I can create more justice. And one of the things that we did in our community was we created a national video with Miles Goodwin, with some of the Mi'kmaq singers, Gullo Johnson and Dee Dee Austin, that looks at a video that it talks about the plight of murdered and missing Indigenous, and told the story and the facts of that. I didn't wait. I don't have to wait till tomorrow. I continue to do it today. But in terms of my role as parliamentary secretary, I'm willing to work on all sides to figure out how we can roll out money faster and how we can do that. I've talked about some of the projects that were important in my province that we moved forward on, and as much as these are infrastructure projects, the supports are coming, and I know that the supports are coming from across Canada, but I do know that we need to do more, and I'm willing to work with you guys to figure out how we can do more.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands, a 30-second question and hopefully a 30-second answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I note that the Parliamentary Secretary in his intervention today really departed from some of the other speeches that we've been hearing, the themes, and really focused on hope and focused on celebrating and trying to showcase some of the incredible successes. I'm curious if he can explain why he chose to do that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just heard all of the comments tonight, and it created a little bit of emotion in me, and I just didn't want to go through the whole night without actually giving the Indigenous young girls at home who may be watching, who may be interested, who may be going to university. I wanted to inspire some hope and say that, yes, we're talking about tragic events today, but tomorrow, with their leadership, with their help, we could be talking about some of the amazing accomplishments of Indigenous women in this country. And I hope we'll give that as much time as we talk about the negative and pejorative things that we have to discuss as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it is an honour to rise in this House and speak on the behalf of the members of my community of Peterborough-Kawartha. The purpose of tonight's Take Note debate is to bring forth a discussion on a very serious issue and to call on the Liberals to listen. We have a crisis that's been happening for decades, and tonight we are demanding action. I will provide a trigger warning for anyone watching or listening. This is a very heavy topic, and it can be triggering for some people watching. Tonight, we are speaking about murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls in Canada. Rebecca Contois, Morgan Harris, Mercedes Myron, Buffalo Woman. These are the names of the 4 Indigenous women murdered in Winnipeg. It is important to say their names. It is important to bring these women home to their families. It is important that the families of these women see justice. The last updated number I could find was 307 murdered and missing Indigenous women. As shocking as this statistic is, this is from 2018. How many more are there? Why isn't this a priority? Indigenous women and girls in Canada are disproportionately affected by all forms of violence. Although Indigenous women make up 4% of Canada's female population, 16% of all women murdered in Canada between 1980 and 2012 were Indigenous. The 2019 General Social Survey on Victimization, along with Statistics Canada data, has indicated that Indigenous women were more likely to experience intimate partner violence than non-Indigenous women. During a study on sex trafficking of Indigenous peoples, experts said 52% of human trafficking victims are Indigenous, and that the average age of exploitation of an Indigenous girl was 12 years old. Although the Indigenous population up to the age of 14 makes up 7.7% of all Canadian children, they represent 52.2% of the children in the child welfare system. Studies have shown these children in the system are more likely to enter into prostitution. This is not information that is new to the government. It is at the disposal of the government, but nothing has changed. We see no action on this human rights issue. When a woman is targeted for violence because of her gender or because of her Indigenous identity, her fundamental rights have been abused. And when she is not offered an adequate level of protection by state authorities because of her gender or because of her Indigenous identity, those rights have been violated. This is a quote from Amnesty International's report, Stolen Sisters, Discrimination and Violence Against Indigenous Women in Canada. The date of its release? 2004. 18 years, Mr. Speaker. This is shameful, and past governments, all of them, must share the blame in perpetuating the broken system that has left Indigenous women and girls behind. After 2 years of release of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls report, this current government finally released an action plan on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, a plan that many have called flawed, toxic, and unsafe. University of Western Ontario professor Michael Arntfield, an expert on serial murder and cold cases, told the Toronto Sun, the government and its army of bureaucrats are chiefly to blame for the continuing crisis. This is another solemn reminder of the fact that despite all the lip service in the world, the proper resources from the top down are still not being properly allocated. Meaningful reconciliation involves more than just funding announcements and photo ops. It requires partnership and collaboration with Indigenous communities across Canada. There is so much more work to be done to protect the lives of Indigenous women and girls across our country. Bad people commit these horrible crimes against Native women, said Melinda Limberhand, mother of Hannah Harris, who was murdered in 2013 on the Northern Cheyenne Reservation. But it is the system that allows it to happen generation after generation. Mr. Speaker, there has to be change. Enough is enough. We need to see tangible results that meaningfully improve the lives of Indigenous women and girls. This starts with the federal government implementing its portion of the 231 calls to action from the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls report, including a standardization of protocols for policies and practices that ensure that all cases are thoroughly investigated, establishing a national task force to review and, if required, to reinvestigate cases across Canada, ensuring protection orders are available, accessible, promptly issued, and effectively serviced and resourced to protect victims. Canada's Conservatives are focused on bringing forward policies that make real and measurable improvements in the lives of Canada's Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity now to speak on a devastating loss in my local community of Curve Lake First Nation. Selena Taylor was 22 years old when she was brutally attacked by her partner on September 3rd, 2020. Selena was on life support for 6 months before she passed away with her family at her side. The man who attacked her was out on bail for a previous assault charge dating back to 2019, when he was charged for aggravated assault on Miss Taylor. He was released on bail on February 3rd, 3 weeks before Selena died. The charge of aggravated assault is not enough when one of our young Indigenous women has died from this violent assault. This is a quote from Chief Laurie Carr, who sent a letter of support on behalf of the Hiawatha First Nation Council. Our community has supported Selena's family and Curve Lake First Nation through prayers and offerings as they sat with Selena in the hospital and after her death. Selena, as all our Indigenous women, are a sacred and a part of the continuation of life for our people, our culture, and our traditions. They are the link and the connection to our future generations, Chief Carr said in her letter. Selena had value. Selena had a full life ahead of her. The loss of Selena's life is unacceptable to our First Nation, to all peoples, and to humankind. Mr. Speaker, the man who attacked Selena was never charged for murder. Madam Speaker, we do not need more headlines of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. We need them to be safe. Selena and all of our Indigenous women and girls deserve justice. Tonight, I ask the Liberals to listen and, most importantly, to take action. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have the pleasure of working with my honourable colleague on the Status of Women Committee. We're just finishing a study on the connection between resource extraction and increased violence against Indigenous women and girls. I'm very proud that everybody on that committee committed to that study in response to addressing violence against Indigenous women. I think one thing we've learned about on the committee is the importance of listening. Families are very clear. In this instance, the family it came today to listen to what we had to say. And one of the things families are calling for is a moratorium on continuing the use of the Prairie Green landfill site, where the remains of their mother are currently suspected to be located. This was acknowledged by the police, a site that continues to be used for refuge. I'm wondering if my colleague supports the family's call in asking for an immediate moratorium so that the remains of their loved ones can be left undisturbed, and respected. Thank you.
The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, she is an incredible advocate and leader in murdered and missing Indigenous women. I have the pleasure to watch her work and to listen to her on the status of women. And this is deeply emotional. This is devastating. I cannot imagine having a family member not only murdered, but then to know that they are in a landfill and you don't have that body back. So I think the answer to my colleague is there has to be something done. You cannot sit on the other side of this House as a government and say you are fully committed and do nothing.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherbrooke.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, we've heard some harsh words. We've heard emotion in people's voices. It's important, however, to reaffirm our commitment and to continue to implement the National Action Plan. My colleague on the other side talked about a broken system. I think it does take transformational changes. I would like her to talk about what she thinks are the deep causes or root causes against Indigenous women and girls in Canada. The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
That is a big question, and I thank my honourable colleague for this question. And I think the first step is to listen to the First Peoples of this country, to visit reserves, to sit with them, to understand them, to understand their life, to understand the systemic trauma that they've experienced, and then to further understand how that changes your DNA and the neuroscience behind trauma and why systemic trauma is so challenging to undo. But I think it would be arrogant of me to sit as a white woman to tell you. I think you have to visit and be involved and listen and partner with people of Canada who are First Nations. They will teach us, they know. And I think it's listening.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have to rise today to first just acknowledge the humility and the insightfulness of the member from Peterborough Kawartha, who it's very clear in preparing for tonight's Take Note debate has taken the learnings perhaps from her committee or perhaps from her community's proximity to other Indigenous communities. But I want to provide the honourable member with the opportunity to expand on some of the learnings from the committee work that she has done. She referenced education, and I think to the best of her ability, Mr. Speaker, tried to perhaps help her colleague in presenting what was a very nonpartisan and cross-party effort to address the connection between resource extraction and the violence against missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. So I think for the benefit of this Take Note debate and perhaps even for her Conservative caucus, given her insightfulness and her humility, if she would perhaps just reflect on some of the other key learnings of that committee, things perhaps she didn't know about going into it that may have helped aid her in providing the insights that she was able to so eloquently provide this evening.
The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. Yes, it was a very important report, and it was a very important study, and we heard from very powerful testimony from witnesses. And I'm not sure if it's yet been tabled to the House, but I know that full report will be released soon. And I think it's a challenge because the oil and gas industry is the #1 employer for First Nations. So you don't want to take away the opportunity that hopefully it will provide. However, there are often things that are happening that are not okay. And, we heard from testimony, and I think the study was very effective in putting forth recommendations on how to prevent further tragedy, abuse, violence, and I think there's a lot we will learn from that report, and I'm very proud to have sat on the committee that studied this.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Seeing none, the honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague and geographical neighbor from Peterborough, Kawartha, for that very moving speech and her words. She is a fierce advocate in her home community of mental health and talking about real supports for people who are facing a number of challenges. And I wonder if the member can also comment on some of her own experiences. I know one through her last election campaign that came to light, some of the challenges she's seen in her community that could be brought to this House here tonight as well.
The honourable member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my neighbor and my honourable colleague for the question. And, you know, I think I've been a very big proponent of mental health, and First Nations, you know, they've experienced this very differently than everyone, and they know this firsthand. But I think the short answer to that question is there is a mental health transfer that is in the works, and $4.5 billion was promised by the Liberal government for a mental health transfer, and in particular, specifically for Indigenous treatment and recovery, because it's going to be different, and so we need to look at that. And I think there's a lot that we could be doing in terms of treatment and recovery and helping the trauma that has, you know, as a result of a lot of past governments and a lot of uneducated people, basically, I guess would be the short answer to that. So I guess I would love to see the $4.5 billion of mental health transfer help people who are suffering. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Seeing none, resuming debate. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. Land acknowledgements are not intended to simply check a box or even state a fact. It's meant to set the tone with pre-colonial respect and recognition. I wish to pay homage to matrilineal societies that thrived in Wabanaki territory, like where I'm from, where women decided who the chiefs were, who the speakers were, held them accountable, and could remove them, and democracy was by consensus. Women were revered as life givers, and two-spirited peoples held in high regard for their strength and gender fluidity. Tonight I am grateful for this essential Take Note debate to further bring awareness to the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirited peoples. However, I am devastated that as time passes, we continue to lose mothers, sisters, aunties, daughters, cousins, and friends, and it feels as though we cannot move beyond this point of awareness to action. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to this House, to our government, and to people watching at home, I say, no more. When will this stop? Reconciliation is indeed a process. It is a journey. But the time it takes to heal wounds and to build bridges cannot mean more bright lights will be snuffed out as we iron out the details. It cannot mean that we will continue to stand idly by while families go without answers. It cannot mean that we refuse to do all we can to bring these women home. Our discussion this evening was spurred by the latest loss of life of 4 important, sacred women with value, with purpose, whose deaths must not be in vain. Rebecca Contois, 24 years old. Mercedes Myron, 26 years old. Morgan Beatrice Harris, 39 years old. And Buffalo Woman. Our goal tonight is to honor them by demanding action and accountability. I want to acknowledge the strength and the incredible courage it took for Cambria Harris of Long Plain First Nation in Treaty 1 territory, the daughter of Morgan Harris, for her powerful speech delivered just outside these doors. She spoke truth to power and rightfully called out our collective inaction and indifference. Her plea to bring her mother home must be honored. We must commit to deliver justice for those whose lives have been cut short. Mr. Speaker, I've mentioned many times in this House that I was an educator before coming here, where I worked with Indigenous students whose leadership and activism inspired me to fight for a better future where these discussions will no longer be needed. I remember clearly a time in 2010 when awareness on MMIWG had just started to grow. A viral campaign occurred, and my students participated by taking photos with signs that said, "Am I next?" I love those students like they are my own children, and it was gut-wrenching to think that we could lose them. Unfortunately, Many of them know someone who has been murdered or who has gone missing. Imagine having to carry the weight of that reality around. We know the statistics, Mr. Speaker. Indigenous women make up 16% of all female homicide victims, 11% of missing women, even though Indigenous peoples make up 4.3% of the population of Canada. And according to the inquiry's report, they are 12 times more likely to go missing or be murdered. They are not numbers, they are human beings. It's important to note that current public data on MIWG oversimplifies and underrepresents the scale of the issue, yet still demonstrates a complex and pervasive pattern of violence against Indigenous women and girls who are often targeted because of their gender and Indigenous identity. Violence against Indigenous women and girls is systemic and a national crisis that requires urgent, informed, and collaborative action. The Sisters in Spirit initiative highlighted various systemic issues, including the impunity of many of the perpetrators. Their study found that nearly half of the cases involving Indigenous women and girls remain unsolved, and no charges were laid in about 40% of the cases. It is now recognized that the high risk of violence experienced by Indigenous women and girls stems in large part from a failure of police and others in the criminal justice system to adequately respond to or provide for the needs of Indigenous women and girls. And we see history repeating itself. Mr. Speaker, more than 2,380 people participated in the national inquiry. Expert witnesses, elders and knowledge keepers, frontline workers and officials provided testimony. The truths shared tell the story, or more accurately, thousands of stories of acts of genocide against First Nations, Inuit and Métis women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. Generally speaking, genocide does not necessarily mean the immediate destruction of a nation. It is intended rather to signify a coordinated plan of different actions aiming at the destruction of essential foundations of life of national groups, with the aim of annihilating the groups themselves. The objectives of a plan of genocide would include actions aimed at the disintegration of the political and social institutions, of culture, language, national feelings, religion, and the economic existence of national groups, as well as the destruction of the personal security, liberty, health, dignity, and even the lives of the individuals belonging to such groups. And Mr. Speaker, sadly, we have met that threshold. As the inquiry's final report explains, the steps to end and redress this genocide must be no less monumental than the combination of systems and actions that have worked to maintain colonial violence for generations. The calls for justice are based on a solid foundation of evidence and law. A human rights-based approach is critical in efforts to bring about the paradigm shift required in Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples, particularly Indigenous women and girls. Exposure to violence must be seen as a systemic violation of the rights to gender equality and non-discrimination, requiring broad structural changes such as policing practices or judicial restructuring, instead of a symptom of service gaps requiring temporary solutions. Families and survivors consistently refer to 4 general ways that their experiences were rooted in colonialism across First Nations, Métis, and Inuit perspectives, as well as from the perspective of 2S LGBTQIA people. These 4 pathways that maintain colonial violence are historical, multi-generational, and intergenerational trauma, social and economic marginalization, maintaining the status quo and institutional lack of will, and ignoring the agency and expertise of Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. Justice for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls is justice for all women, and this work is critical for any hope of reconciliation. Women are the ones leading the collective healing required to move forward. We need to tackle the disease that is poisoning our society, namely misogyny, racism, white supremacy, and colonialism. We all have a responsibility to do better, to end this cycle of suffering, and to heal. Until the root cause of hate is truly addressed, the tree of reconciliation will never grow. Thank you, Miigwech Wiliwen.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Brandon Souris, Mr. Speaker, it's great. I want to thank my colleague for her speech tonight, and this is a tragedy that's happened in our major city in Manitoba, in Winnipeg, and I just want to offer my condolences personally to the families of the victims, but also I want to ask her, as a member of the government, what she thinks should be done in regards to some of the questions that have been raised by other speakers here tonight and other questioners in regards to the future of dealing with the uncertainty around the people that have died and the remains as to their whereabouts. And if there's, I know that her colleague has indicated that there are dollars and that we'll all work towards trying to find a solution to this, but can she provide us with anything that the government may have spoken about amongst themselves on this to this point?
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. And I mean, on a personal note, I certainly support the very practical and reasonable demands of the family. I think we should treat this as we would treat our own family members. We would want to leave no stone unturned. I particularly am interested in supporting the red dress alert. I think that is incredibly impactful, that as other members have stated, that the earlier we act, the more likely we can bring members home to their families. I think we should also absolutely put a moratorium on the landfill until more can be done, until there can be an assessment of how best to address this issue. I understand there are logistical concerns, but certainly we must have technology. There's got to be something that we can do. I think that's what the family really wants to see from us, is that we're really looking at all options. And I know that colleagues, we've had this conversation and that we're certainly committed to doing that. So I will always add my voice to ensure that we do everything that we can. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Churchill, Kuwatnuk, Aski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to my colleague who spoke very powerfully about the need to pursue justice for the families of the women murdered here in Manitoba is one of the clear calls to action is around housing, and particularly the need for access to low barrier shelters for women fleeing violence. And that's something that the federal government can act on right now. Does the member support her government taking action to establish low barrier shelters for women fleeing violence in cities like Winnipeg and across our country?
Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I sincerely thank my colleague for that question. I know that she is a staunch advocate and fights so hard for her community and all communities across the country, specifically around housing in particular. We had a discussion today with our colleagues about how important it is to support not only in urban communities, but also rural and remote and northern communities. There have been commitments made by our government. We see initiatives and investments made in housing, and we continue to push for more. I don't think there's ever a number that's really going to hit the level of crisis that we're seeing, particularly in the north. But I just want to remind my honourable colleague as well that, you know, it's even in small towns. You know, we have a member missing in the Fredericton region as well, and we certainly know that if there were low barrier access to shelters, that so many more people would be safe and secure rather than finding themselves in very dangerous and precarious positions, and perhaps we could save lives. So I thank you for that question.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have been listening to the speeches tonight and been very moved by what I have heard from colleagues on both sides of the House, and particularly my colleague here just now. And what I was interested in hearing is about her work as an educator, and she talked about the human rights-based approach and pathways to reconciliation, and I'd like to hear more, particularly application to education today. What more can we be doing to bring this very painful topic outside this House? Thank you.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. I'm extremely passionate about education. It is the key to unlocking so much of this. You know, some of the issues I mentioned were misogyny and racism. These are big issues. It's going to take, you know, so much to really get to the root causes of these societal and systemic problems. You know, and I think back to my wonderful times in education and working with students, and that if you empower their voices, if you teach them the truth about their history, about colonialism, and you again listen and to their lived experience, and you provide that springboard for action, it's incredible to see you know, the heights that these students will reach. So many of my students are pursuing now their master's in social work degrees in law. They will be the leaders who will replace us in this House, and those voices and that representation will matter in such a big way that it will start to break down some of these barriers that continue to oppress in society. So absolutely, education is the key. It will always be my passion, and I bring that into this House any chance that I get. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. One of the issues that I think would be very important to addressing the safety of Indigenous women and girls would be access to housing. And the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls inquiry has actually mentioned housing over 200 times. Yet Canada still do not have a urban, rural, and northern for Indigenous by Indigenous housing strategy, despite the government promising it over and over and again. The government's own National Housing Council has called for and is calling for an investment of $6 billion over 2 years dedicated for Indigenous by Indigenous urban, rural, northern housing strategy. Would the member support that for Budget 20?
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much respect my colleague, and thank you for that question. And actually, earlier this evening, during a question that she had asked another member, I wrote that down to say, okay, this is something that I want to push for, I want to advocate for, that very tangible number. And of course, Indigenous-led, for Indigenous, by Indigenous is so critical. Happy to add my voice to asking for that to be included in our 2023 budget. And just again to highlight some of the work that's been done in my own riding. We did see $18.6 million given for a friendship center that also has housing options. It also deals with intimate partner violence. It's going to have social enterprise for women. It's going to provide those opportunities. So to see those individual projects, they're going to have ripple effects in each individual community. I hope to see that across the country, and I think that could also lead to some solutions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? We'll continue debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I start a debate tonight, I want to, as some other colleagues have, provide a bit of a warning on the top end of this speech tonight, because what we're discussing here tonight is graphic. And it shouldn't make anyone comfortable. It should make every person in this country deeply uncomfortable. And what we are talking about tonight is the horrendous murders of 4 Indigenous women and countless others in our country. But I want to talk specifically about these 4 women tonight and talk about what the families have been going through, and then contextualize that on how much I really feel our country has failed and our government has failed these families and what we need to do going forward. The remains of these women are in Winnipeg area landfills. That's what the Winnipeg Police has expressed, I believe. So I would like people to think about the refuse that they've provided today, that they've produced. Think about your kitchen trash bag, or the smell of that garbage bag, let's say in the summer, in your garage. And think about that garbage that you've produced being piled on top of these women. That is what these families have to go through this week. They were told by the Winnipeg Police that it was not feasible. It was not feasible to provide closure to them, to search the landfill for remains. And that really got me, Speaker, because when would it be feasible? When would it be feasible to provide closure to families? What would it take? Would it take it being the remains of a former male premier of Manitoba, perhaps? Like, why are we just content to let these women's families sit like this? I can't believe it. I can. I grew up in Winnipeg. I spent 25 years in Winnipeg, and I can't believe it, because the conversation we are having here tonight has been something I have heard for the entire duration of my time on this planet. I was 8 years old when J.J. Harper was shot in Winnipeg by Constable Robert Cross. J.J. Harper was doing nothing wrong. He was unarmed. He was just walking around and got shot for the crime of being a First Nations man in Winnipeg. And there were supposed to be all of these recommendations to make the police less racist in Winnipeg. And here we are today saying, like, well, you know, it's not feasible. Can you imagine? I cannot believe that if it had been, I'm just going to say it, if it had been a man of upper class society in Winnipeg, if it had been that type of a man, that it would have been okay to say it's not feasible. But you know what? This government is comfortable with it being feasible. They are. They're comfortable with it. And you know why? Because for 7 years, First Nations people have been tokenized and given platitudes and given promises and given nothing. And I think that's fair to say, because we are having the same debate again 6 months after we had it the last time. This is a perpetual debate that we have in the House of Commons. The government allocated 78-point-something billion dollars in 2017 to address homelessness. And this past year, the Auditor General said that even though homelessness under this plan was supposed to have been across the country cut by at least 1/3, there were more homeless people in Canada on the streets than ever before. So when the government stands up and announces funding for homelessness, which is one of the #1 determinants of the cause of death in missing and murdered Indigenous women in Canada, is that is the #1 thing that the report talks about. How can they sit here with a straight face and talk platitudes? There was a member in the House tonight who, how are we having this conversation here? There needs to be action. This isn't about a government going in and tokenizing women. I'll say it again. This government had an Indigenous woman with her hands on the reins of power in the Justice Ministry, and they turfed her. They're content to give platitudes and photo ops on funding but never deliver. They're not content to allow for independent First Nations oversight of government funding to address some of these issues. Some of my colleagues, particularly my colleague from Winnipeg Centre who called for this debate tonight, has some really concrete suggestions to address in the short term the pain and suffering that these families are going through. But there are so many more. First of all, she has called, and many of us across party lines has called for the federal government to address the fact that saying that it is not feasible to provide the families closures by just saying we can't do anything about those remains in that landfill, that's not good enough. And I agree with her. That line normalizes remains being left in a landfill. That's what it does. And I know in my heart that if it wasn't a First Nation woman, that it probably would have elicited a different response. And so the federal government needs to move on that, and they need to give closure to these families. Anything possible, they need to give closure to these families. We've also talked tonight about having independent oversight of government spending, or lack thereof. And it's not just about spending, it's actual outcomes on some of the big issues like housing, like education, like change and justice. There needs to be independent First Nations oversight, because clearly this isn't working. Clearly this is not working. We're here talking about women in a garbage dump, and we're still getting platitudes. No concrete plan. It's my job to hold the government to account. And there's nothing to celebrate here. There's only tragedy to mourn and make right. Also discussed tonight was the need to have a red dress alert. Why do First Nations women not have some sort of tool available to let the public and those around know that there has been an abduction or a missing woman, or some sort of effort to find them, to intervene early, so that we're not talking about how the feasibility of excavating a garbage dump for remains? And frankly, we also need to address the issue of trust with police. Like, growing up in Winnipeg and growing up through the J.J. Harper case and all, like, there was a report issued in 2020 that I remember that basically said nothing had changed, that the number one, the vast majority of people since the J.J. Harper shooting in 1988 that were on the receiving end of deadly force of police in Manitoba alone were Indigenous persons. So when a family is sitting in with police and they're being told that it's not feasible to find their remains or find justice, can you blame them if they don't trust them? Particularly when there's a government who is content to give photo ops, say thank you for your donation, fire a First Nations Indigenous woman from the Justice Ministry, and just hope that we're all going to go into holiday recess and forget about this, and then what, have this debate again in 3 months? That's the cycle here. That's the cycle that has to end. So there has to be at least something done to establish trust with First Nations communities, First Nations survivors, First Nations women, that we are going to do something here. Nothing has been done. We're having the same debate. The last thing I want to say in closing, Speaker, is I want to disabuse anyone of the notion that it is up to the First Nations communities and First Nations women, particularly, to do the emotional labor and heavy lifting of getting this government to move on these issues. They have enough to do just to survive on a daily basis. It's up to each and every one of us in this place at home listening to this tonight to understand that this government has not delivered. This government has failed. And we cannot allow them to keep tokenizing women in these communities, and we can't allow them to keep abdicating their responsibility to provide action.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Fredericton.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
My honourable colleague for her speech this evening. She mentioned some of the failures of police and some of that mistrust that exists. And I'm wondering if she can speak to some specific reforms that need to happen within communities to address the policing issue and their role in this problem as well. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary knows it.
There's a report that's about yay thick, I think it's about 3 inches thick, that was developed by the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Inquiry, and it has numerous calls for justice, including specific reforms around establishing trust with police. Those are the words of First Nations women who spent years putting those recommendations together, and the government has not moved on them. Similarly, on a local level, particularly I know in Winnipeg, there was a similar report on how the police could reform. Numerous calls specifically dealing with some of the inherent racism, poverty and inequity issues. The point I'm making is, like, there are reports. We all know these. We all know these requirements. My job here tonight is to tell the government, you are not doing your job. Do it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her intervention and her sharing as somebody who lived in Winnipeg for a long time and kind of knows the history of racism that we deal with as Indigenous people, and certainly Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit in the city of Winnipeg. I've been asking across party lines about whether members of Parliament will stand behind these families and support the call for a moratorium on any sort of usage on the Prairie Garden landfill until further investigation can occur. To me, I think it's a simple answer. Of course. Of course, we support that, because to treat loved ones as the way you explained is unacceptable. The answer should always be yes. I'm wondering if my colleague supports the family's call for an immediate moratorium on the use of the Prairie Garden landfill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Of course, we should be providing closure for these families. I understand that there will be questions about logistics and questions about this and that, but we have to understand how difficult it is for First Nations, Indigenous women in this country. And sometimes I think that we prioritize our comfort over their discomfort, and that's why we're here. I know that my colleague has spoken about how the need for an independent inquiry and a need for an independent assessment in this matter needs to happen because of that lack of trust in police. And I agree with her. I cannot imagine being that family, Madam Speaker, and having the police just lay out a PowerPoint presentation for them, going through this, given this history, given, knowing the lack of trust. Of course.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill for her presentation tonight. I also want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg Centre, whose call for this debate has allowed us to put these remarks on the House of Commons here this evening. My colleague, one of the major issues of a government is to make sure that the country is secure. We often think of that as a defense mechanism against the whole country, but it's a secondary process of security is the safety of every citizen in this country. And we're talking tonight about the safety of 4 individuals that was completely compromised and the results of those actions. Some of them have stemmed from many different situations that have led to not only these persons, but others in Canada in regards to the welfare of those individuals and the safety of them in the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to close by asking the question about, my colleague mentioned $78.7 billion worth of support for homelessness since 2017, and it hasn't obviously been enough, or it hasn't been used properly. Can she just elaborate on why it's going to take a lot more than just money to fix this situation, and what she may recommend out of that?
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the question. Talk is cheap. We need action. I mean, for 7 years, this government has talked, and they've spent, but I'm not sure on what. I mean, how many First Nations persons across this country still don't have access to basic clean drinking water? How many First Nations persons have no hope of shelter? I feel this government has tokenized First Nations and Indigenous persons. I feel that the lack of seriousness that this government has taken to actually see why they're quote-unquote spending has not resulted in any better outcomes for First Nations and Indigenous women is something that should be lighting the hair on fire of every person in this country, regardless of how they vote. This government does not get a free pass on creating action for First Nations and Indigenous persons simply by virtue of them being Liberal. They have failed, and they have to be held to account for it.
The honourable member for Churchill-Coatineau-Gasti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to first acknowledge the members' own advocacy around violence that women face online. It has been reported that this serial killer expressed white supremacist views, neo-Nazi views, deeply misogynistic views, anti-Semitic views. Like I said, this has been widely reported in mainstream media. Does the member believe that the federal government needs to act take action when it comes to the dangerous rise of white supremacy, including deep ties to misogyny, and as a way of putting an end towards violence against Indigenous women and all women?
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Absolutely. We need to stop white supremacy, we need to stop racism, and we need to stop misogyny. Yes, of course. And How we do that, though, is by not glossing over it when it happens and not turning a blind eye to it when it happens within our own tents. You know, I look and I see a prime minister who did not hold himself to the same account that he held others to when he had allegations of sexual harassment. And you know what that says? He can get away with it, so maybe I can. There are so many things that we need to change. I could speak for 2 hours, Speaker, and I know I can't. Everything from the fact that our criminal harassment laws in this country are probably woefully inadequate, that it's difficult for even women of privilege to get access to justice, never mind racialized or women living in poverty or both. But the point that I think we're agreeing on here is that this government can't keep dining out on the fact that they are friends to marginalized, racialized groups, women, and then do nothing about it or make it worse by being silent and accepting the inertia that their lack of action has created.
The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni, a very short question.
Well, I think that it's clear, Madam Speaker, that the government tabled their national action plan 2 years after they tabled the Missing Murder Indigenous Women and Girls report, Madam Speaker. And I'm just going to read a very short quote from Mariah Charlson, the former past Vice President of the Nutala Tribal Council. She said, "We waited for 2 years for an incomplete action plan with no deliverables, no landmarks, no immediate goals, no timelines, no budget." Through you, Madam Speaker, to my colleague, does my colleague feel that this is an actual priority? Missing and murdered Indigenous women in this country, and Nutala have felt lost, Madam Speaker. They're still waiting to hear, why the police took so long to look into the deaths of many of their women that are still missing to this day, Madam Speaker.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill, 15 seconds.
No, they haven't. And that plan to make a plan resulted in these 4 women being in a landfill and in a dump.
That's right.
What? We're just going to sit here and do this again in 6 months? I hope the next time people look in the garbage can, they think of these women.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands. Avant de commencer,
before I start, I would like to acknowledge the fact that I'm connecting here with virtual friends from Ottawa, which is on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people who have lived on this land since time immemorial.
Thank the member from Winnipeg Centre for her ongoing advocacy on this, and I think tonight's debate reminds me, I think, of meeting for the first time with Bernie Williams and Glenys Raddick, who came here to Ottawa on behalf of the families. They wanted us to know they wanted justice for the family member they'd lost. They wanted healing for their families, and they wanted the concrete changes so that no other families would have to go through what they had. They walked across this country 7 times in the walk for justice, and it wasn't until really the deaths of Tina Fontaine and the surviving of Renelle Harper and then the death of Loretta Saunders that raised the consciousness of all Canadians. That this week, with the arrest of the serial killer in Winnipeg, it's a stark reminder of how Indigenous women and girls and 2S LGBTQIA+ people have been targeted and so disproportionately been murdered and gone missing. The serial killer in Prince George and the Highway of Tears, the horrific legacy of Robert Pickton. Monday, I was able to be with my friend CJ Julian, a survivor from the Pickton farm. She reminds me every day of those we have lost and those whose lives and the lives of their families and friends have been changed forever. Tonight's debate is about the hugely disproportionate numbers of Indigenous women and girls and 2S LGBTQIA+ people who have been murdered or gone missing. The numbers are horrific, but tonight we also must remember that they were mothers, daughters, aunties, nieces. They are loved, they were loved, and are missed. In 2016, when we launched the pre-inquiry, it was heartbreaking to hear firsthand from the circles of families and survivors coast to coast to coast. We had, I think, 17 circles. They gave us advice on what they wanted to see in a national inquiry. They were also very clear, as we've heard tonight, they wanted changes in policing and child and family services. They were clear that from the search to the investigation, to the charges laid, to the plea bargaining, to the sentence, the treatment was very, very different if the victim was Indigenous. We heard from families that when their loved one went missing, that they actually sometimes, if the missing person notice was put that this person was white, that they felt that they shouldn't correct it because they felt that again, the search, the investigation, everything would be different. And I think that we are really grateful to commissioners, Marion Buller and Kayak Robinson, Brian Olofsson, and Michelle Odette, who we are so proud to have here as a fellow parliamentarian in the other place, for their truly important report. I particularly thank Gina Wilson-McDougall and all of those who served on the Court Planning Committee to develop the National Action Plan. This week, I was honored to be able to meet with Sylvia Maracle, who chaired the subcommittee on the 2S chapter, and I know that it should be in the libraries of all the schools across this country. How homophobia arrived on the boats, how the history of how important the two-spirited people were in those communities, and yet now they're just so unfairly targeted. Diane Redsky and her chapter on urban. We know that led to the $2.2 billion that was in Budget 2021. We know we have very much more to do. But we're inspired by the changes in Indigenous policing, the Bill C-92 on child and family, where families will be kept together, the incredible success of the Rapid Housing Initiative for Indigenous people, and we know that we, and everyone who was at the Equal Voice reception tonight, who wishes that they could be part of this debate and listen, that we have a lot more to do, and we will do it together.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre. Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to take this opportunity. There's a lot of people watching. A lot of people who are dealing with the trauma, both, at a distance from past events, but also for the people who are here this evening, the family members. And a comment was made by the member of Calgary Nose Hill, and I know I don't want to attribute malice to what was said, but in the closing remarks, she said that when people look at a garbage can, they should think of the family. And I didn't want to have this take note debate and just allow that to pass. And so, my hope is that at the appropriate time, the member or a member from her party could perhaps retract that statement, because when it goes on the Hansard, it stays there forever. And I want to make sure that in those remarks, when we're talking about the dignity and the sanctity of life, that we don't ever refer to it as a reminder when people are passing by landfills or trash cans. And I know that this question it's not a question, Madam Speaker, it's a comment. And whether the Honourable Minister wants to respond to it or not, it wasn't directed at the Honourable Minister. It was directed at the previous speaker, the member from Calgary Nose Hill.
Honourable Minister.
I want to thank the member for the comment, and I do want to say that those kinds of comments actually diminish why we're here today. Though we actually know that the First Nations, Inuit, Métis women and girls and leaders want hope. They want to see that they can be their full selves, and that I think that to put that together in terms of the way the member referred to it is hurtful. I think it probably came from a good place, but I think that we actually have to listen to the leadership of First Nations and Inuit and Métis leaders and particularly women in how they want to go forward and what their view would be on that. I do know from hearing from some of the people in Winnipeg, they want that landfill right now to go on hold and in ceremony and nothing, and that be treated very differently from this time forward. And I think we have to deal with the various families and.
I have to give some time to other members to ask questions. I'm sorry. I have the honourable member for Churchill, Coatineau-Castries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to acknowledge that obviously we're all here under very somber circumstances. First of all, honoring the lives of Morgan Harris, Mercedes Marin, and Rebecca Contois, and the fourth loved one who is still yet to be found. But we are also here demanding action from the federal government, and the Honourable Minister knows this national tragedy so well through the work she did to support an inquiry. But as was clearly said, what we don't need is for that inquiry to sit on a shelf, the 231 calls to justice to sit on a shelf. What families, communities are asking for is federal action now, and not just in the case of supporting the search in the landfill, but also as was so powerfully shared by Cambria Harris, is to put an end to the genocide that Indigenous women are facing. What is the federal government going to do concretely now to put an end to the genocide that Indigenous women face in our country?
Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her leadership on all of these things, but I also think that again, the work that has been done, as she well knows, on changing the Child and Family Service has been absolutely transformational. When we look at the results from the study this week at Mama Wichita and Winnipeg and can see that over 90% of those families were brought back together, those children are being raised in their language and culture, and that this is the way forward. This is what we heard in the inquiry, that the apprehension of children was put them at high risk. Aging out of care put them at high risk, and I think that there are significant changes, and I think that the changes to the Child and Family Services is a significant advance.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci tout le monde.
Thank you, everyone. It's an honor for me to speak during this very serious, somber, and important debate.
Evening on the traditional territory of the Kanien'kehá:ka, an area known as Montreal, within the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. And in the time I have reflecting on all the important speeches given tonight, I want to focus on what we were told in the inquiry on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, Two-Spirit Peoples Plus. The honourable member for Northern Manitoba just was mentioning that we have, in looking at this debate, a question of what have we done in relation to those calls for justice. I'm struck by 2.5 years from the calls for justice, how little we actually look at what the inquiry told us to do. It
was very clear in the report that everybody has to do is to read the report.
The instructions we received sitting in the Great Hall of the Peoples in the Museum of History on that crowded June day, receiving this very important report. The commissioner said, every Canadian, please read it. I think we should take stock. Have we read it? Do we understand what it said? Obviously, the killing of Indigenous women and girls continues and accelerates. The recent killings and the charges laid in Manitoba, in Winnipeg, the 4 women killed in that serial killing reminds us, if we didn't need reminding before, that we have not responded to the report of the inquiry of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. What did they tell us to do? Read the report. Accept that this is a genocide and move on to actually implement the recommendations. Let me just refer to a few of those recommendations that we fight for, many of us in this place, every day. One of the recommendations of the inquiry was to bring in a guaranteed livable income to eradicate poverty. The reason so many Indigenous women and girls and men are vulnerable to killings, vulnerable to violence, is that they're poor. Economic injustice and as well as racism are at the heart of why so many Indigenous women and girls go missing. The inquiry called for justice, bring in a guaranteed livable income. It also called for us to end what are called man camps by Indigenous women and girls, large construction projects usually dedicated to resource extraction, the resource extraction itself violating the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And the man camps. I know it's been controversial, and people who work in those industries say, oh, we don't paint us all as violent criminals. No, but recognize that proximity to large camps full of workers and men who are away from their families, subject themselves to trauma and addiction, and in conditions that lead to the increased vulnerability of Indigenous women nearby. That was an inquiry recommendation, and we've expanded them instead of ending them. Another key recommendation was that we move to provide supports for Indigenous women and girls who have been the victims of violence, that there be trauma counselors, that there be assistance to get through the criminal justice system. These are important recommendations. And in the time remaining, I want to draw our attention to another area where Indigenous women and girls, there's no mystery as to how they were killed. They were killed by the police. Chantel Moore was killed in June 2020. She's a Nuu-Chulnith woman from Vancouver Island who'd recently moved to Edmundston, New Brunswick. There's no question as to how she died. She died at the hands of a police officer on a quote-unquote wellness check. So in the intersection between mental health responses and police, far too many vulnerable women, Indigenous women, end up in a morgue. That's not a wellness check, and we need to really look at what happened, particularly in the case of Chantel Moore. And I'll say in this House again, I think she was murdered. I think the facts point in that direction, and her family waits for answers. We have an obligation in this place not to take note. We have to take action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
And I really appreciate my friend's speech, and I appreciate her, who knows fully well that I live in Nuu-Chulnith territory and I represent the Taloquit people here in Parliament, Madam Speaker, and I bring their voice here. And I'm grateful that she talked about Chantel Moore, the late Chantel Moore. And the fact of the matter is that there was an independent investigating officer team that came in from Quebec with no Indigenous representation to her death when she was shot by police. Lisa Marie Young, still missing for 20 years, a Taloquit member in Nanaimo, Madam Speaker. Now, in the National Action Plan, say this quote, creating a national task force to review and reinvestigate unresolved files of missing murdered Indigenous women, Two-Spirit, LGBTQ+, QQIA+ people, Madam Speaker, is actually a commitment in the National Action Plan, but there's no timeline, no money. They haven't acted on it. Can my colleague speak about the importance of an action plan, not just for these 2 unresolved files, but for the women that were just stolen through this genocide that's taking place in this country, Madam Speaker, from Winnipeg?
Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I thank my honourable colleague from Courtenay Albany, and indeed I do know that both of us know family members. We know Chantel's mom and her family and her friends, and we know that this is not being properly investigated, as is the case for many, many more Indigenous women and girls. Sometimes we know who the killer was, but it is brushed over because it was a police officer. Sometimes we don't know, and we can only conclude from the lack of attention to it. I mean, I don't want to criticize policing in Manitoba. It was in the span of a year that we now believe that 4 women were murdered by the same man. We don't know for sure, but we can make educated guesses that had those 4 murders of young women been white women, we might have seen more warnings, more action to take on the bits of clues and evidence that suggested the same man had committed all the crimes.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. I wanted to also raise an issue that I believe my colleague from Hamilton raised. I am really haunted by the thought of these families of these women having to deal with the remains of their loved ones in a landfill. And if my question or my comment to try and express that, because words matter, caused any harm, I unreservedly apologize and retract that. But I think we should be haunted by this fact. I think that we should be haunted and concerned and disturbed that these women are in landfills. I wonder if my colleague could comment on some of the recommendations that my colleagues have made earlier tonight about looking for ways to remedy and provide closure to the family given the situation and the location of the remains.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
From the bottom of my heart, I want to acknowledge the courage of what the member for Calgary-Nose Hill just did. It's all too rare in this place to apologize for words, especially when they were meant, as the Honourable Minister noted, from a good place. But it is appalling that the landfills remain open. I hear the voices of the daughter of Morgan, of the families of Mercedes, and people saying, look, stop putting garbage there at least. Let us find a way to find the remains of our loved ones. We already have the loved ones, the children that were stolen over so many years in the residential school system, those children still underground. We have to acknowledge the grief of families is never resolved through having the remains, but the wound remains far more open when the remains are not available for burial, for respect, and for bringing them home.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'll be splitting my time with the member for Vancouver East. I stand today in solidarity with Chief Kyra Wilson of Long Plains, Cambria and Kara, who are daughters of Morgan Harris, murdered and whose body was found at a landfill, in seeking justice for Indigenous families. I call on this government to finally start the end of genocide by implementing the MMIWG calls for justice and the demands made by those I stand with today, including helping to search for Morgan Harris so her daughters may have the closure they seek. I am concerned with some of the questions that have been asked in this House tonight. As much as I have appreciated MP's interventions, the words are distant, and while empathetic, make it clear to me that violence against Indigenous women is clearly not understood. As an Inuk, I have experienced violence. I have seen violence. I grew up with violence in my life. Here is what violence feels like. There is so much physical pain that it is unbearable to breathe. It is unbearable to cry, and it is unbearable to ask for help. There is so much misguided love and trust that keeping that unhealthy relationship going feels like the only way. When there is finally courage to leave that violent relationship, women are yet put into other violent situations. Cambria and Kara have asked us to help them end genocide. I frequently have asked tonight, how can we do this? How can we in this House guide the federal government to end Canada's genocide on Indigenous peoples? This federal government must create policies, programs, and provide better resources. This federal government must help lift up Indigenous peoples and their sense of cultural identity. It must ensure that systemic racism is addressed by improving law enforcement in policing, both for over-incarceration, over-policing, and under-enforcement and under-policing of Indigenous peoples. Lift up Indigenous families who still suffer the effects of intergenerational trauma and ensure they are encouraging each other to rely on each other the way that they used to before colonialism. Help Indigenous families find the remains of their loved ones. Victims of genocide are targeted because they belong to a certain group. As such, targeted resources must immediately be released to protect Indigenous girls, women, and Two-Spirit people. Lastly, and certainly not the least, implement fully, not incrementally, UNDRIP, the TRC calls to action, and the MMIWG calls for justice. These instruments provide the framework to end genocide. I end my words with words from Chief Kyra Wilson, who said, "We have 231 calls to justice. We need searches, we need support, and it needs to start now." And finally, from the beautiful and amazing, courageous Cambria Harris, and what she said at the presser yesterday. Morgan Harris, Mercedes Marin, Rebecca Contra, and Buffalo Woman. Remember these names. Shout them from the roof of your lungs and bring the justice that these women deserve. Koyanami.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say thank you to our colleague from Nunavut for her bravery and her courage and the way that she brings a forceful truth to this place that needs to be heard across the country. And I just want to thank her. Thank you.
Member for Nunavut.
I do appreciate the encouragement. It does take a lot of emotion and strength to speak, and I especially need to thank my party, who has been great in allowing me to help share my experience, my voice, and to also make sure that Indigenous people's voices are being amplified in this House. Kuyanami.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lake Block.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Nunavut for her speech here today, her very emotional speech. I appreciated hearing what she had to say, and also appreciate working with her on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee. I've learned a lot from her and do appreciate her valuable input each and every day. I know often in this place time is short, but our thoughts are many, And I was just wondering if that member had anything else she'd like to touch on that she had not the time to complete in her speech.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I also enjoy working with you very much, with the member at the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee. I've changed my speech a lot tonight. One of the things that I wanted to remind this House, there were many questions about what women can do. And I kept thinking, this is not just a women's issue. This is not just a government issue. This is not just an Indigenous issue. This is something that we all must do. We all must work together on. Men, women, Indigenous, non-Indigenous. We all need to be working together to make sure that we are part of the system that can say we're the ones who ended genocide in our time.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
And the Honourable Member quite rightly identified the need for targeted interventions, and I know in her tireless work, her advocacy on the deplorable conditions of northern housing, I would like for her to have the opportunity to reflect on how having the stability of dignified, safe housing for people in her community might help prevent some of the preconditions that lead to the atrocities committed against women, including Inuit women in her communities. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
To the member for his question. It is a very important one. I've risen in this House so many times about how impactful overcrowded housing is to my constituency, how the poor conditions impact the mental health of the people that I represent, and how because of those conditions we do suffer worse mental health impacts. And so we definitely need more housing, funding for investments in housing, to make renovations, to improve housing, to also fill empty units. There are many empty units in our communities that need to be renovated and reopened. But I also wanted to very quickly say that more of our communities in Nunavut need safe places for women to go to. I know personally of 2 women that I wanted to mention who I think would not have been murdered if they had had a safe place to go, because they were murdered in having been in unhealthy, very violent relationships. So we also need to be investing in ensuring that women have safe places to go to in their communities so that they don't have to leave their communities to remain with their families and to keep raising their children in their home communities.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge my colleagues, the member from Winnipeg Centre and the member from Nunavut, who just spoke so very powerfully and so starkly about the situation that Indigenous women and girls face. I was reflecting back about what I was going to say, and I changed my mind about 100 times. And I've landed on this, Madam Speaker. I reflected back 7 years ago when the government made the announcement that they were going to initiate the national inquiry into the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And I have to say, my heart sang with joy, thinking the changing moment, that significant moment where Indigenous people's voices and families have been heard finally, that the government of the day was going to do something about stolen sisters of Indigenous women and girls. I am not part of a Liberal government. I'm still not part of a Liberal government, and I will never be a Liberal member. But my heart sang with joy because of that hope of what it resembled. And then as that work continued, I started to have a sinking feeling. And reflecting back, Marion Buller and her team, the lead commissioner on this, advised that 9 months into the inquiry, they were using their own personal cell phones and their own emails. They did not have an office space to undertake that work. Fast forward to after the report was put out, where a genocide has been recognized even by the government, and 231 calls for justice has been put on the public record. The government promised that they would put forward an implementation plan. 3 years later, where is that implementation plan? It is nowhere to be found. Now, it's not just New Democrats are saying this. Marion Bowler on the public record said this: the federal government has fallen flat on its face. We don't have an implementation plan. There has not been any sort of cohesive statement on the part of the federal government about what it plans to do. There's no looking forward. If there is an implementation plan, I don't know about it. And they're keeping it quiet. But they have quite literally fallen flat on their face in terms of their responses. She went on to say, I just find it appalling that genocide is continuing because it is not being held accountable. That is the reality of where we are today. Consequently, we in the community, my colleagues, see loved ones of family members grieve in pain and in anger in the loss of their loved ones. And hence the debate tonight. Tonight I had the pleasure and the honor and the privilege of meeting the family members just outside of this chamber, to shake their hand, to look them in the eye, to make the commitment that we won't ever stop fighting, even when they leave this place. And we should not have to do this time and time again. And to say the names over and over again, and each time with different names, with more hurt, more pain, and so much loss. And the hope dashed to say that something will happen. My riding of Vancouver East is very similar to that of my colleagues in Winnipeg Centre. I remember so many years ago when I was just an activist, walking the streets, doing rallies and protesting about a serial killer in Vancouver East. And people denied that. And we erased it. They said and accused us of trying to obstruct justice by suggesting that there's a serial killer and demanded an inquiry. To the names of the people, to add to the people who's gone missing and murdered today that has been brought up: Morgan Harris, Mercedes Marin, Rebecca Contrell, Buffalo Woman. I add these other names: Tiana Harrison, Chelsea Poorman, Noelle Osup, Romana Wilson. Just the latest few. And there's so many more, Madam Speaker. They don't have to be dead. They don't have to die this way. It doesn't have to be this way. So for tonight, once and for all, will the government take action and fully implement the 231 calls for justice? Time for
questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Vancouver East for her powerful speech. I just want to start by recognizing what a strong voice she is in this place, calling out for Indigenous, by Indigenous housing. And as she calls out for the federal government to follow through on all 231 calls to justice, at least 9 of them relate to housing. And I wonder if she'd like to comment further on the critical need for the federal government to follow through specifically on the calls to justice related to housing. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much. I thank the member for the question. There is no question that housing matters and it will save lives. And the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry mentioned housing over 200 times. And can you imagine not being able to access housing and as a result of that, you're subject to violence, extreme violence, every moment of the day, and to the point where your lives is lost. So what the federal government can do, in fact, is that in this budget, 2023, ensure that there is at least $6 billion over 2 years for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy. And let the Indigenous community lead this work. There is already a coalition that has been set up to do this work. Fund them. Be that partner, be that true partner, and get the job done.
That's right. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to be quite frank. We heard a lot of discussion today, and Indigenous people, whether it was yesterday or tomorrow, their lives will largely remain the same. And I'm angry because of that. Madam Speaker, I'm upset and I'm angry that we have to have this discussion in this place constantly. That the lives of Indigenous women, the lives of Indigenous girls, the lives of Two-Spirit people continue to be ignored constantly. And I'm angry about that. But I also know that when an Indigenous person like myself gets loud, people stop listening. I want to be as clear as possible, Madam Speaker. We can't continue to wait. But there's a long history here. Madam Speaker, this didn't happen overnight. Colonialism, racism, and to be frank, misogyny are the reasons we're here today. Indigenous women aren't the problem. Colonialism and violence against these women are the problem. Madam Speaker, can the member speak about the root cause of the tragic losses of Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit folks that is deeply rooted in our history here in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much to the member. I have to say there is no question in my mind that it is colonialism. That is the root cause of this. There is no question that the governments and successive governments allow for the genocide to continue. And that is also the ongoing problem of the situation. When everybody in this House get up to say that we hear the families, we see you, we hear you, well then, take action, Madam Speaker. Words are cheap, and lives are not cheap. And the lives of these women, of Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirited, they matter. They matter very much, and we need to honor them, and honor them from this perspective as well. They were the very first people who are the owners of this land, and we are their guests on their land. Honor them, respect them, take action, no more words.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And we heard today on the government side, unfortunately, frame this about hope, about these communities demanding hope. And I don't recall there being 231 demands for hope. There were 231 demands for justice, demands for action. And so I would love for this honourable member in her closing remarks to be able to explore why it is important that we don't just sit here with platitudes offering talking points around hope, but that this government takes responsibility to clear and targeted steps towards action, Madam Speaker.
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much to the member for the question, because if we continue to talk about it as the government is doing, people are dying, lives are lost, the violence that's taking place is real. And so when we say that we need to do this work, what we need the government to do is to put action to words. I want to see in the budget real significant investments, but actually to spend that investment, not just to put it on paper and then not take action with it. Yes. I want to see the government's implementation of Article 1.7 of the Cause for Justice, because we need the government to take responsibility and to ensure that there's independent accountability for that work, not just their planning.
It being 10:28, pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, the committee will rise. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.